Alrighty. Live there. Live there? And we're like, okay. Oh, I posted this in the wrong place. Hello, everybody. Just getting everything set up and sharing it with people. I'm gonna do this. Hi, can I get agent pronouns, please?
Hey, I'm in my mid-30s and she, her, he, him. It doesn't matter to me.
Do you disagree with the prompt?
Well, first, I want to ask, is this like a genuine question? Or is this like a debate, rage bait prompt situation?
I wouldn't say it's rage bait in any way. I generally do care about this.
Well, you're mostly the question is what would it take for you to agree? Can we talk about that aspect?
Yeah, so what do you want to talk about it? Like, what would it take for me to change my mind, or what would it take you to change your mind?
What it would take for me, because that's how I kind of took the question.
Yeah, so what do you want to talk about it?
Sure. So let me first say, everybody, I feel, should be able to live their life however they'd like to live their life. If it doesn't hurt anybody, whatever, that's fine. If you do what you want to do, that's okay. But what it would take for me specifically to agree on the transgender movement is for them to be able to live their life however they would like, but not to encroach on other people's rights and spaces.
Yeah, I don't think that. So, like, when you say encroach on other people's spaces, it's like kind of implying that people don't belong there in the sense.
And that's where a lot of women that at least I've spoken to, we all agree on is that you can dress like a woman, sure, wear wigs like a woman, okay, present like a woman, that's fine, but when you to us and or I could just speak for myself, to me it encroaches on our space when you truly feel and think that you are now something that you are not. And it's fine to be a man wanting to dress like a woman. That's okay. But when you are now saying, well, that makes me a woman, I'm now magically a woman and I deserve to be in women's only spaces that women have fought hard for to have, that's where a lot of us have the pushback for. And if we're having a genuine conversation, I'm sure you can see that that's where and like in all these TikTok lives, that's where the contention seems to lie.
Yeah, I definitely would agree that there's a lot of contention there. I think a lot of it comes from like a misunderstanding of like what people, or I wouldn't say misunderstanding, but like a difference in what we think women are and like boundaries that like maybe that this word has. But I think that a lot of people misunderstand that like words aren't like when we say woman, we're talking about it in like a purely descriptive way. We're not saying that woman, like we're not prescribing a definition for woman, unless if you have like essentially in order to even like start to prescribe a definition, you have to start saying, well, why ought this be this way? And like you get into like a should argument based off of that. But I've never actually heard a convincing argument myself for why we should just keep it to like individuals who are like assigned female at birth or something like that.
Well, here's the thing. Again, however somebody wants to live in their home in privacy, that's totally whatever. Do whatever you want, right? Like, 'cause, I mean, if you want to like put pickles in your ear every Tuesday at 5 o'clock, I don't care. Personally, I don't care. But it's when we change the definitions of what a woman is, and in so when you do change the definitions of what a woman is, and a woman can now be anything or anybody, and those spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms are encroached, that's where the problem is starting to happen. And I can, if you can imagine, you can see why. I mean, you might not agree with it, but can you see why there is pushback from women in this issue?
Yeah, I can understand
No,
why
but
they're.
see,
Oh, go ahead, Solid.
I was going to say, see, the issue with the argument there is that saying you can't just change the definition of a woman and that, well, definitions do evolve and change over time. They're descriptive, not prescriptive. For
Correct,
one.
solid,
But
correct.
for two,
I've heard this.
don't cut me off. I've still got another point to add before you start off. But for second, you do understand the origin of women originally came from the meaning of female slave. We don't use that definition anymore. Should we go back to it since we shouldn't change the definition?
Solid. To go back to your first point, yes, definitions change, but not by force like what is happening now. I'm sure you can agree that a lot of women, such as myself, are against the idea of the definition changing, and other people are. Definitions don't change by force and abruptly. They change over time with society agreeing with it. And most of society does not agree with this new definition.
Can I actually? Hi. Hi. Is it okay if I say something? I don't debate about anymore, but like, this argument is really silly to me because the definition of adult human female has never been the definitive definition of a woman, because how we define a woman socially has always been context dependent. So they're going to be women that would be described as adult human females despite not actually being adult human females, specifically the female part, or even human for that matter, right? For example, we would say a statue that looks like a female would be a statue of a woman despite it being a statue. Another example would be people with congenital adrenal hyperplasia who can produce large gametes despite being phenotypically male, right? So they would be female. And we're not going to call them women. We're going to call them men. Same on the opposite side, people with 17 ASD, 17 HSD are going to be people who develop females phenotypically despite being biologically male and having fully developed testicles internally, right? We're still going to call them women in society because the definition being descriptive simply means that if something looks like an adult human female despite whether or not they actually are one, they're gonna be women. So saying that definitions are being changed by force or can't change is just disingenuous. And also, you'd have to give evidence to say that the vast majority of society does not believe that the definition should be changed, because that's just not true. Because I would say we have studies showing that over 60% of women believe trans women are women.
I mean, I don't know. If you look on these TikTok lives, you can see a lot of women having the same sort of pushback.
That's anecdotal as fuck. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, there's like a huge amount of like selection bias in that too.
Yeah, like.
Algorithm.
But anyways, can you like address like, because you obviously don't have an argument for this statistics, so can you address like what I said earlier about women being context dependent?
Sure. Well, I want to bring up what you said about like statues. So when we look at Greek statues, do we say, well, how did they identify? Or do we say this is a beautiful marble statue of a woman? As you could see, we would say this is a beautiful marble statue of a woman because it looks like a woman. They're not going to say, hey, this statue of that with a guy with testicles, how does he identify? No, we see what is going on with the woman biologically, and we say that is a female statue of a woman.
That's actually not what we say. We don't say how it's identified. We say it looks like it produces large gametes.
Exactly.
No.
We
Wait, no,
don't
so
care
let me
how
let
it
me let me let me
identifies.
let me let me finish, right? So my point is, right, when you're referencing adult human female, it's still going to be context dependent, and that actually proves my point that it's going to be based off of what society perceives that to be what we can describe as an adult human female, whether or not it is an adult human female is completely irrelevant, right? As long as something matches what we assume adult human female to be, they're going to be addressed as a woman, which is why you can look at a statue and say that's a woman, whether or not the statue actually depicts a woman or not.
Okay, do you ever see the statue of David and say she was really beautiful? Or no, because you see testicles, you say it was a statue of a man.
Yeah, that's just
When you see the
testicles are
statue of
showing.
David,
Did you hear what I
with
said
testicles.
Like, that's just a disingenuous claim. Like, did you hear what I specifically said about the gamete production rate? Because that's how we would, I assume that's how you define sex in your worldview, right? So, like, you're completely ignoring the fact that in statues where you can't see the genitalia, like, you're just assuming, right? We don't know. You're also ignoring literally everything else I said about intersex disorders as well, and how that relates to society with actual utility. Because statues aren't the only thing with importance to this word.
Let me ask you, Mama, let me ask you. If you see the statue of David, have you ever said, well, how did David identify, or is David a man? The statue of David.
I've never seen the statue of David, and I don't really care for the argument because it's a complete straw man in my
Well,
position.
of course you wouldn't care for the argument, because if you see the statue of David with testicles, can I please finish? I muted up when you were talking. When you see the statue of David with testicles, it's obviously a man. You don't say, hey, how did he identify? What was his feelings inside? No, statue of David is of a man. And of course, you don't care about that fact because that's a natural observation that a man with testicles is a man, and biology matters.
Yeah, it's a complete straw man in my position. If you heard literally anything I said we make that assumption, right? For all we know, right? Which is why I referenced specifically any other statue without genitalia, right? You would be assuming. Not to mention that even if it depicts genitalia, you're still assuming, because for all we know, David had congenital adrenal hyperplasia and literally had a phallus and a scrotum. And was still female. Like, that's just
really?
We have no way of proving that. So I think it's a bit of a disingenuous claim.
It's disingenuous for me?
Position. Yes, it is, because you're completely strawmanning my position, my argument, by saying, well, you see testicles, therefore it's a man. I'm like, no. Because you're referencing one specific statue when there are billions of statues that we could reference. That's statues, dolls, models, figurines that do not show the genitalia of the individual, and we have no way of saying this depicts a man or a woman other than just an assumption based off descriptive characteristics without knowing their biology.
That is so wild. So wait a minute.
Yeah, a good example would be like an anime character, right? Or a cartoon character. Are you going to say this is a woman? Obviously you are. Are they going to be an adult human female? No.
So you're saying because some people have outliers for different kind of conditions, because some people do, which was like 0.5% of the population or something insanely small. You're saying based on that, if you look at a statue of a man with testicles, you cannot, I'm assuming you're a grown adult here, you cannot say that is a man. Is that what you're telling me? And I'm being disingenuous?
That's not what I said at all.
Then is the statue of David a man, Mama? Yes or no?
Yeah, I never said it wasn't. I said the reason why you're coming to that conclusion is an assumption based off the physical characteristics of that statue, right? That assumption is what you're using to define a man, not necessarily if they are actually biologically male. My whole point is that the definition of man and woman are social context dependent, meaning that they're going to be dependent on what we assume the individual to be, not necessarily what their actual sex is in that matter, just what we can describe them as.
I would think that as if we are all adults and we know that there are outliers out there, of course, there are outliers with every single fact in the world, not just with this. But I would think if we are adults, we do not look at the tiny, minuscule outliers, and we are able to identify something based on what we see and based on what we know. If you see a statue of a man with testicles, then it is obviously a man. And for anybody to get up on here and say, well, it could be this, it could be that, is ridiculous when the outliers are so tiny.
Yeah, you're genuinely not tracking what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not a man, right? I'm saying that you can't assume that it's male, right? So we can know it's a man based off its phenotypical presentation, and you can assume it's a man. Same with not just statues, but with other figurines as well. Which is why it is context dependent, right? So you're trying to make exclusions. What I'm trying to explain to you is that these are not exclusions because we would still assume them to be men or women in society. That is why the definition of man and woman are going to be extremely context dependent. Not to mention, intersex people make up roughly 2% of the population. People with green eyes, right? People who run marathons, etc. Those people are less common than intersex people. So it's just kind of a stupid thing to say. Not to mention,
Why does
you're
it have
talking
to
with
be
two intersex
context
people.
dependent, Mama? Why does it have to be
It
context
doesn't
dependent?
have to be. It just is functionally in our society.
Yeah, without
No,
society,
it
it's
doesn't.
like
You can look at a statue and say point blank that
Oh
is
my
a
God.
man or that is a woman. You don't need to know their background and how they feel inside. You can look at
Exactly.
these
That's the
things.
point. You don't need to know what sex they are to know if they're a man or a woman. You go specifically based off their phenotypical presentation. It does not matter what their actual sex is. That is my whole point. You're assuming that by looking at them. Same with individuals. You assume if they're a man or a woman by looking at them, not by reaching up there, trying to shove your hand up their urethra and reach for the gonads. Which like that's just a stupid thing to do.
I brought up David, or actually you were the one that brought up statues. You brought up statues saying that there's no way for us to tell, but that is so ridiculous. This argument, y'all.
I never said there's no way for us to tell if it's a man or a woman. I never said that.
yeah, I never heard that
That was-
that Mama said that.
Yeah, that was never my position.
Yeah, so like I think more what Mama's trying to say is that like there's no like definitive reason. Like it's I wouldn't even say that like there's good reasons to doubt that David is a man. It's simply that like we don't actually have the context to say, hey, this is definitively the fact.
If you see, the context is if you see testicles and a schlong, that would mean he's a man. You don't need to have context when you look at a statue. Are y'all
Yeah,
like?
so
Are y'all
it's not-
actually saying
do you
this?
think-
Wait
do
a
you think
minute.
do you think all statues show testicles?
But I'm referring specifically to David because it is a naked statue. That's why I'm
Well, yeah,
specifically
does.
referring
Do
to
you
that
know what
one.
special pleading is?
I'm sorry, I was talking, so I didn't hear what you said. What, Mama?
Do you know what special pleading is?
Special pleading?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's when you try to give a special context to one specific example in this conversation, which is why I specifically said statues, figurines, models, etc. All of these things as a whole, right? Saying one individual statue, yes, you can assume that's a man if they have what we see to be a scrotum and phallus. Sure, I'm not saying you can't do that. I never once said that, right? I think it's safe to assume David was a man, right? What I'm saying is, in most scenarios with statues, we don't assume that they're men or women strict because we assume they have gametes. We assume it based off their phenotypical presentation. That is contextual, right? It's very context dependent. We don't just like, okay, every statue, God, what's up that fucking figurine of Hatsune Miku skirt? I wonder. No, that's not what we're thinking when we see that. We think, oh, this person is has physical feminine phenotypical characteristics. I'm going to assume they're a woman, and we call them a woman. That is how society works in terms of gendered terms, man and woman. It is contextual, context dependent, based off assumptions of phenotypical appearance.
It's never been about sex. Is the
Yeah,
important
it's
part.
not. Yeah, that's the whole point, right? Sex can be the differential, like the main category, not the main category, but like the thing that's primarily female, primarily woman or primarily man. But how we classify people socially is extremely context dependent and does not solely rely on sex. Like that's just well known.
Can I make a special request from y'all? And if not, I totally understand. It's okay. I'm with my young children, and if there's like cursing or bad language, I'm gonna have to get off, and it's totally fine if you want to, totally fine. But if you do, then I'm gonna have to hop off of here.
Cool.
So that's up to you.
No, I'm fine with it. Just thanks for letting us know. I would guess. I would say because that's a good thing to know in case.
Yeah, I agree. But
Is that
can you,
okay,
like-
Mama? Like,
Yeah,
are
that's
we
fine.
good to talk? Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Like, when do you think? Can I ask how old you are, just so I can see if I can?
My age is irrelevant.
I was just about to say, just so I could see how I can relate to you in that way, but if okay, so, so my question is, you said we've always used context. Do you feel that that's the case always?
Yes, objectively, yes. If you're watching a show in anime, or anything with a 3D rendition of characters, anything that's not human, we're gonna use context and assume, uh, we're gonna define women on a contextual basis. For example, Superman. Is Superman an adult human male? No, but he's a man, right? And same with every other piece of media literature, even in other humans. Again, as I gave you these intersex people who could be the opposite sex but present and have lived as a man, for example, their entire life, despite having produced large gametes, we're still going to call them men because it's going to be contextual, right? It's going to be based off phenotypical appearance and assumption. That's the whole utility of gender. And if you're trying to erase the utility of gender, then there's just no point in it.
Again, you're going off of outliers, though. Can we
No,
have a
I'm not.
discussion? Yes, you are. Can we have a discussion without talking about outliers?
Well, no, because when you're talking about society as a whole, it's all inclusive. Society is all inclusive of everyone. Not to mention that, again, you made a whole slew of examples. If you don't want to acknowledge intersex people exist, then you have to deny 2 people on this panel exist, which is 50% of this panel.
I'm not saying they don't exist, but if we were to have a definition of anything and have to include every single possible outlier to that definition, then that word becomes meaningless.
No, that word becomes meaningful. Extremely meaningful. You typically, like, even in biology, for example, you don't have exceptions to biological categories ever, right? So why would you need to necessarily have exceptions to general definitions, right? And here's the point: there aren't exceptions to general definitions. Like, that's my whole point, is that even with these intersex people, right, we're gonna classify them as men, women, non-binary, etc. We're still gonna have a classification for them, even if we are incorrect about their biological sex. That does not make them an exception. That just means that the context we use to define women in that scenario would not fit adult human female, which is my whole point, right? So my whole point is that if it's not 100% of the time, then it is context dependent. So if you call Superman a man, you're conceding to my argument. If you're calling Wonder Woman a woman, or calling Wonder Woman, you're conceding to my argument. If you call characters in animation men and women, or boys and girls, you're conceding to my argument. If you call statues, the statue of David, a man, you're conceding to my argument. That's my whole point, because none of these things are adult human males or females.
Well, obviously, they are depictions of man and woman. They're not literally man and women. Now, if you're saying that transgender people are depicting, okay, you know what? I might be able to agree with you, because they're not literally a man or a woman.
Define depicting.
Let me look it up so I can be 100%.
Yeah, I would also just hold your feet to the fire about them saying like they're not literally men or women. I would just say that they are, because there's like these definitions are not like concrete, strict, or like they're not prescriptive. They're descriptive in nature. It is the very fact that we have control over them that makes it possible for us to say, hey, you know, this is what a woman is. It's because it changes over time, because we influence them. It allows our society to actually just dictate what they are.
Yeah, just for context, Superman is not a depiction of a man. A depiction of Superman is a depiction of Superman. Right? Superman in the comics would be addressed as a man. If you see Superman as a man, then you are again conceding to the argument, because a drawing of Superman would be a depiction of Superman. So, for example, characters in anime, like Catgirls, for example, if you call them Catgirls, you're also conceding to the argument, because you can say Catgirls are girls, and then you can say depictions of Catgirls, right? Which would be the drawings or artist creations of that. That's what a depiction is. It is an artistic rendering or representation of something, right? So that doesn't mean that something only exists in that artistic form, that specific form. It's just a really silly argument to make.
Also, like, Superman isn't even human in the first place.
That's my point.
Well, that's what
I'm saying.
I
If you call
was
Superman a
assuming she meant
man,
by
then if you call Superman a man, you're conceding to my argument.
That's what I was assuming you meant by that. It was like he's not even a human in the first place. But a depiction is the representation through speech and art of representing something else. So no, that doesn't make any sense what you're saying, where you would have to call it a depiction. A depiction is that in and of itself.
Well,
So, Superman existing, right? If you saw Superman in real life, right, would you say that's a depiction of a man?
Well, no, because he's not human.
So you wouldn't call Superman a man. So you don't
No,
call
he's
him
not-
Superman. You just call him
He's
Super.
not human.
You just call him Super.
I don't know what I would call him. That's a good question. If that ever came up and contextually, and then I asked him how he felt about that, statement, then I can maybe.
It doesn't
draw that
matter how he
conclusion.
feels. It genuinely doesn't matter how he feels, right? Because it's going to be context dependent, right? So Superman would be a man that has been the definition. He's been included under the definition of man since his creation. Same with Wonder Woman. Same with Thor. Same as depictions of these gods in Asgardian and Greek mythology, right? Norse and Greek mythology. Asgardians are seen as men and women. Same with the Greek gods are seen as men and women. So you can't say that this is a new definition or a new thing when this has been contextually how we socially determine a man and woman to be throughout like the vast majority of human history. Being human is not necessary. Neither is being male or female. There's no specific necessary like trait to that because it is specifically contextual.
That's the definition, though, is a human being. So if they're not human beings, if they're cartoon characters, if they're, mythology or whatever, they're not human beings. And that's the whole point of this.
Yeah, so I think you're kind of, do you know how to build a definition fallacy? You're taking the definition of literally when I explicitly explained the reason why we do these things, we label these things as these things, is because the definition of man and woman is context dependent, and adult human female is simply descriptive for anything that can be look like an adult human female. It doesn't have to literally be an adult human female.
Why?
Definitions
Wait,
are not
Mama. Why?
prescriptive. Do you know what it
Why
means?
does
Do you know,
it not
do you know
have to be a literal adult human female?
Can you stop interrupting me, right? So do you know what it means for a definition to be prescriptive?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it means it is prescribing on to that term that this is always what that means, right? Definitions in language are never prescriptive, ever. And the reason why it doesn't, we can't say have to be, because then you have to prove that it has to be adult human female or adult human male, because there's no way to prove it has to be that definition or it doesn't have to be that definition. My argument is simply that it doesn't make sense logically or have any social utility to try to argue that that is the exact prescribed definition of what a man or a woman is. It makes absolutely no sense, and it does not fit in with society and how we use this terminology. That is my argument.
Sure. So can you Google for me, please, the definition of woman and read to me the first thing that comes up?
Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You
What did I
can't
say?
you said it has to be the description, but what I'm saying to you
That's
is...
not what I said.
Go ahead, Mama.
Yeah, so what I specifically said is definitions in English language and any language are inherently descriptive. They are not prescriptive. They cannot be prescriptive
That's
because
what I
they're
just
social.
said that you said.
No,
Why are
that
you
is
saying
not
I'm
what
wrong?
that is not what you said, right? So definitions have to be descriptive because they are social constructs. Not everyone is going to prescribe to the same definition because they cannot be prescriptive, right? That being said, right, it makes more utility to also understand that they are descriptive and context dependent based off how they're actually used in society. So are you going to say that your book, right, your dictionary has somehow more authority over how we actually see this terminology used in society and how it's actually portrayed, right?
So then what do you want to go by, Mama? What do you want to go by? Because you don't want to go by biology. That's wrong. You don't want to go by definitions. That's wrong. So you just want to go by context only. What for you specifically, where without dancing around it, what for you specifically would point to one thing versus another? Because apparently dictionaries are now wrong in your point of view. Biology is now wrong in your point of view.
I never said
Please let me
biology is
know.
wrong. I never said biology is wrong. I don't know why you're strawmanning my position. I also never said dictionaries are wrong, right?
Then
I
please
said
read to
so
me.
can you
Then
stop
please
interrupting?
read to me
Can you
the
stop
first
interrupting me?
definition.
Can you stop interrupting me, right? So let me finish, right? I never said biology is wrong because biology has nothing to do with this. I never said dictionaries are wrong. My point is dictionaries are descriptive, right? You need to understand the function of a dictionary to actually understand why the definitions are the way they are and why they're worded the way they are. Descriptive does not mean that the definition isn't relevant or that it's not correct, right? Because how we describe something to be an adult human female does not necessarily mean that thing has to be an adult human female. That is my whole point. The
Okay.
definition adult human female can still be accurate in every case as long as you understand it is a descriptive definition, which would make it context dependent based off how we would describe adult human female to be, whether or not someone actually is an adult human female. If they can be
Okay.
described as one, right, or perceived as one, then they would still fit under the qualifications of being a woman.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. So point to me, please, somewhere, not the dictionary, obviously, for obvious reasons, but point to me somewhere that would have your point of view encased in it in a concrete way,
It
please.
doesn't need to be like. Do you know what logic is? Do you know what formal logic is?
Do I know what? Why are you pivoting from what I said?
I'm not pivoting. Do you know what formal logic is?
Go ahead, Mama.
Yeah, formal logic is basically a way of proving points and following logical processes to understand the utility in something or to understand or prove an argument, right? So basically, the counter to my argument wouldn't be name something that has defines this concretely, right? The counter to my argument would be to try to find logical flaws in my own argument or try to poke holes in it and see where I'm inconsistent with what I am saying. That would be the counter to my argument. That's how classical logic works, right? There's not evidence for something like this because that's how language works, right? There's nothing that's going to be this concrete either way. Like I can
Thank
give
you.
you something that's concrete that says dictionaries and language are descriptive. Is that what you want?
No, I mean, no, you answered my question. You can't point to something concrete. That's all I needed to hear. I
You
appreciate
can't point to
that.
something concrete for anything. For anything in language. That's the whole point. Dictionaries aren't concrete because there are multiple dictionaries with multiple different definitions. Even if you read under the Oxford Dictionary definition, they give you multiple definitions in the Oxford Dictionary. These definitions are not concrete. It's disingenuous to point to an argument and be like, well, give me something concrete for that when we're talking about linguistics and social context. That makes absolutely no fucking sense. Now, if you wanted me to provide sources on biology, I can do that, but we're not arguing biology. We're arguing social context, in which case we have to go down logic, right? So you have to break holes in my own logic and say that my logic doesn't follow if you want to have an argument against what I'm saying. Am I like speaking English here?
I appreciate it. You said that you can't point to anything concrete.
No,
Biology.
okay, so you're not tracking what I'm saying.
Oof.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me up, y'all.
So
That's a
you're just not
critical
tracking what I'm
blunder.
saying.
Yeah.
Like genuinely, you're just not tracking what I'm saying. Like, that's insane.
Yikes. I love when people make these critical like unrecoverable blunders that they just like run over their own feet.
Yeah, I just for context, I'm not even debating. Like, I wouldn't even consider that a debate. That was just like pathetic. That was genuinely just like I genuinely like that wasn't hard to track. Did I make that any way hard to track?
Well, you see, you can't point to anything that's concrete because women aren't put in concrete.
I'm going back to work. Also, I have
Okay.
debated Nate before, and he lost. Anyways, I'm going back to work. Bye.
Okay, bye. How are you doing today, Snake?
I'm okay, I guess.
That was silly.
That conversation, she kept trying to cut me off, so I just went, I'm not even bothering with her anymore.
Yeah, Mama can be a bit, she likes to have a stage whenever she's good at, like, actually running through things,
Mama
so,
did.
like,
The person
oh.
cut me off before I got to finish my first premise.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I was just like, I'm not even going to engage anymore. Mama's here. Let Mama take it. I know she'll floor people, so I ain't got to do shit.
Hi.
They finally put me up here.
Hi, can I get your age and pronouns, please?
Dude, I'm 19.
Pronouns, please?
Bro, do I sound like a girl?
No, I'm asking for your preference. This is like actually just me being respectful.
Nah, you sound like a girl totally to me, so I'm gonna call you she, her. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, sure. You can go for it, bro. I don't
Okay.
care. You're low
You
tier,
said
so it
you're
doesn't
okay
matter to
with
me.
it. It's in TikTok terms service not to misgender. You haven't stated anything, so I'm gonna refer to you as she, her the entire time.
Based.
Cool.
Is that
Anyways,
okay?
bro. Y'all said that Superman wasn't even a boy, but
He's not even a human.
nah. I mean, are dogs human, bro? Because we still know if they're male or female.
Yeah, dogs are not humans. They're yeah.
But
Dogs
you
can be
still can
male
call
or
them male or
female,
female.
that's
It's obvious
cool.
what they are.
Yeah, but that's not man or woman. Man is and woman are colloquially used typically to describe to humans. But I reject that
So
it's
is
only
Superman not obviously a male?
he is obviously a man.
Oh,
I wouldn't
okay.
say male because I don't know if he's ever canonically been shown naked. I doubt he has. But I would just it would probably be safer to assume that he's male more than anything else. But yeah, like that's kind of the problem though, is that if you hold to these strict definitions, Superman no longer becomes a man. He's
Yes, he
Superman
is.
who's not actually a man because he's an alien, so he's not human.
No, he's Superman because that's his name. His sex is male. He's obviously male. Inside of his little alien stuff or whatever you're trying to get at here, there's two sexes in that alien sex. There's never even been any floating heads or nothing. It's only two sexes.
Well, no, I mean, to be fair, you don't necessarily know that it's distinctly two
You do.
sexes.
Have you watched
And
Superman? You can only go off what they show.
true, but again, even then, even if we don't know that there's only two sexes
Are you tracking what I'm saying? You're going off what they shown. The series is done. There's no floating heads there.
Yeah, so how do we actually know though that like he is actually a man?
Because off of his secondary characteristics.
Oh, okay, so it isn't just him being an adult human male. Because
Yeah,
it
it's
clearly
obvious.
doesn't fit that criteria. So it's almost like gender.
What?
It's almost like gendered words have like more than just one criteria that you can fit. Wow.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah,
Well, I
it is
mean,
how
it
it
is how it works
works.
because it's subjective. Like if you've seen a transgender woman, I'm sure you would call them a girl, but I see through that, bro.
I
Like
wouldn't
you're
call
a
them
guy
a
to me.
girl. I would call them a woman.
Yeah, I would call them a guy.
Yeah, that's just disrespectful and
That's not disrespectful. I'm going off what I perceive them as. That's what everybody does. Every time you look at somebody, you're like, oh, well, you don't think it, but you can tell who's a girl and who's a boy. It's obvious.
yeah, but that means, say, if there was a masculine lesbian, then you would just
If there was a masculine
automatically
lesbian, you
assume
can
that's a
still
man.
tell that they're a girl. You would call them a girl.
sure.
I haven't ran into one transgender person that I've seen and said, "Oh, that looks like a girl." I've never seen that before yet.
You've probably run across plenty of trans men who you had no idea was trans.
Yeah,
Like
that's trans men though.
no, absolutely no. Yeah. So the reason why because
You just
that
shifted
this
the goalpost. Nice.
is because you know what testosterone does to the body, right?
Yeah.
It has a lot of very strong effect compared to things like estrogen. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that especially when somebody's like gone through some sort of male puberty for a bit, yeah, it's going to hit them like a truck compared to what like estrogen does. It's yeah.
Your point?
The point is that yeah, this is easily explained by the fact that testosterone has a heavy effect on humans, and it makes it much easier to identify somebody who's had a testosterone versus who hasn't.
Yeah, that low key just proves my point
Yeah, that
that
doesn't mean so.
that they're a guy.
Yeah,
If
so
I'm going off secondary characteristics, just like how you guys want us to include transgender people, I would still call every transgender that I've seen, in my opinion, a guy because I can tell that they're a guy.
I wouldn't base it off of like any sort of characteristics. I would do it based off of who they are, not like characteristics.
Oh my god. So you have to ask everybody what they are before you start talking to them and using pronouns?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, you can probably make some assumptions. It's pretty safe to
Oh,
make a
so
lot of
you can
assumptions,
assume
but
that someone's a guy.
yeah, but what you want to do is be aware that you might get it wrong sometimes and be open to like saying, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to misgender you or something like that. If you get corrected.
And that's happening in the real world? Is that happening in Palestine? Are we asking for genders in Palestine?
Yeah, so Palestine's like completely different context.
Oh, okay. So we're not doing
Well,
that because
what do
the
you
world's
expect
in
under
some kind of
like?
rumor.
Does Hamas enforce like strict Sharia law? I think they
Huh?
do. Does Hamas enforce like strict Sharia law?
Pretty sure.
Enforce Sharia law. Because yeah, that would just be. Oh yeah, they enforce aspects of Sharia law. So yeah, that's going to be the reason why that we don't have that over there. It's because Sharia law is like very very against any sort of like gender non-conforming ideas.
Oh, so I agree with Sharia law then.
Oh well, I would just take that as a reductio. That's
As a
crazy.
what?
Reductio to absurdity. That's absurd. You do know what Sharia law entails, right?
No, I just know what you said that it entailed, so I agree with it now. Unless you show me something that it doesn't entail, that I didn't know about.
Oh, Sharia law. Oh,
This is gonna be one fun conversation. Also, what I'd like to point out is she says that she's never met anyone who like passes in that, but that's highly anecdotal. Again, there are many
Yeah, of
types of
course, if we're
people out
talking
there
about
who
experiences, it's going to be anecdotal. That's how that works. Nice word, I guess, if you want to sound smart. I don't know what we're doing here. You're a low tier.
you didn't need to cut me up. Low tier, that's crazy.
Well, you're
Anyways,
still calling me a
you
girl.
didn't
It's
need to
like,
cut me
you
up.
know what I
I'm
am, so
saying that that's highly anecdotal, but there are also plenty of people out there, plenty of celebrities out there that do pass that a lot of people, if not the majority of people, would agree pass. And most people, if they didn't have prior knowledge to it, wouldn't know that they were trans.
yeah, I won that in my head already. I'm not even going to answer you.
yeah. Do you think that women should be arrested for simply leaving their house without a male?
No.
Yeah, so that's an aspect of Sharia law. Do you think that
Yeah, well, I like
you
the
should
other
be
aspect that you
flawed,
said
or you
first.
should be publicly flogged, or have like your limbs amputated for stealing?
Yeah,
Do you think
Oh,
people should be stoned for their sexuality?
yeah. Whoa. No. I support all my LGBs, bro. I support
oh
all
yeah.
my
So you
LGBs.
really don't want to support Sharia law
Sharia
then?
law because
Yeah.
they want to
Uh,
stone people who have different
yeah, I
sexualities for
don't,
being true.
it's, we're like going off topic, bro.
I
What does
mean,
this have to do with Superman?
you did say that you supported Sharia law, so I just wanted to make sure that you did support it or you didn't. So that you're clear with us that you don't support Sharia law now.
I support some of it.
Okay, well that's better than not supporting all of it because that's what it was before. Yeah, so maybe you should look into the things that you say you support because like maybe they're not
Well,
so great.
I mean,
Yeah.
dude, at the end of the day, me supporting it doesn't change the fact that it's there. Like, what if I don't support it? Is it going to stop? No.
No, but like you agree that there's aspects of Sharia law that like you disagree with, and we would probably want to get rid of. Likewise, I have aspects of Sharia law that I think are ridiculous, and I would want to get rid of, and like explains why we don't have like women in public over there or talking about like misgendering individuals in Palestine.
All right. Well, let's get back on like the actual topic under you,
Yeah.
because
I like
the
how
thing that would make me agree, or like, what would it take for me to agree? Once you can put like ovaries into a man and they work, and a man can get pregnant, then maybe men can be women.
wait. So your context is that they have to have ovaries and be pregnant?
Oh my God, bro! Here we go with this slippery slope downhill about how
No,
some
I'm
women can't
asking you
get
a question.
pregnant.
That's not
How
a
there's
slippery slope
intersexual
downhill thing.
people.
That's a genuine
Intersexual people aren't
question.
trans, bro. I'm not gonna debate this. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, but my question is, like, what does it take to support? You said because of that. But does that mean for you to support someone as a woman that they have to have ovaries and be able to give birth?
Yeah. So again, I just said I'm not going down the slippery slope because I just won 5 debates
I'm
earlier
asking
about
you a
intersexual
yes or no
people.
question. You can answer yes or no.
You
If
said
you
what?
don't agree with it, then I've got
False
another question
false
to ask
dish
if
to
you
me,
agree with
whatever
it.
it's called, bro. I forgot how to say it.
Every time I ask
You're
you a question,
presenting
you
two
seem to
options when more
Dichotomy?
exist, bro.
False dichotomy?
Yeah, false dichotomy. My bad.
Now, how is that a false dichotomy? I'm asking you a genuine question on
I
the
don't
basis of
answer
what
yes
your
or no
argument
questions in
is.
a debate, bro. I answer how I feel, and I just told you how I felt about it. So why are you still asking me?
Because to get anywhere, I'm going to ask you a question relevant to what you just
But
stated.
oh
I'm
my
not
gosh,
twisting your words in any way, shape, or
Well,
form.
you are
You
trying to.
directly
Because as soon
said
as I say, as soon
they
as I say
have
you
to
have
put
to have ovaries to
ovaries
be
in
a
them
woman,
and
which
be
I
able
don't
to give
believe, by the
birth.
way, or working ovaries to be a woman, you're gonna be like, well, what about intersexual people who have X X X X D A
I'm
B
not
C
even
D
going to
E?
say that. That's
yeah,
not even
that's
what I'm going to
not
bring
a
up. Is it?
karyotype.
That is,
No, there's no A
I'm not.
chromosome.
dude. Okay, so our jokes not allowed on panel. My bad, bro. Yo, solid, go.
Yeah, and you also
You
do
sound
answer
like
yes or no
crazy. I know I'm a
questions.
joke.
Yeah, so I you do answer yes or no questions because I asked you questions about Sharia law and you had no problem answering them. So
Yo, solid, go, bro.
My question is, why do you keep dodging my questions?
What's your question, bro? Oh my gosh.
I literally asked it a minute ago.
And then
Because I
he
said,
talks more than
you
answer
said
than
that
asking
they
you.
would have to put ovaries and stuff into. I'm not even going to bring up insects
All right, go,
on
go.
that. Yeah, it's the yes or no. Would you support women being women if they don't have ovaries or can't give birth?
I would support them because there's other things that make you a woman than just having ovaries.
Then what are those things?
What are those things? Well, not hormones, bro. Definitely not hormones or any cosmetic surgery.
Yes, but what's the other things that make them a woman? I'm not asking what it isn't. I'm asking what it is.
So you want me to walk you down biology?
Yeah, go for it. Walk me down it, mate. You said there's other things that makes them a woman. Tell me what makes them a woman, aside from ovaries,
Gametes, reproductive system, the initial development, like roughly through the 6-7 weeks, bro. Like, I don't even have to really go into that because, first of all, chromosomes, which I understand the intersex thing that you're going to try to bring up, even though you said you weren't, XX chromosomes. But then you need eggs, bro. The reproductive system, first of all, is completely different from a male's, bro. So you can easily tell who's male and who's female just by off the reproductive system.
Yeah, but see, if they have hormonal issues, because you said it wasn't
So
hormonal.
if they have hormonal issues and they don't have ovaries,
Not necessarily, because if they have hormonal issues, it might not be classified as eggs, which means they don't have eggs. Because beforehand, it's classed as oocytes when it's not fully mature and fully developed. It's not always classed as eggs. It can sometimes even be just classed as ovum. So again, if they have hormonal issues, it can cause that, which means they wouldn't technically have eggs.
if they have hormonal issues, will they not have ovaries or uterus? Is that what you're saying? Because again, like
That's
I'm
not
not
at all
saying
what I
one
said.
simple thing. Oh, you're not a woman. There's 100 different things, bro.
Yeah, this is why I'm asking, what are those things?
I
So
just
can get a
explained to you.
basis
Yo,
and go
are
through
you
every
tracking?
single one by one.
yeah, why don't we just like get the necessary conditions to be a woman? What are those necessary
All right,
things?
XX chromosome,
Oh,
having eggs, ovaries, uterus, fallopian tubes, everything.
so if you have
Your
XY
hormones too.
chromosomes, you're not a woman because you said that's a
I mean,
necessary.
XX chromosomes. Huh?
Yeah. So what happens with people with like XY chromosomes? Are
Yeah,
they just
see,
not
okay,
women?
here we go bringing up intersexual people. They're not trans. Why are you bringing up them? They're not trans people.
Yeah, but you're saying they're not women.
I'm not saying they're not women. I'm saying because if you're intersex and your chromosomes happen to be XY, you would still have what? Eggs, ovaries, uterus,
You wouldn't
fallopian
have
tubes.
eggs or
That's just your
ovaries, they'd
chromosomes.
actually have testes, so that would be incorrect.
They would have testes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Swyer syndrome is
Yeah, that's
females
why
with
you have to
XY.
mention what syndrome you're talking about so I can debate it. You
listen,
just did a whole
listen.
broad intersexual people. That's not even
No,
fair.
no, yeah, but thing
That's
is, you
not
said
fair.
if they have you said if
And
they have
that's false
XY
equivalence.
I
And that's
asked you what the
fraud.
necessary conditions are.
Yeah.
Right, okay, stop. Stop over talking me a second. You said, yeah, but if they have XY, if you're talking about Swyer syndrome, which is the female with XY, they would have internal testes, not ovaries. Therefore, they couldn't have ovaries nor eggs. So again,
So do they have a uterus?
sometimes not. It depends.
Oh, they do have a uterus. Oh.
Not
Oh.
always. There can be people with Swyer syndrome in conjunction with MRKH syndrome, of which they wouldn't have a uterus. So again,
Can you name me one man with fallopian tubes?
well,
This just
I
seems
can
like a
name
pivot.
trans man, yeah.
How is that a
You can name
pivot?
trans
It's
men
one of the
with
things
it.
that I mentioned.
You can name trans men with them, yeah. But I'm not going to be
Yeah,
naming
see, and
every
they're
single
not men,
trans
are
man I
they?
know.
So
Well, I mean, if you're gonna try to say that trans men aren't men, we're gonna have to have like that's a claim. What's the reasoning behind that? And like, why is
It's
your
not a claim.
definition?
It's a biological fact. I'm not here to debate biological
Well, if
facts.
it's
Yeah.
a
It's true.
fact, you'll have evidence for it. So bring
If
up
it's a
history
fact, you
using
need evidence
nothing
for it.
Men and
Okay,
women are not
tell me what's.
biological terms. They're sociological terms.
I said male and female, bro.
You said
And you
men.
keep on bringing socially. Okay, wait. Here's my point. You keep bringing up social. Does everybody have to agree with it for it to be a social like construct?
Well, so it is socially constructed. That is just a fact. It isn't like
That's
it's
false.
not a biological term. It doesn't stem from the like field of biology. That is what male and female come from. We created the
Yeah, no.
terms male and females to explicitly talk about the biology aspect of it.
So you don't understand that male, female, man, and woman were the same definition until the definition got changed to talk about social stuff?
No, they always have been
that's still
different.
incorrect because that's still
They've always
incorrect
been
'cause
different.
woman.
When?
Wait, that's still incorrect because woman originally, when the term was made, originally referred to quote unquote female slaves, and so no, that wouldn't be the same as the definition before it was quote unquote changed, as you said.
Are you
So
crazy?
again,
Slaves when? Are you actually crazy?
female slave was the old definition of woman when it was originally created.
When was it originally created?
That would be getting into the etymology of it, which I can do. but
Bro,
again, I
because
would
you
have to
literally are
search
bringing
that
up
and bring up
a
sources.
history
for it.
lesson about English, bro.
You're saying you don't want a history lesson, but you just said when it was originally used, it had the same meaning, which it didn't. This is my point. You're
Yeah, I think
consistently
there's some
saying
appeal
that's
to emotion
factually
here.
incorrect and then dodging anything I say.
No, I think there's actually appeal to emotion here. That's what I'm getting from this.
Where's the
to
appeal?
emotions.
Yeah,
At what point?
because you guys don't want to hurt transgender people's feelings, so you're denying all biological facts so that you can include them.
No, I'm just not accepting the fact that woman is a strict definition that isn't nuanced in any way.
It isn't a strict definition.
Oh, okay,
It's
so then you
it's,
agree with
it's
those
not
things.
as strict as everybody else come up here saying. It's not that strict, but it's strict enough to not allow transgenders within it.
Yeah, so what's the logic behind that?
What's the logic behind what I just said right now?
Yeah, you're trying to prescribe a definition that just like even if we could just say that like a woman is not a male, like why are you gonna like prescribe this? How are you gonna back that up? Like you would have to have like some moral ought claim to back that up at that point.
A woman is not a male because the chromosomes are different generally. The fundamental biological definition of a female is a production of large non-motile gametes. Those are eggs, by the way, if you don't know what gametes are.
Yeah, so that isn't like a
Ovaries,
moral
uterus,
argument.
fallopian
It's like-
tubes, and then hormonal profile, bro. These all make up a female. You don't have to have all of them to be a female because, of course, intersexual people are going to fall under a branch of female. They're going to fall under a branch. It's not a new gender or whatever you're trying to make it. It's a branch.
I'm not trying to make it a new gender.
So you're admitting it's
You
a
s-
branch of female.
You know what? You know what is funny is
So you
that
conceded.
this guy doesn't know still, and then he keeps trying to school me on it, which I
Bro.
think is kind of funny.
It
This
is
is an
pretty
appeal
funny.
to ridicule. Appeal to ridicule.
I mean, we are just
That's not
ridiculing
appeal
you.
to ridicule. I'm
Yeah,
just
Yeah.
pointing
you've
out
never
something
debated
that you
before because
don't
you're
know
low
is
tier.
ironic.
Is this your first debate? Like, let's be for real.
No, I'm just pointing out that something.
So,
that you
so
don't
why
know
can't you
makes
debate me
something
on what I'm
really
saying? Because it's
ironic.
facts.
Yeah, so biology and sociology are different. Agreed.
Bro, if you want to talk about social stuff, everybody has to be on board with it, bro. Like you keep saying it's a social construct. Not everyone believes it's a social construct.
Yeah,
You realize that, right?
so
It isn't, bro. Social constructs are subjective, bro. Like if I see somebody's style and it's apparently in style, bro, somebody would say that's not in style. That's old as fuck.
yeah, but you
It
can't
puts
say
something
that
new.
like this is like a wrong definition all of a sudden because it's just social in nature.
It is the wrong definition.
Yeah, so what's like the reason why it's wrong? Like you're trying to prescribe a definition yet again without like justifying that prescription.
What am I defining?
Yeah, you're trying to prescribe what a woman is.
Yeah, I told you what it is.
Yeah,
But
you're trying to
biologically, I
prescribe
told
it,
you
but
what it
you don't
is.
have like justification for that prescription. That's the problem.
I told you what makes up a woman like 4 times. Can you tell me what a woman is?
Yeah, I would generally just like I would say that it's nuanced and broad, but you could like a generally like what I would go by is like a cisgender woman who's or an adult human cisgender female, or a cisgender or a transgender adult human male.
Yeah, see how you just added that? That doesn't make sense. You at
Yeah,
first you were right, and then you put in transgenders, and then now half of the people who are on board with that definition left that like they're not on board with it anymore.
yeah, I don't care about them not being on board.
Yeah,
I
so it
do
isn't
not
a
care
social
what people
construct
think
because
if they're
people
not
don't
using
agree with it.
logic. Yeah,
Dude,
I don't care
socially
what
people
people
don't agree
think.
with it though. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, if I think that people are dumb because they're not using logic, do you think I should listen to
How is
them?
it how is it logic? A
Yeah,
logical thing would be, oh, you're born a man, you can't be a girl. That's logic.
yeah. What's like the contradiction that would prevent that?
What?
Yeah, what would be like the contradiction or reason why a male can't be a woman?
Because they were born a man and you can't change your DNA?
Yeah, so you're yet again
Well, no one's
prescribing
born
what
a
a
man
woman
because
is.
yeah, I
Huh?
was going to say also no one's born a man because to be born a man would to be born an adult, and if you've
Oh
aren't
my
fully developed
god.
and
It's
grown,
like he knows what I mean, and then he just bro, this might be ignorance, bro.
this isn't ignorance. I'm genuinely trying to get a definition from you that is logically complete and sound. And if you continue to add
Wait,
things like,
so
oh,
you
it's
said
just
that
someone
his
who's born a
definition is
man.
logically complete?
Yeah, but you said it's just someone who's born a man. No one's born a man, so how can that be possible? By that definition, no one is a man because no one's born a man.
So
My
the reason
point
What is
why
being
that
born
like
to you?
you need something
Are
that's
you
logically
pro
consistent.
life? What's being born to you?
Bro, are you saying
Wait, are you
you
pro
would
life or not, bro?
wait?
I'm trying to understand, like, so I can debate you. What's being
I'm
born to you? Because it sounds like as soon as somebody's born, is instantly when the sperm goes to into a woman. Because nobody's born a man.
nobody's born a man anyways. Because
So what's being born?
the point of which someone exits the uterus, then essentially,
generally
or
speaking.
exits the.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
when we're still talking,
So what's be
I do think that we should. I want to loop back on the fact that like you're trying to prescribe a definition, and like in order to prescribe how a dictate should be used, you need to like back that up with a should. It's a moral claim. It's not merely a factual claim. You cannot say it is this way, so we ought to do something about it. That's just like an is-ought fallacy right there. That's the problem. And I don't think you have the boots to hike up that hill of like making a moral claim of why a woman ought to be an adult human female.
yeah, I mean, I
that's
think the
it's
fact
basic
that
biology. What do you want me to say? Like
Yeah,
the only reason it's
that's an
hard
is-ought
to
well, if it's
fallacy.
debate
based in
against this,
biology,
see,
you
look,
have
the only
proof
reason
of
it's
it
hard to
now.
debate against this for people is because you guys always try to mix up what a social construct is and what's biology is. Everyone debating that a trans woman isn't a woman is because they go based off biology because they don't agree with your little social construct that a million. No, it's like what? It's like
Yeah,
what?
but
15 million of you guys who care about that?
wait,
Like the
no,
world doesn't
right.
care or agree with that. So I'm trying to understand
Even
how it's an objective social construct. It's not, by the way.
you see,
Like
your flaw there is that even then, even if we were to go by adult human male, adult is the social part because what determines someone to be the age of an adult?
I never said adult human male. Adult has never left my mouth. Can you tell me if you're pro life or not so we can go back to that conversation though?
Yeah, I'm not going to pivot the
Oh
whole
no, I was
conversation
going
to
by the.
abortion.
Well, what is your definition of a woman then?
I said it a million times. Is this rage bait? Like, bro,
No,
you
go
see
on,
this
say it
nigga
again
smile
then.
on his mouth, bro. He's
Say it
laughing.
again
Like,
then, so I can hear
this
it.
is rage bait.
No,
No, I'm
genuinely, say
laughing
it again
because
so I can hear it.
you're getting slammed. Honestly.
How am I getting slammed, bro? Can you
Yeah,
define slam?
yeah. I can
No,
I can give you a
Dave.
descriptive definition. To
Yeah,
like
I'm sure you
whack
can't.
against another object. I can give you a dictionary definition if you'd like that instead.
I was going to say, can he actually engage with my question of what is a woman then? I want him to define it specifically.
I said what it was, bro.
Well,
a
I
woman
don't
is
remember
somebody.
being
It's not the
like,
close. If I give you the definition of a woman, it's going to be the same definition of a female. So does that help you?
I don't think
wait,
that's even
so
like a
all
good
females are
definition.
women? Wait, you're saying all females are women?
Yeah.
Would you agree that women have the ability to consent?
Oh my god. Did this nigga just call me a rapist, bro? Like, what the fuck is
What?
happening, nigga?
No. This
I'm-
is let's test your.
I'm
This is
asking, do women have the ability to consent? Yes or no? I'm asking you a genuine question.
Do women have the ability to consent? What are we like? Are you trying? I know what's
It's a
going to
yes or no
happen.
question. If
yeah.
It's not a yes
You
or no
are
question.
looking down
It's
the
not yes or
barrel
no.
right now, and you see
False
what's at the
dichotomy.
bottom,
False dichotomy. Black and white. Black and white.
and
Black and white.
you realize what's happening. So answer the damn question.
No, it's
answer
black
that
and white.
question, it's a yes or no. Do women have the ability to consent?
Are people not able to be kids too? Like, are you not naturally born a female or woman and then you're a kid at the same time? You're a kid, teenager.
Oh, so you're realizing
Like,
that
there's
Yes,
there's
but-
female
social
and women
classes
are
of
different.
age. There's
People are-
social classes of age, you
Yeah.
pedophile. Like, what are you trying to say?
This motherfucker, you still haven't
Oh,
answered. Do
wow.
you
There's
have the
social
ability
classes of age. It's not a yes or no. There's social classes of
to
age.
consent?
Are there not
Do
social
women-
classes?
Wow!
Hey, Stowe, I think this is kind of funny that I've pinned him here and he's refusing to answer because he knows if he says no, he's admitting some really bad
Bro,
shit. And if he says
because
yes,
you
he's
guys are
also admitting
literally
some really bad
like,
shit.
what is the difference between this and then Epstein, bro? Like, you guys are pedophiles.
No.
No, if anybody's a
yes or
pedophile,
no?
it's you.
trying to
You're the
say
one
that
saying-
anybody from the
Yeah.
age can
Yes
give
or no?
consent
No.
if they're 1 year old. That is weird.
Please,
You are a weirdo.
please.
Like, why are you trying to ignore all the age social classes?
Stop filbroing. Stop going pivoting and everything. Stop ignoring my question.
I'm not
Yes or
ignoring your
no?
question. It's what you're trying to say because you're weird. Like, do you support Epstein, bro? Because that's you
Yeah,
can go
so
through
No,
are-
documents
I'm
alone.
asking you. Now, in my eyes, women can consent. Do you think that women can consent? Yes or no?
I think once you're old enough, you can give consent. Once you're socially old enough, which is the social construct that we all believe in, once you're 18, you can give consent.
That's not what I asked. I said,
Can you name
women
one person
consent?
who doesn't think that 18 should give consent, and do they think that this should go lower?
I think that
No,
people
I
with
asked,
like
can women give consent? I didn't ask what age. I asked, can women?
yeah, the problem here is that you conflated females with women and like forgot that there's these category of girls that is also a
No,
gender
I'm
term.
the only one saying that there's categories, and he's
Okay,
trying
so
to
you
deny
should
the
have
fact
brought
there's
up that like
categories.
girls can't consent because they're goddamn children.
I did. I just
Um,
did. Are you tracking?
Yeah, but you
Are
didn't say
tracking?
girls. You didn't say girls. That's what you really should have said. And that's the
Dude,
reason why
you're not
people
tracking.
aren't born women. They're born girls, if anything.
That's
said they're born
exactly
girls?
why I was saying that.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't.
Because
That
you
wasn't
were
even
born as a-
pointed
as a
off. It
girl
wasn't
or
how you
boy.
said it.
Weren't adults.
Not
You said that
man or
women
woman.
weren't adults. That's why I was asking. Because you either need to distinguish that there is adults and non-adults.
I said over
Oh.
like 7 times, I think, that there's age social classes. So what aren't you understanding?
Yeah, you said that people were born a woman or man. That's clearly not the case.
Yeah, and that's
Are
why
you
I
not
asked, can
born
women
male or
consent?
female?
Yeah, but that isn't. Oh, Jesus.
As
We're
somebody,
conflating the
you
terms.
got to understand here. I don't agree with your social construct of woman and female being not the same thing. They are interconnected. You understand that? So when I say you're born a woman, I'm saying you're born female. Is that hard to understand?
Yeah, but see, that would then be conflating, because why would
No,
you
it
need
wouldn't.
separate-
Define
Wait,
conflating.
wait,
You're just talking.
wait.
Define conflating.
Can you not cut me off? That would be conflating it, because why would we have separate words for woman and female if they both have the exact same definition? It would render one of them useless, no?
Are you serious? Is that what you came up with? Are you serious?
I mean, it is a valid
That's not what
question.
I came up with, I'm being...
Let me tell you this. So are big and huge just they don't mean the same thing, huh? Being big and being huge, that's not the same thing, huh? They're not interconnected words, huh? Or being smart and intelligent, they're not interconnected, huh? Just like
they
female
have
and
some
women.
correlation, but they're not identical.
Are being scared and afraid not the same thing?
They're interconnected. I wouldn't say that they're synonymous and I have the exact same definition.
They are synonyms because if you're rich and wealthy, that's what you're the same thing. If you're alike and the same, Well, that's not the same thing. But if you're small and tiny, bro, that's like the same thing. It's interconnected words.
Well, so if I say one thing is small and the other thing is tiny, I think that you'd actually naturally infer that the tiny thing's even smaller. So like they're clearly
Yeah,
clearly
exactly.
I
different.
don't agree.
Whereas,
I don't agree.
whereas, if woman and female are the exact same
If you
meaning,
end
which
and
you
finish,
said
like, come on,
they're
bro.
the exact same meaning, then why do we have a need to use female? Why do we have a need to use woman in
We
separate
have a need to
contexts?
use female. No, we actually call woman because they don't like being called females. So we respect that because they're biologically female.
Sometimes
Like if you were
women
to call Lou in here, yo, I'm speaking. If you were to call Lou in here and you were like, yo, female, she would feel disrespected, bro.
sometimes
Like
woman is used as
you
a
got to come
derogatory
correct and
term
call
as
her a
well.
lady or a woman.
Yeah,
You're not just gonna call her a
if you
female.
just say yo woman, that's kind of objectifying them. No,
No,
would that not also be disrespectful?
no.
Yeah, so if you said like don't be daft woman and like snarled at them, is that not using woman in like an insulting way?
Are you not able to use any word offensively?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that like even the word itself can be used offensively. This is just
Every word
showing
can
that
be
the
used
word
offensively, bro.
has yeah, sorta. But this is like actually like a reasonably colloquially used way of it, or use of the word. Unfortunately, like yeah, like it is understood that like these words have different like meanings that are pretty similar, but they're not identical. Like that they are like actually different words. It's almost a crazy idea at this point. It seems.
This is my point. The fact that this guy's tried to pivot so many times from half of my questions, I think, is kind of funny. And the fact that every time I ask a single question, he starts overreacting, like, are you crazy? Are you this? Are you that? And it's like, it's just a simple question based off of what you said directly. It's related exactly to what you said. If you don't say certain things, I'm not going to ask a random question out of nowhere.
All right, let's like stop ad homing each other and let's like actually get down to business. So what's your point that a
That wasn't
transgender
even
woman
my
is a
point.
woman?
I was just stating something.
Can I get your whole point on how a transgender woman is a woman? And I'm about to write it down.
Yeah, so it is the case that because these words are colloquial and like have like broad meanings, that if people are referring to woman as woman, since definitions are descriptive, this means that they are women. Wow. And then we can come up with definitions that match this. Whoa.
Yeah, I was just back to what Alan said. I was asking, are you pro-life? Because
Yeah, I
already
grant that
said
you would want to
earlier, I'm
pivot.
pro-choice.
I grant that
I
you've
already
said
already
I'm
looked down the
pro-choice,
barrel
but
I
again,
once.
didn't even
what
hear what you I
relevance
didn't even
does
hear what you said, if I'm being honest. I just
Oh,
that
I said
sidetracked me.
I'm pro-choice, but what relevance does that have to this conversation?
Oh, so
Because you asked me that when they were still in utero, and then said, "What's giving birth?" Which giving birth, you're not in utero when
yeah,
you
you were talking about, are you born a woman?
Yet no one is born a woman. That's my point. Because a woman, most of society would see as an adult, and an adult would be someone of age, typically over 18 in most societies, which
So what are
again
you born?
would mean that you
As a female or a
girl.
girl. Yeah.
You're born as a what?
a girl.
Or a
Hello,
what?
girl. What? You can't say born.
So
of
you can
what?
only
A
be born as a
girl.
female.
Well, no, you're born girl or boy, obviously.
Oh,
But
okay, so
we're,
there's two.
we're
Okay.
asking specifically in the context of the feminine gender terms, which is why I specified girl instead of woman.
But you are born male or female, right?
Yeah, but I
Oh,
still
okay.
failed to see how that is relevant.
How is that
I
not
already
relevant
answered
on
the
this
question.
topic, bro? Like what?
I already answered your question. I don't see how that was relevant to try add that onto my own statement. I never denied that you're born male or female. At what point did I ever deny that?
You did though,
When did I
because you said
deny
you're not
that?
born a woman.
I mean, I would say that
Again,
like it would just be more it'd be more correct to say like a girl or a female.
yeah, this is why I'm saying though, because if you were born a woman and you agree that woman can consent, then that's dodgy as fuck. There's a reason we have difference to social categories and stuff, which is why we have the word girl. in place of woman for those who are underage. It's so
Yeah,
that we can
see how you were trying to
specify and
like lock me in that, which is why I didn't answer the question. Do you understand why I
Yeah,
didn't answer the question?
yeah, we understand
yeah,
why
but
you
I,
wanted to
I
weasel away. That's completely
I
justified.
asked
What
that
do you mean weasel
question.
away? You guys
I
are the
asked
ones
that
who want
question
that to be like
specifically
that.
because
Like
if you
what?
said no, that's weird. If you said yes, my point is we have different classifications for woman and girl for
Yeah,
that
because it's
very
subjective, right?
reason. For that very reason, this is my point.
No, but you're acting like it's not subjective. You're talking about it like it's subjective.
Yeah, so like if we're actually using your own subjective terms. So like this is just using your own terminology against you.
Yeah,
No,
this is why I asked for
no,
clarification.
because when you guys are like trans women or women, you're trying to objectively say that. Then you guys come in and go and be like, oh, being a woman is a social construct. How is it objective if it's a social construct?
Actually, the
And
only
how?
objective thing is that like you can't actually exclude trans women from being a woman. I think that's the only thing that like I objectively would say.
But you can though because people actively do it. I actively do it.
Yeah, but you fall into an appeal to definition fallacy when you do it.
Appeal to definition fallacy when you do it.
Yeah, so the
Not, bro. The whole world isn't debating, bro. Nobody gives a shit about that.
yeah, but I do care about it because it is illogical. And if people are not acting logically, I think we have a duty to point out, hey, you're being stupid about this. Stop being silly. Like, do we want a society
But
that doesn't use logic ever? Because that's like what happens when we don't enforce logic standards upon people.
and then you keep saying logic like do you understand that you're on the wrong side of logic?
Yeah, what is
Like you're on
like
the wrong side.
I've repeatedly asked you like what the contradiction is in a male being a woman, and it's never gotten like I haven't gotten a P and not PM affirming or like an ad or a reductio or anything like that. It's just been well, I think it's biology says this, and it's like yeah, this doesn't justify it.
So again, I'm gonna try to refrain. I'm gonna try to like re-say everything. So I'm saying sex is a biological category based on gametes, but gender is this is what you're saying. Gender is a social identity and a role.
Yeah, it isn't necessarily based on just sex.
Okay,
It's a little bit more vague and broad
and
than that.
yeah, so what I'm saying, the sex is biological category based on gametes. That's a fact, no?
Yeah, I would actually generally agree with you there. Because
Okay,
like
and then you're
that's
saying
within like
gender is a
science and
social.
stuff. It generally has like a pretty strict defined term, and there's reasons why we do that
Yeah,
because it
and
makes
then
it
you're saying that gender is a social identity and a role. That's not a fact, right?
some people see it that way. I would say.
Oh, okay. So it's a social construct that not everyone agrees with.
Yeah, social constructs don't need like unanimous approval.
Yes. Why do you think not everybody agrees with it? Because they think it's wrong. Because you're wrong.
Yeah, but
Well,
actually,
in
it's
some
just
countries, something might be socially acceptable. In another country, it might not. Therefore, a social definition or social standards may vary from place to place. That doesn't mean that all of the people agree with it. It's just that a lot of society agrees with it, and
A lot of
therefore it
society doesn't
becomes
agree that gender is a social construct. I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's not true.
yeah,
you
but just
would
because
have to prove
some
that
don't.
now.
Yeah, so just
What do
because
you
some
mean
don't doesn't
some?
mean that like
Majority. Say majority.
If you say majority, you would have to prove that it's a majority then.
do you think that like
Do I have to
societies
show up
are able to
do I
like
have to
determine
show up
what's right and
suicide
wrong?
rates? Because if the suicide rates like do we got to bring up transgender suicide rates because they wouldn't be that high if majority
Wait,
people accepted them.
Ooh, wait.
actually, not necessarily, because again, there was a minority that supported certain dictators and stuff in the past in different places and disliked certain groups. And then people ended up getting executed for it. Just because a minority supports something and causes something to happen doesn't mean that all of a sudden that minority is a majority.
Yeah, actually, I think that the science would vehemently disagree with you that suicide rates go down with people not accepting trans individual. The data is very clearly against you there. That the affirmative being supported in your gender is the number one predictor of mental health outcomes.
Yeah, exactly. And then people don't what they don't like. You just proved my point. I think actually.
No, I'm actually, this is exactly against your point. The more we affirm an individual, the lower their suicide rates are.
Yeah, and okay, and look, why do we? Yeah, wait, yeah, thank you. The more you affirm them, the lower their suicide goes. But since their suicide is so high, it's because people aren't affirming them because people don't agree. Majority doesn't agree with them.
Yeah, so
It's the
don't you think
same
maybe we
reason
should just
for
affirm them when it's not that hard?
No, I think they should keep doing what they're doing unaffirmed.
Oh, so you just want more of them to die. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
Well, you said the quiet part out loud at least. At least you said it on your
I
chest.
said yeah.
we were waiting for you to say shit like that. But also, again, that still doesn't necessarily mean that it's a majority. You kind of have to prove that, even though those rates can be so high. Again, rates of cyberbullying and stuff can be high when perpetuated by a small amount of users, because guess what? People can target people.
Oh my gosh.
So wait.
How does that go against
I
what
would
I said about
actually-
the suicide rate?
Yeah, so this actually is kind of problematic that you would actually affirm something like that, because it becomes like a self-defeating argument at that point. Because then you
How?
can't say that you can't say that it's wrong for other people to do things that make you want to unalive yourself. If you hold that it's not right to prevent others from doing it to trans people.
That's false.
How is it not?
Because I
wrong?
can. Because what? What do you mean? How that's not false? It's opinions based, bro. Like at the end of the day, it's my opinion. I can
I would
have
say
any
it's
opinion I want.
like a dialectical necessity that you need to like care about other people's freedom and well-being, because the consequences
Yeah,
is
I
that
do.
if you
I
don't,
do.
well, then you're saying that you don't care about them unaliving themselves. That is a direct,
Why would I
violation
care about
of-
them? I don't like them. Why would I care about them?
Well, because it's a dialectical necessity that like if you do not agree with like giving everybody the rights to freedom and well-being, it makes you basically can't say that it's wrong for somebody to take away your rights to freedom and well-being. It is a self-defeating
I mean,
argument.
I mean, bro, if you really are trans and you have gender dysphoria, maybe you should go get your brain checked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you've actually looked at the literature, and I don't really think you have the boots for the hike about like talking about transgender
Why
individuals
would
and
people be
what
trans
like.
then?
Yeah, we actually don't
Because
really know
I
why
know very
people are
I know very
trans.
well about gender dysphoria. So why are people without gender dysphoria trans?
Yeah,
Unless they all have gender dysphoria.
Yeah, it is because like there
Okay.
is this incongruence. Gender dysphoria is like a strict clinical term that is like something that's prescribed. The reason why we prescribe this definition is because we're using it within a medical scenario. Being trans in itself is not like a medical diagnosis that is not prescribed because of this.
Yeah, so why
not
would you
just
be
that,
trans if
also.
you don't have gender dysphoria?
Hey, Bees, you do understand that there are also cis people who can have gender dysphoria?
They're
Or
only
also
cis because they haven't
access-
transitioned yet. Because yeah,
No,
what does that have to do with anything?
There are cisgender people who aren't trans, who can have gender dysphoria and can also access and use gender affirming care, and do access and use gender affirming care.
Good for them.
So what you're just saying not for cis or not for trans people but cis people. Go right ahead.
Yeah, cis people. If you're a man and you need more testosterone, go get your testosterone, bro.
That's not the only thing of gender affirming care, though.
Okay, so what else is there? Please tell me.
Well, it can be anything ranging from haircuts and clothing
Oh my
over
god.
to hormones and surgery.
Are you serious?
Women get boob jobs. That's classed as gender affirming care by classification. Cis women can get them. So they could have gender dysphoria, get a boob job to relieve the incongruence and the distress caused by the incongruence.
Feeling
I
like
think
your
that's
boobs are
exactly
small
what
is
that
gender dysphoria, is what you just said?
It can make them feel dysphoric.
Yes.
You're insane.
No, it's not insane.
How?
This is just like a well understood thing.
Could you prove that?
Yeah, what like
Men feel like less of a man when they don't get a haircut?
I
I never
it's
said
not
it makes them
necessarily.
less of one.
Oh, okay, so argument
It's that
gone,
they
bro.
feel like they're less of a man because of it.
It's
They feel like they're
subjective to
I've never felt like I'm less of a man because I didn't have a haircut.
Do you think that men
Yeah,
feel like
because
less of a man
you
because they have like a
aren't-
small penis? Yeah, they probably do.
Yeah, like it's dysphoria is very subjective to a person, and also not just that. What's funny is that it's part of the innate sense of self. Some people might feel dysphoric about one thing, some might feel dysphoric about a different thing. That doesn't
Yeah, I
necessarily
know. I
mean that,
understand that.
oh,
And
you're
they're allowed.
dysphoric,
And
which
they're
means you
allowed.
dislike this about yourself.
Oh,
No,
but trans people
dysphoria
aren't.
is to do with the individual.
No. They're literally allowed to go get that haircut if they want to feel like more of a man, I guess. Because I guess you feel like less of a man when you don't get a haircut, I guess. I can't even name one person who's ever even thought that. But that's anecdotal, so it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they're not going out there to go change their gender and try to go trick people. So it really, like, it's not the same thing. Because we're talking about trans people. We're not talking about what cis people do. That's a whole different conversation.
I wouldn't actually say that trans people necessarily change their gender. It's just that they're socially changing it.
Yeah, see? And they're socially changing it just for people to not even see them as what they're trying to do
They're not
socially.
even changing it, they're
Because
just
it's
socially
subjective.
changing their perceived
yeah.
gender.
I,
Not their
I,
gender, their perceived gender.
Yeah, and I don't agree with it. And most of the people don't agree with it either.
You don't agree with self-expression.
I don't. Yeah, I don't. Then I guess I don't. I don't agree with some self-expressions. You can't just throw a whole thing on me and say I don't agree with all of it.
this just seems like special pleading at this point, honestly.
It's not. It's not though.
Yeah, how is it
The
not?
reason I asked is because it's not changing their gender, it's changing their perceived gender based on societal standards. And if they're changing how they're perceived by society, that would be a part of self-expression. So you either do agree or don't agree with self-expression.
That's not how that works. You can agree with some self-expressions, but you don't have to agree with all of it.
How is this not like special pleading at that point? Like, it just seems that you're saying, oh, because these people are trans, we can reject it. Because this doesn't align with my worldview, I'm going to reject it. It's not like you're rejecting it for
That's
like some sort of like logical or moral reason. Because you have
there is a more reason to it. It's just gonna sound immoral to you because morality is subjective.
Oh, actually, I would hold that it's not.
Morality
I
is
can agree that
subjective.
morality can be subjective to an individual, but also the fact that although an individual may see something as moral or immoral, there could also be objective morals of what is objectively wrong, objectively right, versus what an individual might say, oh, that might be wrong, that might be right.
Yeah, I would hold that there's like over the last 50 years, there's been like a whole plethora of what are they, philosophers who would agree that you can't actually ground like some more objective morals. Like
Well, I
there's
don't
some
think
like
there's objective. Well, this one isn't an objective moral. Like you don't have to say that a man is a woman. You don't have to do that.
Well,
And there won't be a moral.
well, if it is just subjective at that point, we actually have no reason to listen to you. Because
Yeah, exactly. I don't have a reason
that.
to listen to you guys either. And all you guys are just gonna keep killing yourselves. So what does that do it for me? I don't care.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah, I don't care if you guys die. You guys are transgender. Who cares?
Jesus Christ! Yeah, we're done
Only
here.
like 15 million.
Holy shit!
No, see, I was waiting for him to say shit like that. This is why I asked the questions I did, Stokes. I could tell what kind of person he was based on the fact that he kept trying to dodge things, because I knew he'd get frustrated enough that he'd start answering it straight when he realised he's not getting anywhere, and he would start to show his true colours. That's exactly what I was waiting for.
That was so funny when you had him looking down the barrel and he's just like, oh fuck, 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 fuck.
Yeah.
Running away.
Like, thing is, if he just never had claimed that woman and female is synonymous and that woman doesn't have to be an adult, I would have never asked that very question. He just put himself to the barrel and then wondered why I turned the safety off.
And he's like tickling the trigger with his toe. Like, let's do it.
No, like literally, he put his head to the barrel, and I just clicked the trigger, clicked the safety off, and he realised how dangerous it could be at that very moment.
He's like, oh fuck, fuck, fuck.
That's when he realised there wasn't really a backing out of that situation without pivoting, and I wasn't letting him pivot because it was a simple question.
Yeah.
Oh, Pom just got here. Pom missed absolutely everything that just happened. Oh my god.
That is going to be something that it is worth it to listen to later.
I'm just gonna. I want to clip that also. Hi, Pom.
I think you have
I-
access
I
to
could-
the lives if you want to. I think you have access. Let me double check.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't have access to it, can you just clip specifically that entire conversation, especially me putting his feet to the fire there and asking that very question? Because that was an amazing conversation where he realized he couldn't.
No, friend, don't die.
Sorry.
Don't die.
He realised that he couldn't actually get anywhere with me and that he wasn't going to be able to wriggle out of that conversation without admitting some really bad shit. And so he just decided to double down on the double standards.
He wasn't going to be able to weasel his way out of that. Sorry. Hi, Salvage.
Hello.
Hello. Did you
Hey,
guys know
Salvage,
it's...
How much of that conversation did you listen to, Salvage?
The beginning of it, I tuned out because me and my brother went to play Borderlands, and then I logged back in for the rest of it.
Fair. I was going to say, did you hear about the part where I asked him, can women consent? When he said women and female are synonymous and that women don't have to be adults?
Hello?
Damn, I guess I'm not going to get a response.
Yeah, so today's Stoat Saturday, and you guys get to learn a Stoat fact today. Back in 2001, a study looked at over 100 stoats' genomes, and they figured out actually there's 3 species of stoats. It isn't just one. And there's 34 different subspecies of stoats. And they looked at, I think it was like 27 of the 34 or something like that. They split them into like the Eurasian and Alaskan, like standard stoats, so Mustela ermina. And then there's Mustela richardsoni, which is part of most of North America has those, and then there's Mustela hardium, which is several islands off of the Pacific Northwest coast, and those are they are thought to be a mix between the other 2 stoat species. I don't know why this says that there's only 21. Oh, there's 21 within that species. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yes, indeed, they are top tier weasels. But yeah, that's a stoat fact for today.
Epic.
Hi, Alan. Can you get age and pronouns, please?
I'm a man,
Yeah, can I get your age?
28.
What's your thoughts on the prompt?
Well, when you die and your DNA, what are you identified as? Male or female?
Yeah, we don't really actually use DNA often in terms of like...
Oh, why not? Let's say you get into a car accident and something happens. How will they identify you?
Yeah, like
Or
generally
let's say,
they
let's
look
say
at
you
like the
burn
car
in a house fire.
registration. Yeah, they
How
look at the
about
house
if
of
you
the
burn?
or the car. Like
Okay.
they'll look at these kinds of things. They'll typically
No,
have
no.
families
If
identify
you live,
you. If
if
you
you live
did
in
the
a house
resort
or
to
an apartment,
yeah, so
whatever you live in, if you die in a house fire, how are they going to identify you?
yeah, if there's like no ways of doing it like forensically, they'll typically rely on like fingerprints first, and then if that's
How are you
not
going to get
possible,
fingerprints when you're burnt?
yeah, at the very least they might rely on eventually DNA, but they'll use like comparative genomics.
Okay, so if your DNA, what are they going to identify you? Male or female?
Yeah, if there's anything left of you, that's going to be what they identify you with is your DNA.
Okay, so then you can't. They
Your
can't
genome.
identify you as trans.
I mean, if there's public databases and
Well,
paperwork of it,
if there is, what if there isn't?
Yeah, I mean, it is
you're
just looking
asking
at.
a very specific hypothetical of one singular case that might
It's not all
occur.
cases.
No, you're pushing a hypothetical really far
Turn
to
your
very
camera on.
specific
Turn your
conditions.
camera on. I want to talk to you.
Hi, my camera's already on. Do you see? Hello?
No, you got solid. Turn your camera on.
Plot
You don't have
twist.
to do that,
Or-
Jimmy. I'm not
or is
taking
he just
commands
cruel?
from you.
Are you a troll?
No, I don't understand why they must turn out their.
No, the guy in the bottom, the bottom. Come on, solid. Turn your camera on.
I already said no. I don't want to. I'm
Oh,
currently
see,
playing
you're
the game.
fucking. If you're happy to be trans or male or female, be proud of what you are. Turn your camera on. Or are you just hiding or scared?
Oh wait, why
turn
don't
your
we?
face.
Why don't we do this? Oh wait,
Yeah, you turn your camera on. I'll turn mine on.
you can't
Hey,
turn
you
yours
want to
on.
know? He can't turn his camera on, so that's bullshit. Also,
Oh,
What's even
see,
funny-
you're a runner. You're a bigot. You're a fucking bigot that likes to run.
How are we the
you know what's
runners and the
funny is-
bigots?
hey, you
Because
want to
he
know?
doesn't want to turn his camera. Turn your camera on.
You won't turn your camera on because you can't turn
Oh,
it
you
on.
can't turn your camera on. You can't turn your camera on. You can't turn your camera on. Is that all you can say? Turn your
All
camera
I'm
on.
gonna say
Oh,
is,
hey,
you
turn your camera
want to know
on.
what's funny is this guy said if you're
Can you
trying
turn
to
your
be
camera
proud.
on? Can you turn your camera on?
He said if you're trans, be proud of who you are. I'm not even trans. This is the funny thing.
It's just a funny
He's
thing,
coming
you know,
at-
it's
he's
just a
coming
funny
after
thing,
an
but
invisible
if you
enemy.
die and you can't leave your DNA,
Yeah, I can do this too. This is not. Do you think that this
They
is making you look good,
identify you as male or female, not trans. Come
Sir,
on, boys.
sir?
Come on,
I'm scared
boys,
that.
wake up. Wake up, boys.
Sir, I'm scared that this is
Wake
not
up!
making you look good.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared to identify myself.
Are you,
You know,
are you,
turn
are
your
you
camera on,
okay?
boys.
Are you mentally
Turn
okay?
your
Are you having
camera
a
on, boy.
stroke? Do we need to call an
Are you
ambulance for
mentally
you?
unformed? Are you like, come on, boys?
Hey,
turn
hey,
your
Alan,
camera on.
I'm gonna ask you a serious
Come on,
question.
turn-
Does this
come
make
on,
you look like
come
your
on.
good faith interlocutor, or does this make you look like a
And
bad
what
faith?
is- What? Explain.
Yeah, do you
Explain,
think
boys.
that this makes you look good or bad?
Come on. Does
Look at my
it make you
camera.
guys look good?
Look
I
at my
think you look
camera,
like
okay?
absolutely
No,
wretched right
you guys
now.
are really, you know what? At the end of the day, your DNA can identify you as male or female. That's it. Not
Yeah, I
trans,
actually don't disagree about this.
not
Yeah, I don't
cat,
disagree
not
here.
dog, not cat
He's-
or dog, but identify you as
This guy's attacking an invisible person at an invisible point.
Here,
Which I think
here,
is
I'll let
really
you
funny.
argue with the person that you're supposed to be
this guy
debating.
is
I'll
a
just.
talking. Hey, this guy's
There you
a
go.
talking to me. This guy's attacking me. Come on, stop it.
I'm not saying you're
I'm not
attacking me. When
stopping.
did I
Come
say
on,
that?
solid.
I'm saying you're attacking an
Solid,
invisible
come on,
enemy at an
solid.
invisible point.
Don't try to cut me off, so solid. Come on.
It's kind of hard not to
Solid,
cut you off
don't
when you cut me off
Solid.
mid-sentence
You
and then
just keep
expect me
talk-
not to
you
talk
just
over
keep
you,
talking.
you know.
You're just a male or female. That's it, boy.
Hey,
young
hey,
lad.
hey, Alan,
Hey,
Alan,
young lad.
Alan,
Hey, for
I have a
horses there,
genuine
buddy.
question.
Hey, for horses.
I have a genuine
Hey,
question.
for horses there, young lad. Come on.
Do you think I'm male or
Young
female?
lad. Yeah,
Do you think I'm male or female?
come on, horse. Yeah, you're a young lad. Trying to grow some tits and...
Oh my
I'm
god.
a young
This is
lad.
too...
Just a
I'm
Hey,
young
you should
lad.
call up Disney. You
Still
should.
living
You should call up Disney. I
still
think they'd
living
love
at
to make like
home.
an
Just
evil
come
villain
on,
out of you,
come
because
on,
like.
you're still living at home and living in a basement. Come on there, young lad. Get out in the real world.
Yeah, this is just like an ad hom at
Get
this
out in
point.
the real world there, boy. Come on.
I'm
boy,
unfortunately
come on.
thinking that like the
Does it-
audience
does
thinks
it-
you looking
does
really
it-
bad,
does it
so I
mean-
think I'm gonna move
Does
on.
it mean that you have no hair? You feel
Fucking hell. I don't know what caused him to just go off the fucking wall. Just
It's because he asked me to turn on my camera and then he realised he had no authority over me when I went, I don't want to, I don't have to for you.
Thanks for the follow,
Which I think is-
Aiden.
really funny. But then I even did turn on my camera. I was even nice and turned it on just to show
I've
I'm playing the game. While
I
I've been
don't know
doing this thing, I've been playing a game the entire time that I've been debating these motherfuckers. Which I think is funnier because I'm preoccupied with entire cutscenes and I'm still taking in what they're saying and reacting. And that guy still realised that he'd put himself to the gun. Like, I think that was funnier. That
Do you think
managed
he
to look
realised
down
he's
the
kicked?
barrel. I think,
Probably
well, yeah, 'cause
not.
he didn't notice he was muted for a while.
I can't wait for him to realize that even DNA isn't going to be 100% accurate because of things like De La Chapelle syndrome existing.
Oh yeah, that's actually a very good point as well. I didn't even think of bringing that up. But the thing is, I was saying, you're stretching a hypothetical to a very, very small percent of cases and then assuming that that would apply to every single case. And when I pointed that out, his flaw, he started going, turn on your camera. Like, is he okay? Like, genuinely, does he actually need medical aid or help in any
This
way,
is-
shape, or form?
That is what you can look forward to if you decide to become a gender critical. Is that you get to crash
yeah.
out about like cameras and about like actually straw man an argument.
You know what? Nah, I want to become a gender critical now. I want to sound like I'm having a stroke like Alan.
Genuinely, actually, that is a risk if he's getting his heart rate up too high.
Yeah, he sounded like he was starting to have a stroke. I was wondering if he was genuinely doing okay, both physically and mentally, because I don't want to wish ill harm upon most people.
Yeah,
Was he genuinely okay?
I hope so.
All I know is for,
Maybe he woke up on the wrong side of bed. Go ahead,
all I know
Salvage.
it was for like half of what he was saying, his words were like blurring together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is he okay?
Oh boy, that was Well then, yeah, we don't have any ops and they're requesting. So if you do disagree, feel free to come up. We won't do that to you.
Please, yeah, please don't do what Alan did. If you're gonna do that, please seek medical attention first in case something is genuinely causing you physical harm. I would rather you receive medical attention than get hurt while being on a live doing that and looking like a fool.
It was almost like a caricature of like GCs there. Like, I
I
don't
know,
think
like,
I've had anybody crash out that hard before.
I have. I've seen a few people do that, and I just let them ramble for a couple minutes before I just kick them because it's like you're really showing off your true colours if that's the extent of your argument. Because the thing is, that other guy was crashing out, and then Alan was trying to defend that other guy in the comments, which I was barely paying attention to. And then he thought he could go with me face to face, and when he realised that I'm here to actually argue with him, not to turn on my camera and show how ugly I look in front of everyone,
You're not ugly.
and that I have the ability to refuse his requests, he starts crashing out. It just reminds me of that. If any of you have seen like Labyrinth, you have no power over me. Starts crashing out.
Everybody, you're not ugly.
Nah, I am, but I accept it because it's fine.
How long have you been in here, Transalpine? Have you just shown up or have you been lurking for a while? We no longer have any
not sure.
Danny. We no longer have any Danny cam because Danny went home. It's okay. He was very happy to go home. It took him a second to recognize his own dad. It was kind of funny. He was like woofing at him. He's like, Who are you?
Why is... Wait, I'm...
Huh?
Question, why is your number 2 gifter someone called Fascist Boy? And why are they saying they don't believe that I'm ugly?
I'm unsure.
Oh, thank you. We're being gifted by this person. Cool.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Fascist
much. It's
Boy.
greatly appreciated. I mean, the gifts are greatly appreciated. It's not required, but greatly appreciated.
That name is a bit concerning.
Yeah, that name is a bit concerning. No, stop gifting me midnight.
Everybody give Solid Snake. No.
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 Why me?
Because.
Yeah, still, you wouldn't believe the amount of people I've put to the barrel like that before in awkward situations. It's only every once in a while, but there's a lot of people I've done it to on random ass lives where they say the most extreme shit like that, and then I just ask them one question, and every time they try to pivot or avoid it because they realise no matter which answer they give, it's an issue, and then they go, it's a loaded question, but it's not a loaded question when you set it up. If
Hey,
I was to
Sam.
set up the premise for it, then it would be, but if they do...
Hi, Sam. Can I get agent pronouns,
Oh,
please?
hi, Sam.
44. I don't need to do pronouns.
You actually do due to TikTok terms of service. I've been through this 3 separate times with you on different lives. If you refuse to give it, I will
your
kick you from the
fear of-
panel as misgendering or dead naming people
Your fear of
is against TikTok
misgendering
terms
me
of
is
service, and we will not risk this
It's
life getting
irrational.
restricted because you want to go on a power trip.
your fear of
Yeah,
misgendering me is
I remember you,
irrational.
Sam, now. I remember you now. Can you please just say he, him for the sake of it?
It's not
I
that
don't
hard.
need to.
It's not that
I don't need
hard.
to practice pronouns.
It seems like you do, because, like, you clearly don't use them. Or actually, you clearly do, but, like, you have, like, some, like, irrational fear of telling people what pronouns you use.
Yeah, I mean, he says I. He
Your
says
fear
I.
of
They say
your fear of
I
misgendering me is irrational.
Actually, it's against TikTok terms of service to do that, and I've been restricted for someone being disingenuous, not stating it, and then reporting me for
Yeah.
it because I never collected it.
Trans
Stop
ideology.
being there. I can show you when
The
TikTok terms of
characteristics
service.
associated with trans people only apply to trans people. It doesn't apply to male men or female women.
Do
Do
you
you
want to look
see-
at the bottom there where it says dead naming or misgendering someone by referring to them with a name or gender they don't identify with? I have had people
Yeah.
use that against me by not stating
You don't-
pronouns,
You don't
expecting me
need to worry
assume,
about.
and then when I've assumed, they reported me for it because they got angry that they couldn't debate and got me restricted because they refused to state it.
You don't need to worry about misgendering me.
You
That's
say
a
that every time.
misunderstanding.
I don't care that we don't have to. I care that the fact that this
Yeah.
life may get restricted.
You
if I do not say it.
misunderstand TikTok's terms of.
It is in TikTok terms of service. Now, I'm going to stop playing funny games with you. I've given you plenty of chances. One chance. Either state pronouns as the next words out your mouth, or I am going to drop you from the panel because I'm sick of doing this run around the table with you every single time.
By the way, if you feel uncomfortable, you can just say any pronouns and that would be a valid response.
Yes, that is also allowed in TikTok terms of service to defend us with things like if someone is uncomfortable answering, if we have the clip of them saying any pronouns do not matter, we can still use that to defend ourselves against restrictions.
No, I'm not going to practice pronouns.
I mean, you just did.
You see, he does this every time, and so I've got him in a loop of doing that until he gets himself dropped.
That's great.
Because I'm sick of him trying to dodge it every time. Considering the fact that I know he's reported it for me in the past, which is why I hold him at a standstill till he states, because he's been the type to do that.
I'll inform you when the recording's uploaded. Cool. This is
David,
also
every
being
time
recorded
you
on our
say this, it
side.
just- Yeah. Literally all I do is I ask it so that we don't get restricted. Because there are people who are petty, refuse to answer if they're GCs and then go, oh, you misgendered me by assuming, being disingenuous and report.
I'm not as like, if it's somebody who's like repeatedly done this, I'm more apt to like hold them to their feet to the fire on that point.
Oh no, he does it consistently. He does it all
Yeah.
the time. I've seen him on panels do it, and I've engaged with him. This will be the 4th time or 5th time I've engaged with him in that same loop. I've seen him before. He refuses every time.
I'm spinning my little IKEA chair. It's fun. Whee!
Yeah, it's even been in Midnight's lives before, which is funny. Your fear of it, it's not a fear of misgendering you. It's not even a fear, it's just a dislike of the potential to be falsely reported and restricted for you deciding to not answer a singular question that takes 1 second of time. Do we need to give Sam an example? Like a teacher to the students? Hey Stoat, what are your pronouns?
He, him. His.
Crazy, that took 2 seconds of our time.
No, I is also a pronoun, exactly, Hayden. I don't
Yeah,
use
know,
pronouns.
I've pointed that out to him before, but that's why he never says I don't use pronouns anymore. He just says your fear of misgendering me is irrational.
You should just start
he
talking
always
about.
thinks, like, I don't.
Just start
always says
talking.
things like, I
Oh,
don't-
go ahead.
No, it's fine.
The
can
funny
go ahead,
thing,
it's
Sam,
fine.
you already have back in middle school.
Oh my god, Ashlyn's here. Hello. I just think that it's stupidity that he's tried that loop so many times. He thinks he's gonna get somewhere and then gets dropped and then thinks it's funny. He goes, oh yeah, I've recorded it, I'll tell you when the recording's released. You still haven't told me a single time when you've released a recording yet. Does it take that long to edit a 3-minute clip?
Release the files.
No offense, it should not take you, what? At least 1.5 months to do 3-minute clips.
No one introduces
themselves. Well, I've known numerous people to do it, whether disingenuous GCs or people who identify as that. So, again, that would be an incorrect statement. And I do have the recordings of that, which I can pull up from my lives.
I think it's uncommon, but like that doesn't mean nobody. Nor does it mean it's irrational. Yeah,
know
and you
what,
can't.
Stoat, it's uncommon to make yourself bald, therefore it's irrational. Therefore you're an irrational person because you made yourself bald.
Oh no! Not my.
See, like, that's the thing. It's such a stupid thing to say things like that, and yeah.
Hello there. My name is Darth Dawkins, and I'm going to run tag on you in an irreversible loop.
Oh no, I thought you were just gonna go, like, unlimited power.
Unlimited power!
Hi,
Do it.
everyone.
Hi,
Hi,
Ashlyn.
Ashlyn. You missed.
You can
Funny
always
that-
just say, do
It's
it.
funny that Sam says that because I doubt they have any understanding of illness in the slightest, and not even just like psychologically based, but like medically based. I'm sure they probably. If I said hemoglobin to them, they couldn't identify like how or where to draw from or what that indicates. So I think that I'm good
Hemoglobin
taking
is what
advice.
binds oxygen to the red blood cells. I know that. You learned that in high school.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
uses
But
iron.
I don't think Sam knows that. So
It's what makes blood red,
indication
right?
of- yeah,
Yes, it
the
actually
ferrous iron, yeah. The ferrous coloring, yeah.
Did you know
Yeah.
they've used fluorocarbons as like a synthetic blood before? It's yeah, like literally like basically a liquid that's made out of fluorine and carbon. So like it's pretty similar to what's in like a refrigerator. It's like a fluorocarbon.
Does it, as in like a synthetic blood, as in visual aid, or like
No, like literally just replacing the blood with this, and it's like a
Does
universal
it-
blood too.
does it transport?
It transports oxygen.
Oh, that's interesting. I did
What's
not know
crazy
that.
is that
Amazing.
you can actually like drown in the stuff, and you can breathe technically. Nobody's ever done it because it requires you like actually actively like intaking into your lungs, and it's probably gonna like be bad for your diaphragm. But yeah, like theoretically, we've done it to mice and they're fine.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine that because how the diaphragm works, because of the pressure and the differences in between, like the density of water or some sort of liquid versus air, that would be like, would that even be possible, like to actually breathe because of that water's more dense?
Well, it isn't it isn't. I mean, if you were probably submerged in it completely, like up to your like chest, probably would be fine. If you're in a big enough thing, because otherwise, then you wouldn't have to worry about the
Well,
like you breathing
problem
in,
is
displacing it
though-
upwards.
No, the problem would be after a couple feet. It's not that you can, so like there are experiments done where they'll take like a basically it's like a straw, and the lower down you get, like submerged, because of the pressures, you actually can't expand your diaphragm anymore, because your muscle, unless you have like specialized, I don't know, activity where you've like learned to do that, but the
Oh yeah,
equalized pressure on the outside of the body would be problematic for breathing alone after a couple feet.
yeah, but yeah, fluorocarbons are pretty cool materials. If you haven't looked into them, they're kind of hoard for the environment because they like to just punch holes in the ozone layer. So yeah, that's less than ideal. And they like to kind of just stick around because they're made with fluorine, and fluorine like really just doesn't want to go anywhere. But like they're not like harmful.
You mean our ozone shouldn't look like Swiss cheese?
No way. Then there's Australia with no ozone, just completely.
I thought it was supposed to look like Swiss cheese.
No way.
Jeez.
What's hilarious about ozone too is that, like, well, why don't we just make ozone inside our houses? It's like because it's toxic.
Oh, but it's great. It's great for killing like fungal infections. Great for that.
Yeah, ozone's like really weird. It's like it's great, it's horrible, but it's also great, but also really horrible.
If you've ever so it's kind of weak in this regard because the application process is like a pain in the butt, but you can actually take ozone like gels and oils and use them as a slight antifungal or antibacteria. It's actually pretty sterile because it does not, nothing can survive in it.
It's gonna really like to donate on oxygen, so it's just gonna mess up things that are alive in it. It's kind of the problem with it.
Yeah,
It's-
but the biggest issue is that there's living tissue under that. So like application process, it's like the true product versus like what you get on like Amazon and stuff are different. But like for like regular, like it's actually technically like it works okay. It's basically Vaseline with an extra oxygen molecule.
Yeah. How's your day going, Ashland?
Just tired. I'm turning into an old lady though. I'm learning how to quilt. I'm
Great.
basically 60 years old now.
Hello,
What
darling.
about what about y'all's Stotsky, Salt Snake, and I don't know that have I met
Salvage?
you, Salvage?
Maybe. I think we've been in like a live or two together.
Well, I apologize then for if I don't remember you. I feel bad.
Nah, Salvage, you're just very forgettable. Don't worry, I'm joking. Now, let's be fair, Salvage does tend to be quite quiet in a lot of lives, so usually just lurking in the background.
No, no.
So
No.
sometimes they aren't always even noticed by some people in the lives.
I notice you, Salvage.
I had to say goodbye to the doggy I was taking care of today. I got $300 though for 10 days. It's not bad.
For 10 days?
Yeah.
I thought it was $50 a day.
Yeah, it varies, but they're like, it's 300 okay? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I don't care.
I mean,
I'm not
be
gonna
fair,
bother them. Like,
that's $30 for every day you look after the dog. If they also cover any expenses or already gave you food and stuff,
yeah,
So-
they did.
help. Yeah, so realistically, I wouldn't argue that personally.
They're also good family
I feel like-
friends. Like, they were like literally we were like the only ones outside their family that went to their wedding. So like, they get like friends discounts. Like, I'm not gonna like try to extract every penny out of them. It just doesn't
I feel
matter.
like I would pay you to play with your dog for 10 days, so this is just bonus material right here.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good boy though. It was funny because he went because dogs don't have like the greatest of eyesight. He goes over and starts barking at his dad, and it gets us to be like, "Oh hi, oh hi, oh hi, oh hi," and starts like hopping around. It's just like, dog, you forgot what your dad looked like, huh? So,
You should be able to smell the.
well, yeah, but the door was closed initially, and it wasn't until he got close. So,
Oh, they
yeah.
so they can they can hear. Actually, some data indicate that dogs can hear when you show up because your unique engine sound, so they can hear you from several miles away.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't think that he goes that much with, and he usually doesn't care as much. I don't know. He's a funny dog because he needs like an emotional support human to look after him. He gets like separation anxieties. He's adorable.
Aw.
He does have like a past of probably being like abandoned. We think he was picked up from a shelter and he had like been neglected or abused in some way. So like that kind of tracks. That would make sense.
No, bless.
Yeah, he would just sit on my floor and take a nap and have his little paws go me 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 when he was sleeping.
That's adorbs.
Where did all the ops go? Ops.
They're scared of me.
Oh, as I said that.
Good morning, afternoon, good morning. What's up, guys?
Hi.
Yusuf, are you scared of me? Is that why you came off? Because you were like, ah. See, I told y'all.
Oh no.
Hey, when you leave the screen, we cannot hear you any longer. Just to let you know, Yusuf. There we go.
Yeah, my bad. My phone was lagging.
All good. Could I get your age and pronouns, please?
My age and pronouns are him. and age is 21.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the prompt?
I support transgender people and gender affirming care. What would you take for you to disagree? What would it take you? What would it take you? What do it? What?
That's so it says
Sorry,
what
could
would
you
it take
read
for
it for
you
me?
to agree, not disagree, agree.
So I should disagree or agree?
It says join if you disagree. 18 plus.
I disagree with the prompt for sure, and I'm 18 plus. I'm 21.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you disagree? Do you okay? Let's ask the first question. Do you know what gender affirming care actually entails?
Ooh, I know care. Care means to take care of something. You got gender,
No.
which is a Boolean value.
Yeah, we can hear you cracking up. This is.
Yeah, I was about to say, we can tell how much you're forcing this, mate.
Mate, are you from? I'm cooked, guys. I'm cooked. You can just drop me off.
Yeah, have a good day.
He couldn't even keep a straight face when trying to ask me if I was.
I have a
British.
feeling this is gonna be the same way.
Well, it's not going to be the same way. I know him. I personally know him, but I'm not going to do the same thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was apparently
I
having a
disagree
kick.
with,
Are you?
Who's having a kick?
Do you
Oh.
want to have a conversation, or are you going to come up?
Yeah,
and
that's
tell
why
us?
I came up here.
Okay. Just FYI, if you have like absurd views, we're gonna assume you're a troll.
Absurd views. What do you mean by that?
Like if you say something absurd, like that is outside the norm of typical, just gender critical.
Did you say
conversation.
biblical?
Yeah, I said biblical.
Why are
That
you
would-
using biblical as a criteria?
That would have made sense in that conversation.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm the biggest Christian there is, guys.
Are you a Christian?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, why do you only use the Bible as a criteria? Why not use the Quran as a criteria as well?
I think they're both dumb.
Oh, you think they're dumb?
Both
Well,
of them,
I can agree that the Quran is dumb. I don't think the Bible is dumb. But okay, let's. I'm gonna address the prompt. Well, I disagree. I think the transgender terminology should be eradicated.
And
Well,
you
then-
do this outside of religious realms. This is your own criteria that you
Yeah, it's my own criteria. I think it doesn't like the transgender terminology. I don't think it should be applied to society. I don't think it should be used. I think
Why?
God created only two genders, male and female. I don't think there's anything between that.
What about Matthew 19 when God said the eunuchs have a place in heaven?
Well, I don't think you believe in the Bible, so you shouldn't be using the Bible as a criteria because
Yeah,
you don't
but
believe
I
in
can
it.
I
It's
can
kind
use
of
it
irrelevant.
I can use an internal
Yeah, well,
critique.
it's irrelevant because you don't
I
even
can
believe
use
in
an
the
internal.
Bible. So why
Do
are
you
you
not
even
know
using
what Matthew?
eternal
Do you not?
critique? But you don't believe in the eternal critique that you're talking about.
Yeah,
That's called an internal critique.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
I'm
sense,
granting
buddy.
your worldview.
Yeah, you're
and
granting
using
my
it
worldview,
against
but you don't believe in my worldview. How is that logical?
It's called an internal critique. Do you know what that is?
Making dumb statements.
Do you know what an internal critique
Wait,
is?
do you agree with saying that a trans woman is a woman?
Yeah, I do.
You
'Cause
do
the,
agree?
the Bible actually says nothing about
No,
that.
no, no,
that
no, no.
topic.
The Bible doesn't say that. The Bible disagrees with it.
No, it doesn't disagree.
The
or
Leviticus
agree
law, if you go
because
to the book of Genesis, it actually
yeah,
strongly
Adamos.
disagrees.
It's Hebrew.
It actually strongly. Now
okay.
you're over talking. You're over talking.
I'm over talking because you
You're
didn't
over talking.
me first.
The
No.
book of Genesis actually strongly disagrees with the fact that trans women are women.
And God
Because
lied
it says
in
in the book of
Genesis.
okay, now you're gonna cut me off again. Look at you. Don't you feel degraded by calling trans women women?
Nope,
You don't feel degraded,
not in the slightest.
so you don't feel any shame.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
'Cause I don't have a Sky Daddy
How do
saying
you feel
slavery is
Sky
good
Daddy?
and
Okay,
that
we will
women
see.
don't have it.
Say
See, you
that
ask
in the
questions and then I go to
say
respond
that in
and then you
Judgment
talk
Day. Okay.
over me. And then
Wait,
we
how do you
both,
feel? How do
yeah,
you feel
okay,
about
I'm just
trans
gonna
women?
keep
How do you
talking
feel about
too.
trans people?
You're
How do you
like,
feel about trans women touching? How do you feel
dude,
about trans women
6'7".
touching little kids in a bathroom? How do you feel
They
about that?
don't. How do you feel about the Catholic Church and them having to have, you know,
Well,
millions of dollars
we
insurance for
don't
touching
actually
children?
follow priests like you follow trans people.
You don't
You
follow
worship
priests?
trans people. We don't worship priests. We follow
I don't
the
worship
example of
anyone.
Jesus
I'm a
Christ.
fucking atheist.
I
Well,
was about to
you
say.
worship trans people, so
Yeah, we
you
kiss their
worship trans
feet.
women.
Obviously, this is what we do. We worship their feet.
Well,
I
we
worship.
look
isn't
at them.
that
We
what
bow to
pride?
them.
Hey, Tarek,
Isn't that what the pride
I
parade is
worship
all
in the
about?
bedroom, and I would
Isn't that
love
what the
nothing
pride
less
parade is
than
all
to
about?
fucking worship a
You guys
trans
suck
woman
each
in the
other off.
bedroom.
You guys do the dirty everywhere you
How
go.
does it feel that your God controls
Isn't that what the
slavery,
pride
but you
parade is
have
all
a
about?
problem with trans
Huh?
women?
Showing your mental illness
A mental
in
illness.
public.
Oh, yeah,
In
where in the
public.
DSM-5 is the mental illness
Yeah, it
located?
is a mental illness. Being trans
What
is a
page?
mental illness.
It's not. I have a
It
degree
is
in
actually.
psychology. But yeah,
Actually, is
where?
it?
What mental illness is it?
I
Page
mean, it's not
number.
normal. It's not normal behavior for a man to feel like a woman.
So
That's not
now
normal.
all
You
abnormal
think that's
behaviors are
normal?
illnesses? So
What did you say?
you have several mental illnesses
Now,
because it's
can you
not
repeat what you
normal
said?
to go
Can you
into
repeat what you
lives
said?
and yeah. So where in the DSM-5 is the mental illness that you're speaking of?
Well, like I said, I'm gonna
Oh, so
repeat
you're just
myself
talking at
because
your
you're
ass.
deaf. You're
You're
deaf.
just not gonna.
You're clearly
You're
not
not gonna
coping
answer
with
the
my words.
question.
I
So
said it's not you.
so
Like I said,
so the
it's not
question.
usual.
The
It's not usual.
question. Okay, yeah.
You gonna listen? Are you gonna listen? Or
Atypicality is not a reason for
you're
mental
scared?
illness because every man would therefore have a mental illness because you're all fucking weird. Now let's actually look at, like, technically though, if you want to look at.
I'm not saying that everything is a mental illness. All I'm
Oh yeah,
saying
so
is
just
it's not
this one
usual. It's not
atypicality.
usual for a man or a woman to feel like a man, or for a man to feel like a woman. That's not usual. That's not usual behavior.
Atypical.
That's
Yeah,
why
there's
it's a
a ton
mental
of.
illness.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
It's
usual
clearly
for
a mental
someone to
illness. I
park
don't think you
crooked. We
have.
don't put that on a mental illness either. Like all behaviors that are atypical do not qualify for mental illnesses. The 4Ds of diagnosis are distress, dysfunction, dangerousness, and deviousness. Devious, in fact, is a very, very like low criteria, and it is never singularly used within the diagnosis and statistical manual of mental disorders. At least the 5 and the 5-TR. So could you actually provide for me where in the DSM-5-TR that this mental illness is? Because I would love to see it. I've studied it for 5 years. I studied human behavior psychology with biopsychology.
Well, I can
You could more.
clearly tell that study your parents wasted so much
I
money.
paid for my degree.
Yeah, well, I feel
I'm
bad
also
for
a
you because you
military
just
vet.
wasted all your money for
I did.
stupidity.
Yeah.
The government did.
Trans women are women? Like what kind of you just studied for nothing? You
Yeah.
got your degree for
Oh,
nothing.
try harder. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
what a
guys.
shame. What a
This
shame.
person
What a
who
shame.
couldn't,
You
who has
think trans
never,
women are
this
women? Yeah,
person
what a
who's
shame.
never picked up or read
What
a
a
single
shame. What
word
a
out of the
shame.
DSM-5 is
What a
telling me
shame.
what a mental illness is. That's
What a
fucking
shame.
great.
You're actually trying to tell us somebody who's like, oh, they ran, who's like actually properly like done research and understands this thing that they're wrong, and it's like,
Not the DSM-5 read. Not a word, not a single word of it was read, and they're trying to tell me what classifies a mental illness. If atypicality indicates mental disease or mental illness, then we're all
we're all
on some
fucked.
degree.
We're all fucked. It's all downhill from here.
Pour
Like the
your
color brown,
you-
mentally ill.
Pour your milk before cereal. It's
No, that is a sociopathic thing. You will never convince. No.
if you read your book from middle to end. Oh gosh.
right? With a left hand, mentally ill.
Oh yeah, left-handed. Oh Jesus.
Wait, technically, wouldn't that mean if someone can speak another language inside a country that isn't the primary language of the country, that would technically be a mental illness?
Mental illness.
You live in America and speak
Level
Spanish,
5.
mentally ill.
Yeah. You speak French and well, actually, to be fair, all French people are mentally ill because
You're British, so yeah, that tracks. That tracks.
I'm joking. I had to get the jab in there at French people. I'm only joking though.
Oh, zoots. I feel like the what is it? The rivalry between British and French people is like swipers from Dora now. It's just like, oh shucks. Like it just become like a comical representation of what it used to be.
I eat my pizza crust first. Mentally ill.
Oh no. I eat my pizza by cutting the triangles in the center of the pizza and don't cut it all the way to the crust. Someone who did that, oh my god.
Mentally ill.
I
Mentally
genuinely
ill.
damn near crashed out at them for that. Because no, they literally cut a triangle, but instead of cutting from the center to the edge, they cut the triangle in the center, taking up the center of the pizza out with a triangle. So now there was no even slice left.
It's a mental illness.
There was no way to cut an even slice on that pizza.
It's in the DSM. Trust me, bro.
DSM, trust me,
The
bro.
DSM Desk TRB. TMB.
Yeah, DSM TMP. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, radical dude.
You know, my sauce for that is I made it the fuck up.
You like weasels? Mental illness.
You know, it's in the IMTFU. It's in the IMTFU. I made it the fuck up. It took me a second to think of that. God damn. Why did it take me so long to spell that out in my head?
I don't know.
IDK.
Did you hear the?
I hate that you said that out loud because that's not how whenever someone puts a acronym in text, I always read it like if I ever read it aloud, I always say it like that and then say the word after, like go IDK. I don't know, and I don't know why I do that. And then the fact that you said it like that really threw me off for a second.
IDK my BFF Jill. I'm that old.
It's just unfair. I'm half asleep. You can't be doing this to me.
It's an old commercial. I think it's like a Facebook commercial. It's something. It was an old commercial.
Well, I live in the UK. It might not have aired over here for all I know.
Well, y'all are mentally ill because that's just what we say to things that we don't like. Apparently.
Did you hear
God
the
damn it.
crash out earlier, Ashland, from that one dude who just fucking?
Did I see
Right?
it?
No.
No.
Did you see the guy who said like woman and female are synonymous? They mean the same thing. They have the same definition. And then I said, can women consent? And he fucking shit it.
I would
because-
just be like, that's weird because I've shot a deer before, not a woman. The way that I use that word, that sentence could go completely different. It's kind
Yeah,
of like
no,
where you put the
I
comma
did
between
nearly
jack
do
and
that.
horse, jack off a horse. Like these are like important terminology to convey our messages.
Yeah, no, I nearly did that. But no, I just went, can women consent? Because he wasn't, he was even stating that, like, women, he didn't state that women were adults, and he was refusing to say that women were adults specifically as well. And so I asked that question, and he refused to answer it because he realised if he said no, that looks bad for him. If he says yes, he's also including children, and he started to panic.
I mean, honestly, I would just say no, not all can, and move on.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He struggled to even say that.
What I've learned is not to get
not
hung up
all.
on gotchas. It makes it look
I
worse
would
for
say
you.
that not all adult women can consent either. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, like there's people who have like actual like mental development issues that like clearly their prefrontal cortex just can't, that it's not developed enough, and it's really unfortunate. But like, yeah, we really shouldn't let these people have like these like consent over these things, because it could be very harmful for them. Like, they don't understand the consequences. So like, clearly this isn't the case for everyone.
Well, it's not just, I wouldn't just say it's like developmental disorders. Like, I would say that any disorder that like or disease that affects the brain and impairs like, is it, so let's just say like a woman with dementia would be a good example of one who can't necessarily consent, or someone with like severe like schizophrenia probably can't consent as well,
Or being on like substances.
yeah,
This impairs your
substances.
ability to make like good
Informed
logical
decisions.
decisions. Yeah.
It's why when you're on anesthesia in the UK, at least, you're not legally allowed to sign up for any contract. So if you would sign up for a loan within 24 hours of being on anesthesia, by technicality, that contract is void because of it. So realistically, if you're on anesthesia, this is not advice. Do not do this. This is a joke completely, just to cover my own ass. But imagine getting like a mild surgery, being on anesthesia, going and pulling out every loan you can to destroy your credit, and then going, that's not reason to destroy my credit score because the contract is not legally binding, since I was on anesthesia within 24 hours of it.
I mean, if you probably made several loans, I'm sure that they would find a reason. I mean, it would cost them money to fight it, and it would cost you money to fight it. So I don't know that that's
Well, actually, you
inapplicable.
can get a public defense lawyer for free with legal aid by technicality, depending on your situation.
Yeah, good luck having a lawyer that's not overburdened.
Yeah, also good
Yeah,
luck, especially if
true.
you're in the US. Or I guess you're in the UK, so like it's different.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't
what I'm
imagine that they're
saying.
not overburdened there as well. They're generally like young lawyers, too. So, I can't imagine that the system works that different. I mean, Solid Snake can tell me otherwise, but I can't imagine that it does.
This goes on top. There we go. I was putting my antenna back on my computer in case I have any of my devices connected to Bluetooth. Makes the connection much better. Yeah, I can't imagine that we would get anybody good today. It just started off really poor and it just went down the drain.
Ooh, well then, Stotsky. So I was reading more on Emily Wilson. So Emily Wilson, I've read a couple papers. Apparently, she's not a moral realist by technicality.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So she makes virtually the same arguments, and thinks that moral truths can exist, but it doesn't necessarily make them moral realist, because they argue basically that is it truth tracking? Yes. Like, are moral truths truth tracking? You know, are they discoverable? Yes. But are they objective? And this is where the strange turn goes in, and the answer is no, according to her. And she says that it's mind dependent, but it based on like the way that we like view truths and the way that we view morals, that they can be both objective, or they can be non-objective and truth seeking or truth tracking. I don't think I agree with it, honestly.
I would have to like look into the argument more, but I could see how it could be made. I could definitely see how it's just like you could say that they're not like real, but like they're discoverable in that
Well,
sense.
so I would say that like so say hypothetically speaking that our sentience was gone, right? So we would say our minds don't exist, but you could still feel pain. I
Mhm.
would still say that it would be the wrong thing to do to harm that entity. So therefore, I would say without the human minds, these truths still exist.
Yeah, but I think that qualia kind of gets like it's like a really weird thing to talk about without like consciousness. Like I just don't know what that means. You know?
The ability to feel pain.
Yeah, but like without being conscious, I don't know what the or I guess sentience to like if you're not conscious, I don't know what qualia is like. It is just a signal at that point. Like there isn't this harm. Like people wouldn't feel pain, I don't think. I don't know. Qualia is
Well,
weird. I don't
no,
like
no, no.
talking
And
about it.
this is a hypothetical where it's not sentience. It's nothing else. It's literally just the ability to feel pain.
Yeah,
So
that seems strange. I don't know.
why plants do it?
Yeah, but like is it pain or is it just like merely like I would say it's a different sort of pain where it's like not
Do you think that it's
experienced.
okay do you think that it's okay outside of necessity to just go around burning crops? You think that's like the good thing to do?
I wouldn't say it's a bad because it hurts the plants. I would just say it's bad because you're destroying the environment, and that's wrong for that reason. If that makes sense.
Oh, see, I take a completely different view. I don't think that unless it's a necessity, like, or there's like some justification for it, that you should just go around destroying any generally any living
Oh, I would
life.
agree with that generally. Yeah.
Yeah, so to me that would be the wrong thing to do. Because there's like justification. You have to live your life. Like it's not wrong to brush your teeth. It's not wrong to do all
It
these
is.
things, but
No.
it is wrong. It is wrong to go just unaliving plants to unalive plants.
You brush
I
your
do
teeth 3 times a day as doctors recommend. You're mentally ill.
Yes.
That's such a ridiculous
But like
argument.
also I think the degree of pain too. So the way that I would categorize this hypothetical would be like similar to human pain, but without the like mind. So
Yeah,
like
it's just
plants are one, but like
it just
it's
seems
not
really weird. Like without like
yeah,
cuz like
it's meant to.
cuz like when you're unconscious, you don't feel pain.
That's not true.
When you're in anesthesia, you don't feel the pain. Like you don't consciously
When you're
feel
in
it.
anesthesia, it depends on the level of unconsciousness.
Yeah, to be fair, you can have local anesthesia and not feel
Oh,
pain,
okay, yeah,
but still be. That is a good point.
But like if you're under general
Like you
anesthesia,
can experience such pain. So say you get like knocked out, or like you're unconscious, meaning because that can also mean asleep. You can feel pain. Unconsciousness just means like a state of being awake and aroused.
yeah, like if you but like let's say like you're going under like anesthesia for surgery,
And
like you don't.
anesthesia is a very specific subset of unconscious.
Yeah. But what I'm saying though is that like you're not conscious, so you don't mentally like recognize the pain. Like you're not awake to feel the pain that's being caused.
Well, not in all cases, by the way. There are very rare occasions where someone is unconscious during anesthesia, and it happens most common in redheads actually, where they can't. Yeah, they're
Strange.
basically paralyzed. They can feel everything.
Oh, like
but they
locked-in
can't
syndrome
do
almost?
anything.
Similar?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah,
fucking
it's similar.
terrifying. Ah!
Yeah. So unconsciousness itself actually doesn't mean you can't feel pain. Just FYI.
That's horrifying. But like, you know what I'm generally meaning though, like it just seems weird to talk about these, like having experience like outside of consciousness. It just
Well,
weird.
no, this would be a hypothetical to
Yeah.
where like when we think about the mind, right? And just because human minds are interconnected doesn't mean it's not possible that it is you can experience pain similar to that of the humans if these same networks existed um, per se in an entity that did not have the same level of consciousness. I would say that it would be wrong because of the level of pain that they are experiencing. Because this is just a hypothetical, and
Yeah.
that would be harm. Therefore, I think that it could exist outside the human mind, and it could be objective.
Yeah.
Because like I can think of reductios, where like if I just said it was objective or non-objective, that someone could put me into, that say evolution, you know, took 400 years and someone wasn't quite sentient or consciousness based on my definitions, but they could experience pain. I would say that like that harm existed, but it might not fit into my criteria of what a mind would be.
Yeah, it just seems like one of those things that's kind of hard to talk about because it's just strange to the human mind to try to like abstractly think about these things. Like nobody could like it's hard to relate to, I would say. It doesn't mean that like,
I
it's
think
wrong. It's just really strange
well,
to
I
talk
mean,
about in that
it
way.
it
I'd
it,
say.
it doesn't it's not that strange to me because I think of like what if AI or some sort of computer developed sentience, because these are important questions, and I think that if I put that in those words, you could start to maybe think about ways in which minds aren't just consciousness, they're not just sentience, because how do I put this, like consciousness takes not just the prefrontal cortex. Newer data basically relays that it takes a good chunk of the human mind or brain, excuse me, the physical like flesh part to relay consciousness, and sentience takes up a lower developmental process. We start to grant that at 24 weeks when, you know, a human mind or brain isn't developed until about 25, like fully developed, which makes you think like what is there and what isn't there, right?
Yeah,
to kind of
it's
make these definitions.
weird. This is
It's
now
not
you're making
weird.
me think. You're making me think now. I don't like that. No.
It's not. But if there was such structures that
Yeah.
that it didn't have the ability to have rational thought, which just takes some missing components like prefrontal cortex, some of the temporal region, some of the like you could remove these aspects and just have the level of pain that we have without the rational thought, without the full level of thought. You remove that cortex, and you just have what we would kind of contribute most of harm to.
Oh, so you're still saying that there is the feeling of pain, but like we don't have the rational side of things?
Yeah, we don't have a true mind. What we would deliberate as a mind to.
Yeah, yeah. I would say that. Yeah, that's still harm. I thought you were saying that like people were feeling pain, but weren't like a mind in the sense that they could like consciously feel it or like have like any sort of like understanding of it, like have like negative.
No.
Yeah, okay,
They
that
only
makes a lot more
have
sense.
so imagine you remove all the parts of the brain except that of what feels pain.
Yeah. But at what point does that, like, are we just talking about, like, a structure of neurons firing then?
Well, that's what the brain is.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
The brain is just a structure of neurons firing.
I mean, it is. I mean, it's a little bit more complex than that. It's a whole fucking, like, bajillions of them firing and very specialized structures and
86
stuff
billion,
like that.
yeah.
Um,
But
trillions,
yeah,
actually,
but
I
we
think.
only 86 billion.
86 billion? Oh. I don't know then.
I can re-look it up, but I'm pretty sure it's 86 billion.
How many neurons are in the brain? 86 billion. Neat.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
can't
great.
imagine the
Okay.
pain of counting that. No
I'm
kidding.
pretty sure they use statistics, but
Yeah, they probably
yeah,
counted
so
like
Matthew only
a sample and then or derived it from that. That makes
yeah,
sense.
if you yeah, imagine only having the pain centers.
Yeah.
Would that be mind independent? I mean, I guess it would depend how you classify that, right?
Ah, fuck you, TikTok. Oh, no. Give me this. There. Yeah, that seems... Oh, raptured. It just seems like... Because, like, at what point do we... Like, is consciousness based off of, like, if you were to move just the pain center of the brain, like, does that take away, like, some of your conscious being? Like, what would it be if you were a conscious brain without any stimuli? Like, what does that mean? Because, like, experience is, like, based off of stimuli. I don't know.
We are experiences based off of stimuli. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so, like, if you had no stimuli, if you had no ears, touch, thought, like, nothing that would actually feed into your brain, what is experience at that point?
You're talking about the floating man hypothetical.
Yeah,
You're not the first person. During the Islamic Golden Age, I forgot his name. He was a philosopher that thought about this. This is something introduced in psychology during the philosophy of psychology. When you learn that, you actually are introduced to this problem, and the answer is we don't know.
Yeah,
because even if, it's impossible.
I'm not surprised we don't know that.
Yeah, right. I mean, eventually we might be able to simulate it in some sort of degree or another, but we're not there. And this is a long. It's like during the Islamic Golden Age.
We could do it with the fruit fly's brain. I'm not sure how much that would tell us though. Because the fruit fly works on like a fundamentally different, like, order of magnitude, different, lower, like a few orders lower.
Yeah. But it's definitely an interesting question.
Yeah.
And it's so cool that you asked that question. Like,
yeah, because
we're
like
essentially
are we just a collection
so
of feelings with like
we
that...
actually we know some of the basics to this.
Mm-hmm.
And they arose through child neglect cases.
Of course they did. How else are we gonna find?
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, that's kind of how we should discover a lot about the brain, is child neglect and abusing people and trauma and all these horrific things.
So, like, we can see that the brain actually doesn't develop without stimuli very well. Language learning and these are called critical periods in development.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, there are some areas in which we can catch up in development, and some areas we cannot. And like, especially with language learning, if you miss critical periods, you're very unlikely, like high 90s unlikely, to catch up to your peers.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense that we're based off of stimuli because like if you put a bunch of neurons in a petri dish, they don't like just naturally form structures. Really, they'll kind of just make like compared to like if you were to train it based off of like a goal and orientation and like give it stimuli and stuff. Um, like we
Yeah.
understand that that works. So
Yeah, and well, it's critical to our evolution and how our brains developed. There is a saying in psychology that isn't 100% correct. Ontology recapitulates phylogeny, means we develop in the order of evolution, and in doing so, that structure, while it's okay in some areas, it's actually like an outdated term, and they use it still in introduction psychology and psychobiology to kind of teach structures of the brain. We don't actually, like, our brain doesn't actually grow and develop in ways that we evolved. There are like major differences, but the reason why I say that it's important is because in evolution we've always had stimuli, so it's no mystery that stimuli also helps production of certain things, including growth hormones. So interesting case studies are like in severe neglect cases, where there's actually a syndrome where children stop developing completely no matter how much food you feed them. And it's not like they have like a lack of stimulation whatsoever. It's that they're not receiving, and I know it sounds dumb, but quote unquote love. In love, there are these actions where a child feels and is going through the process of being held and nurtured, and these are very, very young children, like babies, infants.
So like it
when
would
they're
it'd
not
almost be
held
like
enough.
positive reinforcement in a way. Like
This is not at all
oh
conditional.
okay. Oh so
No.
it is just unconditional like nurturing.
It is, yeah, it is. Well,
Okay.
no. Conditioning in psychology means something very specific.
It's not
So you
it's
want
not
to,
like trying to enforce a behavior. It is just done at random basically
okay.
in a sense.
So yeah.
Okay.
So it is a technical condition, whereas the infant needs to be held.
Mhm.
So if you're not holding the infant enough or interacting, talking to an infant, language is learned. Like they've done tons of studies that the more you speak to an infant and the larger the vocabulary, the more likely that child is going to grow up and have a larger vocabulary and just be better at speaking overall. But just interacting at all with an infant, especially being, facial expressive, using language when describing things, like these things all contribute to developmental factors that increase certain hormones and neurotransmitters that help a child grow.
So you know what's really weird though about that is that like this is fundamentally different than like our understanding of how other animals grow language and stuff. Like other like the Japanese tit, it can the babies can hear something that we understand to mean like a snake is coming, and before they even leave the nest and fly for the first time, they'll take off and fly like at a pure instinct essentially. They've never been conditioned to like fly out with hearing this word, but like they just do it, and it's
Yeah,
weird.
it's
It's fucking
it's
weird.
nature versus nurture. Yeah.
Like
Like as so. Thank you, Liz. So when we also come out of the womb, remember, underdeveloped
I mean, yeah, we're
as
pretty useless
infants.
for.
Yeah, our brains are, yeah, our brains are not all there when they
We're
come
half
out.
cooked.
Neither our lungs. Yeah, we're really half cooked. so in these are two terms, precocial and allotrocial species. And you learn about them in comparative animal psychology. Precocial are things like giraffes, who can come out and they walk within the first couple hours.
Well, they need to.
Allotrocial, yeah.
Otherwise, that
Yeah,
line gonna get them.
you find these generally with omnivores, or not omnivores,
Prey animals.
Yeah, prey animals.
Yeah. That does not surprise
yeah,
me
you
for
find
some
them-
reason. I wonder why they
yeah,
might need this.
predation.
Yeah.
Yeah, virtually all cases of precocial species are predation. Yeah.
But what's weird to me is that like this can include language, and this blew my mind when I heard about it. I'm like, really? That's crazy.
Well, they also don't develop, and so think of how quickly our language changes.
Yeah.
They don't have that same. Yeah, it's almost like a neuroplastic ability. They also don't have that like we do, which is like really it's generally not typical in social species that you see language processing centers take this effect.
I wonder how much of it also has to deal with like with when they're, or I guess they're eggs, so this wouldn't matter, but like within humans, if it is like whenever like if you're learning, well, like, because I assume that hormones, like if a neurochemical is released within the bloodstream of a mother, like if she's in fear, this is going to go in like to the baby as well.
Yep. So this is called epigenetics. It's widely known. It doesn't. We don't generally in humans. You don't see true like gene transfer. We don't. We very rarely have that. Most of the time, what's occurring is that there's when the baby's in the womb, those stress hormones, in fact, they're encoding of DNA, and they're like generally they're like first generation and somewhat second generation, but you don't generally see past that. We
Makes
do
sense.
see like, yeah, so I think it's called transgenetic. You don't generally like see this type of true transfer take place in humans, specifically this field of epigenetics. And I know that it does take place because but generally it's speaking, it's the type of genes that are being transferred during early stage pregnancy, and those genes will pass on. What proteins are being encoded are exceptionally important. So you'll see like HCOS survivors who have children with a higher than likely than the control group of things like depression and anxiety disorders, but they're not so much that we think that it's like a gene like true gene changes, because if that were the case, we would see abnormally high rates, right? But we don't. We just see like barely significant. I don't even remember what the Cohen's D is, but they're relatively small Cohen's D.
Yeah. One of
You
my
know what a Cohen's D is?
No. Is it like I
So
assume
it's
it
an
deals
effect
with like
size.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like the actual like change to like the versus control. One of the things I understand too about like human development is that like part of the things that we understand now is that like our compared to like other species, our comparatively extremely long development times are partially responsible for like why we can actually develop so much. Is that we delay this development so long that allows us to like gather a bunch of information and build up based off of this, not so like developing all
Niche.
at once. Yeah.
Yeah, we feel a niche evolutionary gap is what I've learned, is that unlike other species, we're really good at tool gathering. We can operate really well in groups.
No way.
And those two things, right? Those two things, we filled an environmental niche. Yeah.
The smartphone
really
is like an ultimate tool in a lot of ways.
It
At
is,
least within
yeah.
modern society, like we've made something that goes into our hands, fits there, and we can do a huge amount of things. We can communicate really fast. We can share, entertain. We can talk with each other. We can control our houses, learn about news like that's coming. Like, this is like crazy compared to like Ooga Booga Rock.
Or smoke signals even.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're and we can't manage to do dances to say the direction of the sun and where the flower is, like hives. We don't have those abilities. So we developed language, and that fit like a really good evolutionary gap. We didn't have to use our butts, though we do sometimes use our butts for communication, to
It's called mooning.
tell other
No.
people where the food is. Yeah, my professor was obsessed with bees. So we had several classes about bees.
Did he post good bee memes? Like bee movie memes
She.
as well? Oh, she. Sorry.
She.
Did I assume the gender? My bad.
No. A large portion, even within psychology, even though psychology actually has a good amount of women psychologists, are still men. So I understand, but no, they did not do that.
Hi, Cole.
Hi,
Hi,
Paul.
I just wanted to say hi. Obviously, like, I'm usually here more, but I'm actually about 3 hours from my house hanging out with some of my extended family for the holidays. And we were just playing a game after doing a white elf and a gift exchange. So I am here to say hi and ask how today was, how the live was today.
Fuck, man. It's a replay worth watching. There is somebody
Okay.
who got himself into like basically having to say if women are or females are women from birth, can all women consent, and like he was looking down that barrel and he was like nudging on that trigger, like about to blow his brains out, and he's like, wait, this is not good.
Brutal.
Yes, Snake got him into that situation, so she was doing pretty good. She was just like hammering him repeatedly. And then the next
As she does.
She, her. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so bad at remembering pronouns, so thank you for.
Yeah, she's her voice doesn't make it any better. Because I think I forget.
I don't. Voices don't determine pronouns.
No,
Exactly, but like, but being, I think being intersex playing a role in like how others would perceive
Yeah.
her gender to be is what we're getting at.
I assume, I still assume, because I still have to function with typical society where I can't just go around it. It's like people do not respond to they them. They do not.
Hey,
I'm
you
Unless
so
it's
like,
their pronouns.
Hey, you of nondescript of nondescript gender.
well, it's so awkward for me as well, because to be cordial or to be like proper, and I think y'all have heard it, that I was like, I definitely have a certain type of speech. I was raised in this way, and I'm so used to saying, oh yes, like yes ma'am, no ma'am, type of thing. I have to stop myself, and I always feel rude doing it, just saying yes or yep, because I was taught for 15 years of my life plus some that that's rude to do.
I want to say, at least for in my experience navigating the world as a non-binary person, I really appreciate that, because it might seem like a smaller thing, but even like leaving the store, I get misgendered all the time. They're like, "Have a good day, ma'am," and I'm like, "Thanks," but like I'm leaving the store, so I'm not gonna stand there and correct them, you know. So that putting in that effort does help some of us. So thank you.
We just need to embed
I
little
appreciate hearing that.
microchips. We just need to embed little microchips that like subconsciously communicates everybody's genders and pronouns all to each other, so we all know.
If we all get like Google glasses and it just shows like details about your character when you look at somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, so to change my language, I'll instead say not yes, I'll say absolutely. So it conveys the same sort of like properness, like the cordialness. But I don't have to use ginger to do it. So
That's
like
a good trick.
yeah, so if someone's like, "May I, have X, Y, and Z?" Absolutely. Instead of saying yes, ma'am, or no, ma'am, I found replaces that without coming across as like yes, because it's kind of like a way of displaying manner, where you're like showing that you appreciate the person and you're fully listening without coming across as just being like I'm just doing a task for you type of thing or doing something for you. I'm weird, I know.
No, it's a good
Also,
way to.
centrist is that. Sorry, has centrist ever actually been up, or have I just been kind of collecting information based off of comments?
I don't know if they have. We had hula hoop earlier on today too in the comments. Our favorite.
Yeah, I saw them in the comments briefly. Yeah.
What have you been up to, Cole?
What was that?
What have you been up to?
Life's been life, and like I said yesterday, I drove a few hours to get down to see family. And so we had our like family Christmas today. My grandma cooked a lot of really good food.
Did I get that right?
And so that was
Christmas?
good. Yep,
Okay.
Christmas in February, because it's like my mom is the oldest of 4, so even just to get her family together, we have like 4 separate families coming from different corners of the states, and like a lot of the kids are adults now, so they can live in other places. Like we're all the way from like Northeast Ohio, Northwest Ohio, and we're all down around the Cincinnati area right now. I'm actually not that far from Springfield, so I might check it out on my way back. But yeah, it's
Missouri?
the only time our busy asses can all get in one place at the same time. So we usually have it in February.
Ohio?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Like
Because I
where
know of
Christie's
Springfield's Missouri.
is located?
Where what?
Christie's.
What'd you say, Ashlyn?
Yeah, where Christie's is located.
I think it's breaking up, but it also might be my fault. Cute. One more time?
Christie's. Yeah, your bars are on like one row bar.
Oh, Christie's? What's that? I don't know.
Look it up and text
Yeah,
me, and then I'm gonna tell you whether
Okay, I will.
or not.
Okay. I mean, it's just been in the news a lot lately because of obviously, like, I think it was the 2020 election. They were like, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the pets. And so now they're sending ICE there. But there's actually like this whole thing going on where there are 2 organizations that are saying do not come to Springfield if you are not from Springfield, because you haven't been like a part of the trainings and organization and stuff. But if you go to those churches and offer mutual aid to help other people, they'll turn you down. They've also been telling Haitians for the last like 6 months to sign the custody of their children over to churches, and they're actually preparing spaces in these churches because they expect to get such an influx of these Haitian children because of that. So yeah, I definitely, that's why I might like drive through, check it out, see what's up. But yeah, these churches say they're doing something. If you want to look into it, the organization of churches is called G92. But yeah, I'm kind of worried about even people from like creators and press that have come from outside of the state, and we're trying to help. Like I know one of them just left like 2 days after he got here because they didn't like, he got a message saying like, we don't appreciate the conspiracy theories, blah blah blah, whatever. And at one point it was like, we would have loved to like speak with you, but since you're doing this online, no, we don't. So yeah, it's kind of wild there. And since I'm like less than an hour, and it's like, I don't know, 15 minutes out of I drive through Dayton on my way home and on my way here. So that's like really close to Springfield. So yeah, I'll probably check it out, but
You want to hear Springfield? I think of Springfield, Missouri. Because why do I think that? What is there? Springfield,
can you
Missouri.
put Christie's in the comment so I know how to spell it, Ashlyn?
I don't remember how to spell it. There's only 6 people in here. I can't remember if it's Springfield, Ohio, or Springville. I lived there for a very short period of time.
Was it near Central Ohio?
It's near Cleveland. Is it near
It's
Cleveland?
probably Springville then, because Springfield is more central. It's a little bit on the east, but it's pretty
Cleveland's
central.
closer to the lake on the north.
Yeah, it's north, like center north of the state. Yeah.
No, I used to live there. Christie's is a strip.
Oh, love that. But yeah, there's also like where I live, we have Springfield High School and a Springfield Township. But they're not like the Springfield, like, I don't know if it's like a county or village or whatever, that ICE is in right now, but that's up in Northeast Ohio. So it confused me for a minute because there's more than one Springfield, Ohio.
Okay.
Why does
So,
I forget.
do y'all
Okay.
want to meet my friend? If Liz wants to come up, Liz has been in here. Liz, do you want to come up? Liz is awesome, so I just wanted her to say hi. But if she's not, oh there, yay!
Hi.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going.
Good.
Liz, this is my friend Stotsky Cole, and I am not as familiar with Salvage, but Cole and Stotsky are amazing people that I know of. Salvage, I'm not saying you're not. I just don't know you as well. So
Salvage is the worst, but don't tell them that I said that. No, sorry.
And I heard Cole, you go by they them.
Correct. Thank you.
You got it. And
Liz,
go ahead.
Liz has a degree in biblical studies, but is an atheist now. She's so smart.
Talk about a
So
wasted
smart.
degree. No.
Talk about a wasted degree. I mean, tell me about it. I thought that too after I like deconstructed.
I was about to say it
it's-
probably helped with deconstructing though, right?
It did. It did. I would say I wouldn't. I don't know if I would be where I'm at today had I not gone through that.
Yeah.
But Liz also has had a didn't complete the degree in criminal justice and then also enjoys history, so she has a plethora of knowledge in many different fields. And art as well.
Art. Yeah, I studied art and history in college. I studied criminal justice, and then my degree, I finished with biblical studies.
At least with biblical studies, you could at least become like a teacher. Like that's not like related to religion. Like you could work at a college if you wanted to. Like there is some use of it still, thankfully. Potentially.
I could if I want to be a teacher. I don't know if pursuing education is something I'm interested in.
Yeah.
As far as being a teacher.
Could be worse. It's not underwater basket weaving.
You know, back when I was born in '83, so that was kind of the thing all the boomers were telling all the kids back then was oh, you just get a degree in basket weaving. You just need to get a degree in anything and you'll be fine. That was
underwater basket weaving.
that was the rhetoric.
I went to Hardy's University and took my degree in underwater basket weaving in a woke university, and I make negative $27 an hour, and I make the government pay for everything that I do. So I don't want to hear it from you Republicans, because I am a woke, liberal, commie, leftist, socialist. What other words
flunked
can I
out of
talk
college
about?
twice.
I love it.
Yeah. Doesn't help when you're not diagnosed with autism and you're trying to do college on your own. Yeah, that's just
You know,
That is
yeah.
exactly why I had 1 semester left before I dropped.
Which
if it
is
was
funny,
just one
Shoki.
semester, like fuck, that
So-
would make me want to go back and do it. But like, I never
It
got
did
anywhere
suck.
It's weird too because, at least in New York, I tutored several different students, and they were definitely not like, I don't want to say like walked through degree or helped through their degree. They were met with compassion, and they were still required like the same level of work and the same level that I know you to be capable of. They were just accommodated. So
Yeah,
That's what we needed.
the problem was I wasn't diagnosed. I had no fucking idea I was autistic.
Me too.
Oh,
Yeah.
there were so many professors that it didn't matter. You didn't need some sort of plan. They would have just so one of the students had an overbearing mother who called me several times, and I was like, I can't discuss any of this with you.
Why does this sound familiar?
Well, I wasn't employed or anything by the school. I was just basically, my professor goes, you have 102 in this course. Do you want to help this student? And I was like, sure. It helped that like she gave me like labs. Like I didn't do half the work for one of them. Like it was just BS work too, for like some of the requirements for it. But I also did so much work. I was this professor's teaching assistant. I was her research lab assistant. Like I did so much with this professor. And by my senior year, she was like, "Do you want to just like help these students?" And I was like, "Sure." One of them was like totally hands off. Like didn't matter what I did. I was like, "Here's when I'm there," and they would just show up every single time. And the other student's mom would call me like 3 times a fucking week. And I'm like, I can't discuss this with you. Technically, I'm not a tutor for the school, so I could technically, if I knew the information, give it to her.
It's like unethical
But
almost.
yeah,
It's not.
it was literally just unethical.
It's in
And
this
she's like,
legal,
well, wait.
ethical, or like this ethical gray zone where it's just like, I wouldn't either. But
It was weird. Whatever the fuck it was weird.
yeah, I just didn't know that I was autistic, and that like it just like executive functioning went out like instead of like it just failed. I just failed at executive functioning everywhere. Planning, organization, yep, nope, that went out the window. When I had struggles with like things, I just thought it was me being weird and like depressed, and it was a whole mess. So
I'm sorry you went through that. I hope you achieve any goals you would like in the future.
yeah, I don't know. Like it seems like a really dumb idea right now to go get a degree with how expensive it is versus like the realism of like how many people with autism actually use their degree. Like it just seems like a bad financial decision on that basis alone. So, oh well, that's fine. I don't know. I might get like an undergrad sometime just for the lulz. But it would be purely for the lulz. So
The lulz. I love that term.
Yeah, we agree that children cannot consent. To anything though is wild because how we like literally perform surgeries on children who have constant strep throat and remove their tonsils would mean that you disagree with that, Jared. Do you think children can't have their tonsils removed?
are you saying that children who need open heart surgery can't consent to this?
That's wild, Jared. I think you would be a horrible parent. Don't have kids. Oh, there's Jared. You would be a horrible.
Hi, Jared. Could I get your age and
I'm
pronouns,
sorry,
please?
you cut out. I would be a horrible what?
Parent. Did I?
A
Did I
horrible
just?
parent.
Yeah.
Oh, why would you? Why
Children
would you
cannot
think that?
consent to anything, then therefore
Children
children can't.
are not supposed to consent to anything. A parent. That's why a parent has to
No, no,
sign
no,
for
no.
everything. That
Jared,
includes the
I'm gonna
removal
cut
of
you off
tonsils.
now for two
Jared,
reasons.
Jared,
First
children.
thing, sorry, Ashlyn, I just need your age and your pronouns real quick. And also, if somebody else is speaking, please let them complete what they're saying before you jump in. Go ahead and unmute there, Jared.
As I was saying,
Age and pronouns, please, before you say anything else.
I don't think my pronouns need to be said. My name is Jared. That is a male name.
Age, please.
43.
Okay, thank you. If you don't give us your pronouns, we're just gonna probably use they, them because misgendering is actually against TikTok terms of service. So we're gonna do our best. And if you
Well, I
have a problem
promise
with
I
it, you
won't
can say
report
something.
you. But I am a he, him.
Oh, okay.
See, that
Thank
wasn't
you.
too bad. That wasn't so difficult, huh? Thanks.
Thank you, Jared. So, I disagree with the statement that children cannot consent to anything. Children can consent to many things, not sexual acts, because they have to be informed on the process. Like children can consent to being given a glass of water. They can be informed and understand the risk and things about being given a glass of water. Children cannot consent to sexual actions, Jared, and it's very concerning that you don't know that difference as an adult.
Well, you just made a stark contrast. So you said that. So you would
What contrast
show a
between what?
you
Can
would
I?
show a correlation between accepting a glass of water and a complex surgical procedure.
Well, yeah, I didn't say that children can consent to everything, nor can they
Well,
consent to
you mentioned
complex.
before open heart surgery and tonsil removal.
I
So
did
that would
not.
be
That
two
was
examples.
that was the host. That was Stotsky.
Okay, so I agree children can consent. Like, no, I do not want broccoli for dinner. That is a
cool.
child's preference. True.
Yep.
But you also made the comment that I wouldn't be a good parent. Why would you make that statement?
Well, anyone that says children can't consent to anything don't seem to understand consent, and that would indicate to me you don't understand the developmental differences between like what a child and an adult is. For example, the differences between consented ages. So when we look at an infant can't technically consent to anything. They're not aware of the informed action of what consent is or what's happening to them. So we make consent for them, but as children start to develop, they develop the ability to understand what actions are happening to them, and we kind of look at that developmental stage and look at the science and say what a child can consent to. So that's why I think that you would be a bad parent.
But when you say we look at it, what do you mean by who are we?
Generally psychologists and neurologists, and we talk to the public. So I have a degree in psychology, so therefore I would be a part of like a science communicator. I would be able to read the research and talk to people regarding the subject.
How many children do you have?
I have one.
You have one.
Mm-hmm.
How old is your child?
She'll be 10 this year in December.
And
How did I not know you had a
how
child?
is it being a parent of a 10-year-old?
Yeah, I was about to say we both know you, and I did not know that. Apparently,
I
you
don't
didn't either.
generally share this information.
Got it.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
I apologize, Jared. What was the question?
How is it raising a 10-year-old?
I let her father and his wife do a majority of the action because a 2-parent household is developmentally more stable.
Well, I have a child as well, and It was a two-parent household as well. Co-parenting is difficult, to say the least.
Well, that's awesome that you co-parent, Jared. I think that if you do so successfully, you deserve praise for that because it's not easy.
It isn't easy, and raising a child, especially in this time, it isn't easy, and so my child has struggled, as most will, especially with social media and the influences. But my child, you said I would be a bad parent because I didn't understand consent. And I want you to understand that when I said consent, I meant that in the legal terminology, not
Well,
in the general terminology.
I read that comment and I just took consent to be as consent in general. So if you meant sexual consent, then I withdraw the statement.
Well, no, not just sexual, but in the legal sense, which isn't just sexual. Again, a child can't consent to many things. I mean, a parent has to sign. A guardian has to be there. A parent for any
Well,
medical
you
care, whether that's
specifically,
vaccinations.
yeah, but
or
you said
anything.
Jared, your statement was children cannot consent to anything.
Well,
And
when it
that
comes to gender affirming care, was my point, because that
Well,
was
that's not what you
children
said.
can consent to gender affirming care, though.
right, which
And
would
really
be
quickly,
medical.
Jared, just to inform you, because I don't think you know this, a kid is not consenting on their own to go through any sort of gender affirming care, whether that be getting a haircut or getting surgery when they're an adult. All
Oh,
right?
I'm
When
very
they're
well aware
kids,
of that.
listen, when
Thank
they're
you.
kids, when they're under 18, they are making that decision with their doctors, themselves, and with their parents. So it's the
Yes,
same as any other medical procedure that they would get.
I'm very well aware of that fact. Thank you. But that children
So
shouldn't be able
what's
to consent.
the symmetry breaker then between any other medical procedure that you would say a kid can consent to with their parents and the doctors and gender affirming care? What's the symmetry breaker?
Was because most gender affirming care, like 90% of females, decide not to transition by the age of 20.
Do they?
Wow. You don't
Do
know
you
the
have?
stats on GAC and the host does.
Do you?
I don't.
No, Jared. Where did you get that number from? Could you provide us with
Because
a source?
I did research. I don't remember the source, but you're
Okay.
looking at well over 80%.
We
Where are
can
you?
wait for you to
Okay.
find it.
Yeah, because we are also very aware of this information, Jared, and those numbers do not come up anywhere in our research. And in fact, when we look at individuals who are in the data, we see a higher regret rate with knee surgery than we do with any sort of gender affirming care. So I don't know what you're trying to say that anyone's like regretting or not going through with any sort of care. I don't know where
What's
you're getting this data from.
Yeah, there's nothing
children?
from.
Well, I get the data because I did the research.
Yeah, so
I
there's
looked
no.
up the
But
research.
Jared, I could just sit here and say I did the research too, and just disagree with you. The point is you need a DOI, a PMID. These are numbers that represent the data, the studies that we're going to be talking about. And you're making a very positive claim, and in fact, an outlandish claim, so much so that it would be so strange that this would be true, given that every major medical organization in the United States agrees with me and not you, Jared.
Well, that's very confusing to me because I grew up with a young man.
I don't need your anecdotal. I need your
Yeah.
Well,
DOI.
you really do because this is real
I
life
don't.
anecdotes. This is not
Yeah,
studies. These are people I know personally.
everybody has anecdotes of something that went wrong. Like I could sit here and tell you that I should hate all men because of what I experienced from one man. Jared, should I hate all men?
No.
Okay, so I'm not going to use your anecdote the same way you're not going to use my anecdote to hate yourself. So we're going to need a study, we're going to need a DOI, a PMID to represent this data, and we're going to need a good sample size, a good effect size. So we're going to need a confidence interval of 95%. Generally speaking, we're going to need a p-value of 0.05. 0.001 would be better because that's closer to clinical aspects. But Jared, I don't think, and I'm not going to sound like, I'm not trying to make you sound dumb, but I don't know that you know what those numbers mean and what studies actually represent in this.
Well, I can tell you that I did my research and I did it very diligently.
Would you find it
because
surprising
my
then the systematic review of every single peer-reviewed article published in English between 1991 and 2017 that looked at the well-being and regret rates of transitioning of individuals who underwent transitioning or like medical transition, found not a single one of them showed that transitioning resulted in negative effects. Four of the 55 studies that actually were not just like reviews in themselves showed mixed or no results, or sorry, no or it was mixed or no results. So and 51 showed an overall improvement with across them. Their regret rates of these surgeries range from 0.3% to 3.8%.
So this is higher, Jared, than the regret rates for knee surgery.
You mean lower?
So basically, lower. Basically, individuals who have knee surgery, or actually back surgery is probably even higher. They wind up regretting having knee surgery and back surgery in higher rates than that of gender affirming surgery.
Also, the regrets were most likely to result from the lack of social support after transition, or poor surgical outcomes from using older techniques instead of like it not being. It's not somebody saying that, hey, this wasn't for me. I'm not trans. This is like literally the most common reasons for regret are because I wasn't supported or something went wrong, which is like. When we're talking about 0.3 to 3.8%, like these are pretty already low numbers, and when a majority of them aren't because like there are like, hey, I'm not trans, like that's something you should really like. This is like completely different evidence than what you suggested.
Yeah,
But do you not like acknowledge that most places are coming out now and saying that all gender affirming care should be put off until the age of 19?
Nope. That is actually against what a lot of places are saying, especially places that rely on the science and not politics to dictate what we're doing.
So the U.S.
Jared.
So pediatrics, the United States Association
Jared.
of Pediatrics, they haven't suggested this at all.
No,
I don't think they have.
No, they haven't. So the number for like I think it's like a 5 or 10 year span. So this is in the data that we have. When we look at the studies, right, for children under the age of 18 who are receiving this, it's like less than 1,000 children. First off, like the rate of children who are having surgery is exceptionally rare. We already hold off on this surgery in the care, like surgical.
Oh no!
Exactly, but that's not the hormone blockers.
Oh
and it's
no!
Not transitioning in the sense.
You said
Jared.
the American Academy of Pediatrics, right?
Yeah, they definitely don't have.
Yeah,
this.
they literally have an article that says AAP leaders are urging federal officials to rescind proposed restrictions on care for gender use that are unprecedented and not grounded in science. Quote, these rules are baseless intrusion into the patient-physician relationship, AAP Susan J. Cressley, MD, FAAP said in a statement. Patients and their families and their physicians, not politicians or government officials, should be the ones to make the decisions together about what care is best for them. The government's actions today make the task harder, if not impossible, for families of gender diverse and transgender youth.
Yeah. So, Jared, the major thing is that it wouldn't matter if it was 1,000 or 100,000 children. who receive surgery or hormones, it really matters on what guidelines that individuals in their healthcare providers are coming to conclusion on what are the risk versus reward, because the United States uses it's not like a proposed risk in the UK or Canada. They have very different understandings of, even from like nutrition science to medical healthcare science. We use a risk versus benefit reward system, and it's used for all of your care. It doesn't matter if it's mental health, it doesn't matter if it's for pancreatic cancer, it doesn't matter if it's for tonsillitis, right? We look at whether risk and what is the benefit, and then it's basically a pros and cons attribute. It is still so rare to have even like hormone or surgical interventions, because it takes a lot of things, and these populations are already so low. They're less than 2% generally of our population as it is, no matter if
I
you're
think it's 1.8.
yeah. So whether you're looking at children or adults, so that 1.8%, now the people eligible of this care are someone who is under gender dysphoria. So they have to be diagnosed with that first. So that's one criteria, and that takes medical time. And then on top of that, to weigh the benefit of gender affirming care, very little, none virtually taken, because gender affirming care could be something like we are observing behaviors, we're talking to the patient, and then we're going to start to change pronouns, we're going to start to change language, maybe how their daily life looks, and then maybe
I'm familiar with the process, and you
Okay.
said you didn't like anecdotes, but it's not an anecdote.
Well, what is
I
an
grew-
anecdote to you?
Well, it's not. You said you didn't want anecdotes, but I'm telling you that I grew up with a boy.
Okay, well,
that-
an anecdote is a personal experience, and you growing up with someone is a personal experience. This is one person. So even though it's 1.8%, there are 330 to.
But I just want to tell you this, so because I feel that you get the wrong idea about me.
Well,
He came out as transgender, and I supported that.
I
And
guess I
supported-
don't consent, but Jared thinks that that's okay to continue on in this conversation.
Well,
And
you don't have to consent.
Yeah, so
I mean,
anecdotes
I'm
are
just
based
telling
off
you.
of personal accounts rather than facts and research. The reason why we don't use anecdotes is because we can have two anecdotes like fighting with each other, and there's no way of saying which one's true, which way we should do things. This is why we look at broader research and like really look into these things, and have decades of experience. Well, now that we have decades of experience with this stuff, we're like, oh. Well,
But the
there's a very
only thing
clear
that experience
pathway
and
forward.
research are based off of each individual anecdote.
No,
Because science
Jared,
cannot. No,
it's never
science
true.
cannot.
No,
Science can't.
Jared,
Hold on,
it's not
I'm making a
science.
point,
It
and you're
is
interrupting.
statistics.
I thought we weren't supposed to interrupt.
I apologize, but it's not science. It is statistics.
What defines statistics?
Yeah, it's a way of seeing patterns in data.
Okay, so if I see patterns in the people that I deal with in my daily life, is that not statistical?
That's not based off of like overall research. Like you want to, so like if we're gonna say that, let's say that I meet two men who are 6'11", and these are the only two people I've met that are 6'11", and they're really mean to me. Is it reasonable for me to conclude that all individuals who are 6'11" are mean? No, it's ridiculous.
Well, I have a really good.
Overgeneralizing, completely
No,
overgeneralizing.
Jared. Have you ever flipped a quarter?
Everybody has flipped a coin.
Yeah, you flipped a
And if you're
quarter, right?
comparing statistics to flipping a coin, then we just there's no scientific debate.
Well, in
left to be
fact, flipping a quarter is one of statistics one-on-one lessons in what we teach on rule of large numbers and how to look at data. Do you know what like a power analysis is, Jared?
Nope.
Okay, so a power analysis is a number in a sample. So we have big N and little n. So we have a small group of a population that we look at. And a power analysis tells us how much of that little n, how much of that sample we need in a population in order to have valid results. And it's very dependent. There are statistical formulas. Statistics are amazing. So, for example, I'm going to draw us back to that quarter. You could flip that quarter 10 times and you may get a 7-3 split. And you would assume, right, that when you flip a quarter, it's going to be heads 7 times and tails 3 times.
I
But that's
see what you're
obviously,
saying, but
but
the bigger the pool, the closer it gets to 50.
no, not always. Not always. It's dependent on co-founding factors. So we have to be able to also look at what else is in that data, Jared. So it's not that simple. It's not as simple as you saying I knew a person, because really good data comes not just from one study with a large sample size, but it comes from multiple studies that try to limit other factors, because in general you're going to get something what we call quasi-experimental, which is not quite experimental, because experimental is we control for all variables in a study. So it's lab based, meaning you like put something in a petri dish and you look for one factor, and that's the only, you've controlled for everything else. Temperature, environment, every little piece of data that you possibly could, how you put the piping needle in, how, what degree, every little thing. But you can't do that in the type of studies that you're talking about, Jared.
No, absolutely you can, because you're removing the human factor. You cannot account for that in any laboratory. Absolutely
you
cannot.
You can't do that to
account.
humans. That's what she's saying.
No, you can't. You cannot account for that, and that's why you call it anecdotal. But I know 2 people, my child included, who identifies as transgender.
You can't.
And 1,000% support my child. 1,000%. You do you. Dad loves you no matter what, and I'm here. But I want my child to grow before any decisions are made, and my child did. My child will be 18 this year. I do not care what my child's choices are. She was born female, does not go by her given name, and I do not call her by her birth name. I call my child
But
the name
you're calling your child she, so you don't respect.
Well, it's hard.
His
It's hard to
pronouns.
get out of that as a father after over a decade. It's hard to not say she, but my child understands that and does not get angry with me. And I don't think you should either.
Jared, I don't know if your child understands or not. I can't read the mind of your child, but you're up here arguing against gender affirming care. So I can use the data and say that it's very likely that your child is going to stop talking to you at some point in the future. That I can say, very likely. And that your child is going to wind up having adverse mental health outcomes because of the behavior that you've represented today.
No, that's absolutely, you're completely wrong. And you can do all of the lab tests you want to and do all of the studies.
I don't need this. These aren't lab tests. This is just what the data indicate, Jared. And
actually, my child reversed course and still goes by his name that he chose, but has completely reversed course late in teenage years and started wearing dresses.
Yeah, we see this a lot in children who wind up with really negative health outcomes. Stotsky, you have studies, right, on the reverse rate and
but I have never failed to tell my child that I support them 1,000%, even if I get the pronouns wrong.
My dad did the same thing. My mom actually did the same thing, and she used to hit me with a chair. It doesn't mean that Yeah,
No,
it
no,
doesn't.
no, no.
Yeah, my
It's
mom
not that.
was. Yeah, but the thing is that we could look at the outcomes of ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, and also compare them to parents who show verbal support, and you're going to see like negative outcomes because it's not necessarily that you tell a child, right, that like you trust and love them. It happens to be that you actually have to support their personal decisions as well, instead of having like microaggressions or showing them displays of behavior that you disapprove, which honestly, you being on this panel is a very big indicator that you probably haven't actually supported this child's
That's
behaviors.
now that's not true at all. Okay,
Well, here,
my child first told me that she was lesbian, and I told that baby then. I said, I love you no matter what, and if you will allow me, I will walk you down the aisle to marry whoever you choose, as long as you love them. I'm supportive, and I do not care. And
Okay,
then
yeah, that's
my child
fine.
told me, my child said, I'm non-binary, and I said, well, I'll have to Google that, but I love you. It's fine. I'm supportive. And then, well, I'm transgender. Okay. Dad does not care. I love you and I'll support you. And I have never failed to support that child. Not once. And
Jared, supporting someone doesn't just mean you tell them
what
you
you say.
don't care.
Sorry. I have like clear examples of this. Just like saying like I support you and then going to a church that's like anti-LGBTQ. Not using their correct pronouns when they're not around. So you think they won't know. Things like it's actions that back it up. Sorry, I have to go in like 10-ish minutes and I've been talking with some people, but I'm back now. Hi.
Hi, cool. Yeah, Jared, I actually I don't talk to my father. In since apparently antidotes work for you, or anecdotes, excuse me. I don't talk to my father. My father did the exact same thing to me. Was, oh, I'm supportive of her. I'm going to, allow her to do whatever she did. He supported me through thick and thin, supposedly. But the one time I needed to lean on him for anything emotional, like seriously emotional, he wasn't there. He didn't understand. He was absent, and it just turned into a big mess. In fact, every time I lent on him for emotional support, this man wasn't there. But he said every time that I did something, I support you. But children don't need you to just say you support them. In fact, no research indicates that just verbal support is indicative of positive outcomes.
not, that's not even, no. I don't just say I support. I
Okay, so
mean,
what actions
my baby,
did you do?
my baby has a girlfriend,
Okay,
and I
that's
love that
fine.
baby. I take that baby on vacation with us. That baby comes to visit during Thanksgiving, Christmas. I love that child like my own, and I do not judge. My family does not.
I didn't
It's
ask that question, right? I don't
I
know what you're
support
giving me.
my child's decisions.
What is supporting look like to you as a father of someone who was coming to you as a trans individual?
Supporting their life choices. What else can you do as a parent? Like, I'm here for you. If this is your life and this is how you feel, I'm there. And I never once put my foot down on anything,
So
whether it's
not
relationships
me not creating a barrier in a path is not support. It's just not creating a barrier, right? I'm asking you what you did to support this individual specifically. What did
sit
you
and
do to
sit
support?
and talk for hours. Sit and talk for hours about their feelings and how they felt and why they felt that way, and saying, okay, that's fine. I understand. And what else can you do for your child or even any other person that you know than to say, I
I don't
love you,
know.
I support you.
There are a ton of individuals who are trans individuals on this
Well,
panel. Besides myself, let's go through what have been
what would
ideas.
you suggest that I should have
I
done
am
for my child?
I'm asking people on the panel who are trans, what would it look like to you, Cole? What would it look like to you, Salvage? Kiza, I don't know.
I am trans, yes.
Okay, cool. I think it would be better for you to ask them instead of myself.
What more should I have done than what I have done already? Than to
Sure,
say, I
I
love
can go
you, I
ahead and
support you.
sure, I can go ahead and
And
answer that by asking a question of you real quick to have an understanding of you, who you are as a
go
person.
ahead. Yeah.
How much research have you done on the anti-trans legislations that are being passed against us to remove us as a whole and to put us in harm's way? How much research have you done in that?
A lot, because my child was concerned with it, especially with that, what was it, 2025, whatever bill that everybody
Project
was worried about.
2025 and the big beautiful
Yeah,
bill.
hmm Are
We
you
went through that
aware?
too.
Are you aware within that anti-trans legislation, it has documenting of the aspect of children will not have access to gender-affirming care in any form of way, and they underlie it and highlight it as surgery. But if you look into the pertains of how a trans individual undergoes getting surgery, they have to go through the W path globally. This is like used through every country, including the United States, where they have to be 18 years or older. The only time where a child is able to have access to surgery within gender affirming care is if they have a cancer tissue growing in their breasts and it's a trans boy having to get top surgery. Now, this legislation in itself is removing cancer care to children. Are you aware of this?
No,
Yeah, so this is why I'm asking this question, because the fact that you don't know this tells me you're not as supportive as you claim, right?
look,
I'm not done speaking, please, right? I've had a parent tell me how much she supports me on this, that, and the other, but she doesn't because she makes excuse after excuse about having to look into research over things because I've told her constant times over and over again, you want to rebuild a relationship with me, you need to prove to me that you understand what I'm going through. She doesn't understand a damn thing. So you want an answer to your question of what you should do further to help and support? Do further research. Understand the harm that we're going through. Stop saying the words I support because actions speak louder than words. I don't care about your words. I care more about your actions. So what are you doing as an individual to help support your child rather than being on a TikTok in front of other people and mispronouncing their pronouns this whole entire time? You only started using proper pronouns when you were corrected on it. And personally, that's a you problem and not an us problem.
And to add to this, based off of the information that you supposedly have from all of this research, how are you implementing that and making sure that this care is protected? Like, are you politically involved because our lives are being politicized?
well, what I can tell you, and the two different people talking to me, so let me try to answer both. Pretty much, Kiza, which is the only thing I can see your name is I mean, how dare you make an assumption of my relationship with my daughter compared to
Kiza,
your relationship
don't
with your
be
mother?
insecure. Or not Kiza, Jared, this
It
is
is
not
it is
Jared.
no,
This
it's
is not
not
about
about you.
you.
It's not, but he made it about me because he said I misgendered and all
You're
Kiza,
this.
misgendering her right
you're
now.
now.
Yeah. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. I'm sorry, but
This
yeah.
is exactly what you're being called out for, and you're not seeing it.
Yeah, like
This is
I
the
also
problem. Is that you're like Stosky. I apologize. This is your
no,
live.
good. Have fun.
But Jared, like I'm trying to be like generous in this conversation because it seems like you're a good person, but it seems like you might need to like think about these things because you're not giving like awful consideration to how you're treating other people because maybe it wouldn't bother you. And that's my generous approach, is that it wouldn't bother you, therefore you think it doesn't bother other people. Maybe it is that you think that that's all you needed were words of affirmation, but it doesn't seem like you've ever considered what other people need. That's
But that's
Also, fun fact,
no one.
deconstruction is going to make you feel uncomfortable no matter what type of deconstruction you're going through. If you feel uncomfortable by me calling you out on your parenting skills, good. I'm happy.
Well,
You
I'm
need
glad
that.
you're
You
happy
need to have
because
that
I
uncomfortability.
don't know one single person, and I know several in my life that are transgender. And again, because I'm not
Don't
allowed to use
tokenize
anecdote,
transgender people. We don't
I'm
appreciate
not.
it.
Yeah,
Dude,
I know,
oh my
Caligula.
God, I'm not pulling the "I've got a friend that's black" card.
This
Would you
just
just
feels
let me
like fence
talk? I
sitting.
You
thought we're not
literally
supposed to
just
fucking
said the
interrupt.
people I know that are trans. That's exactly what you said.
Jared,
They
I'm gonna sit here
respect
right
me.
now and tell you. Well, no, we
Ugh.
don't have to give you respect, Jared. You
No,
know that.
no, would you all quit interrupting? I thought that was the fucking rule.
It is a rule, but you can't.
Well,
You
you've
can't
got
act like
3 people
this.
interrupting me when I'm trying to say something, and
Well, no, Jared. If I sat here and said
oh
the
my
N
God,
word, would you interrupt me?
not one person that I know, no matter of their sexual orientation, does not respect me and know that I respect them in return. Not a
No,
single
no
one.
one is saying that, Jared. We're talking about using individuals to represent an entire community. You can't do that. You can't sit here and say that just because you have individuals that you treat well, and maybe you do. I don't know, Jared. I wasn't there. But you can't use that in a conversation. You have to have dialogue with us. You have to show in a conversation that you are who you say you are. We don't know if they just put up with your shit. Not saying that that's true.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not saying that that's true.
Not one single person that I know. Not
We heard you
none.
the first time, Jared. We don't need to hear it again.
It's
Yeah,
still
so
called.
that's
All right, here we go
anecdotal.
with the interruptions again.
It's called tokenization, Jared. I don't care how you tell me you treat people in your life. We're having a dialogue.
It's not how I
now.
treat people, it's how people respect me. And I
Okay,
don't
that's
have
a
any
weird way
problems
to
with
put it.
anybody.
We do not
from
owe
any
This
you.
is sad.
community.
Real quick, Jared, we do not owe you respect. You are on a live that is not controlled by you. TikTok does not say that we have to respect each other as long as it's not like bullying or harassment level shit, okay?
I
We
didn't
are the
ask for
ones who can
respect.
control what is said on this panel and what is not.
Can we
You're
all-
on our turf.
I do think that we all need to take this down a few.
Also, I have to go. Bye.
Bye, Cole.
Bye, Cole. Jared, for someone who's my age, you act a lot like a boomer. And I'm from the South. Like, I'm originally from there. It sounds like you're from sort of this very, like, deep state of the South. The South is not known for being mental health friendly. The South is not known for giving really good like on its surface in how we exchange words in the South, you would think so. But like actual respect is not given in yes ma'ams and no ma'ams. It's given in deep consideration and understanding. And I apologize if you feel like you're being interrupted, but the interruption of tokenizing or saying that you have a friend and they don't experience you in this way does not mean that all individuals or that they're being genuine to you. I do, Jared, also really appreciate that you're not interrupting, you're muting your mic, and I apologize if you do feel like you're being over talked.
I do want to further elaborate here that not once did I call your skills as being a parent into questions. I don't know why you're thinking that I'm being rude to you. What I used was an example of an anecdote of how I was treated by my parent in regards to your questioning of asking what you can do as an individual to do better into supporting your child. I gave you the references that were needed for that, and instead of being like, "Oh, thank you," you decided to take that as an insult. So that sounds like a you problem and not a me problem, personally.
Well,
Kira,
I do apologize for that, Kenzie. I didn't mean that, Kiza. I didn't mean to insult you.
and
But
to
as a parent, I mean, I like I said, I did my research because it's not like I wanted to find a reason to say, well, my child can't be transgender. My child can't be doing this. No, absolutely the opposite is I wanted to know my facts, my research, and help my child through this process. It was not from a place of wishing that it weren't true. It was wanting to be a better parent.
Then why are you against gender affirming care?
I'm only against it for children.
Okay,
That's it.
so
Because
my
I
my
was so afraid
questioning
that
my
my child
questioning
would
here
get
for you. Wait, hold up. My questioning here for you right now is, so we're not even going to talk about transgender children at this moment. I'm going to bring up children in general, so cisgender children. Are you under the awareness of what puberty blockers was originally designed for?
I don't know what they were originally designed for. No.
Right, I can go ahead and answer that for you. So they were originally designed for children undergoing prepubescent puberty, specifically little girls who are going through puberty at the ages of 6.
if you want to
What that would do, right? What that would do was it would pause their puberty for the time being until they were of age to undergo through that puberty, which is around like 13 or so, right? The thing is, people seem to think that puberty blockers are dangerous in themselves because of the extensive period of time that trans children have to be undergoing puberty blockers. However, few and little trans children even undergo through puberty blockers in the first place. But also, fun fact, the cisgender children who are going through precocious puberty are undergoing through puberty blockers at a longer rate than transgender children are. And yet they have had no negative side effects that have been documented whatsoever. So it's just fear propaganda that is being used against children getting access to medical care.
Well, again, I mean, I tried to do my research because I was not, trying to find any research to convince my child, you don't need to do this. You're just going through a phase. It was none of that. And I still support my child 1000%. I don't care. I love you. And if you're happy, and the only thing I've ever told my child, and I will tell this to anybody, as long as you are happy with you, I'm happy with you. That's all that matters to me with anyone. Be happy, but whatever that looks like.
Jared, why are you are you against gender affirming care then? Like I don't
No.
Okay, so why are you here then? Because you took the affirmative position against gender affirming care, and now that
For
we're
youth.
confronting you, you're saying you don't. But the fact is if
For youth.
yeah, but that is not saying I'm happy for you if you're happy with you. That's the exact opposite, Jared. Those two
Wait.
things are contradictions.
Not only
They
that, but
are a
you understand that
contradiction
gender
because,
affirming
again,
care
children
isn't just
cannot
medical, right?
consent.
Wait, you understand that gender affirming care isn't just medical, right?
What do you mean it isn't just medical? I mean, I know
I
there's
mean,
a
it isn't just
psychological.
medical. So, like, getting a haircut is gender affirming care. Putting on makeup is gender affirming care. Having clip-on nails is gender affirming care. You putting your clothes on a specific way is gender affirming care.
Jared, did you let your son, who was assigned female at birth, wear boys' clothes under the age of 18?
Would take my child to the mall, to Hot Topic, and buy the baggiest skate jeans and anything that he wanted.
Congratulations.
Gender affirming care for
Yeah,
youth.
that's gender affirming care.
I mean, no questions asked. I supported that child every step of the way. I was just scared.
That is gender
of
affirming care.
the
Jared,
medical aspect.
Jared, surgery, you and I are both in agreement on, I think, that it should be taken with extreme caution. Is that your concern?
Yes.
That,
Exactly my concern.
yes. I guarantee you, every single person on this panel, including the host, agree with you that surgery, gender affirming surgery, should be, and even hormones, if there's side effects, that we should look into it the utmost regard and have very solid
That,
data on it.
that was my concern.
Yeah, so basically the data is when this stuff is used, is the risk for suicide or suicide, sorry,
Yeah.
is
And that was my biggest concern.
that is so when I was trying to explain risk versus benefit, right?
Right.
The data indicate that the risk is higher than the negative or adverse or untoward effects
Right.
of all of these treatments. And it takes the parent, the child, and a medical team. Generally, it's not just a therapist, unless you're just getting a haircut. When it comes to surgery, it takes a surgical team. It takes a psychiatrist, a psychologist. It takes all of these fields
It does, and like I have
Yeah,
the other
there's
friends
something
I grew
called the
up with,
W
which
path, where
Yeah,
every
I'm
trans.
still really good friends with this individual and supported her. You know, was going through the surgery and actually had top surgery and everything, and was waiting on bottom surgery and was going through the psychological evaluation.
This feels
You
like
know, where
tokenizing
it's
again.
like a 2-3 year program, I think, where under the constant watch of a psychologist and everything.
Jared, most people don't come, like, they are extremely happy with their outcomes. Most
Right.
people who undergo this process through fruition have lower regret rates than knee surgery, including.
Yeah, no, you've already said that, but I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
saying,
1 to
you know, like
2%.
my other friend that I grew up with, I mean, she was going through, she already had top surgery and everything, and was going through the psychological
This is more tokenization.
Yep. Do you
That's
think
not
that people?
tokenization.
It
Do
is.
you think?
I
do you-
love her. She is a really good friend of mine.
Are you
Why would
against
that?
knee surgery, Jared? Do you speak
I'm
out
not
against knee
against
surgery?
knee surgery.
Okay.
And
so
I
you-
supported her through her top surgery. Why?
So why would you, if this said I support knee surgery for people with knee affirming care, would you be up on this panel?
I can't win with you all.
Wait, hold up.
Literally.
Is
No,
this
it's not-
is this
it's
friend of
not.
yours a trans woman or a trans man? Because you're saying top surgery, and that can be applicable to either or. And I'm trying to have an understanding here.
Oh no! I want to know if this said the same thing about knee surgery. Would Jared be up on this panel? Because I think that's a really valid question, Jared. Why
Okay.
is it that you're here? But if like it said the same thing, would you be?
I'm
here
here
for this-
because I have a transgender child.
But
Why?
you,
What else would I be?
Okay,
But
wait,
you-
hold up. You being here because you have a transgender child when the topic specifically says in regards to I support transgender people and gender affirming care, what would it take for you to agree? And you're claiming that you have a transgender child comes off as an opposition to the statement in
and it says
itself.
join if you disagree. 18
Yeah.
plus opposition only.
So all of you disagree.
No, they're all friends.
I disagree with transgender surgery for minors. Absolutely.
There's
That-
no
I thought
minor
that was
getting
the topic.
transgender surgery ever.
Well, no,
Like,
there, Kisa, there are.
It's very
just
rare.
yeah,
exceptions.
but it's at a limit for top surgery. It's not bottom surgery.
Yeah.
Oh
and
yeah,
it's-
yeah.
And it's for cancer related problems.
There are some
Not
that aren't.
all.
Yeah, so and the ones that aren't are like these are like really like hotly talked about things like these. When people go through this, they have huge teams of medical professionals like evaluating them. And when it doesn't happen and there's medical malpractice, they get the shit sued out of them like crazy.
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
should.
and they have to surrender their license.
The same would happen if there were knee surgery on a child. It would be exceptionally rare. Jared, why is it that you claim to be the supportive parent? Because the actions, like if I were a supportive parent and I claim to be these things, I wouldn't come up with the initial review that you had. I would come up asking questions, especially if I was on a panel with individuals who are trans adults. I would want to learn instead of saying, oh, well, I don't agree with it in this point, and then come off defensive and then try to give anecdotes. And I'm not saying that you can't be this person that is a that is a good parent and all of this, but our conversation did not start with this degree. It started with you saying that children can't consent at all,
Exactly.
ever.
So
Well,
can I
that's
explain?
obviously not true, because you took that back when we talked about surgeries involving tonsils, and you have no problem with the tonsillectomy, Jared. We had this
With
conversation.
parental consent, obviously. With parental consent, a child cannot walk in, sign the papers, and get a surgery for tonsillitis.
But children
and
can
tonsil
consent to
removal.
getting broccoli. You already agreed to that. So children can consent. We agreed that it in general nature.
You just went 100%. You just circled all the way back around. We've
Wait,
already
hold on.
discussed
Do you know what
this.
assent means, Jared?
A what?
Do you know what assent means?
Assent?
Yes, assent.
As in like an affirmation?
No. Assent, right? So in medical terms, right, a child that is of age 16 can give assent, which is not necessarily consent, but in a medical field, right, where the doctor is not able to get access to the parent whatsoever, the child can give something called assent, which gives the doctor permission to do said care towards child because it is medically necessary.
Really common in places like New York State for things like birth control guidance, or even in some cases abortion, or just having assent for medications that are being provided that maybe they have an absent parent. This happens all the time in legal guidance. Jared.
Right, because within like the medical field, when it comes to surgeries, if a child that is transgender that is getting access to surgery, it is because they are of the age 16 or 17, right? Typically, it's within the ages 16 to 17 is when they're giving the medical assent to have said care done for them.
Well, that's illegal.
It's not. It's assent.
not.
It's literally within the medical books itself, right? A child is legally able to consent or give assent at the age of 16. You want to know why this sounds familiar? Is because this is the same argument that people use all the time as a reasoning for an adult to be able to sleep with a 16-year-old. It's the same fucking law. The problem is it's worded incorrectly and worded in a way where it can have loopholes to allow for adults to sleep with children when that's not even something that should fucking happen. Because it was for medical assent and not consent.
Basically, you have an older adult who is able to give guidance, Jared. But medical professionals are signed by an oath, whereas people trying to have smacks with minors are not. So on one aspect, it's for individuals who have sworn no harm and are trying to give best practice care, whereas the other are trying to take advantage.
Well, in the state that I live in, there's a current lawsuit because there was a 16-year-old who was given
Didn't that just
an
pass?
abortion
Or-
pill
Oh,
at
okay,
the age of
that's fine.
16.
Jared, when you
Oh,
look
I'm
at
sorry.
legal-
I'm not supposed to use anecdotes. My bad.
No, well, you have to understand what legal cases are versus actual like data for science, right? Science has a predictive factor. Legal precedence does not, right? So when we look at science, I should be able to lend a predictive factor based on a study. So I should be able to, within a degree of certainty, a degree of confidence, literally, predict what's going to happen in the future. And we can do that with the data on transgender youth. We can't do that with legal studies because it's not
Well, okay.
based.
So go back and look at from the year 2000 to the year 2012. Look at the number of transgender youth and look at that statistic.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know
then
what
look at the
you want to know how.
statistics from 2012 to today and look at that statistic.
Do you know why?
Statistic of
there's-
what?
Of how many transgender youth there are? Yeah, there's really
Why does that
good
matter?
reasons to actually understand
It
this. This is-
matters widely because if we are talking about statistics and scientifics, let's talk about this is one thing I ran across in my studies when my child came out as transgender. Look at how many individuals identified as transgender in this country from 2000 to 2012, and
Okay,
then look at
Jared,
2012 to the
you want to
present.
know what happened after we start being able to readily identify skin cancer?
Skin
Our
cancer rates skyrocketed.
Yeah. So what do you think that meant about individuals identifying as trans when we make something more accessible? What happens? Whether it be because our diagnosis criteria becomes clear, or we make it to the fact that individuals are less likely to be persecuted for coming out as this social identity. This happened within all forms of like behaviors. For example, divorce is a good example of this. When we legalized divorce, what happened to divorce rates?
Well, I'm sure they went up.
Yeah,
The important
they
thing is
did.
that we understand that this isn't something that like is like we understand why people are trans and why they're coming out as trans. There's been a number of studies that have tried to find, hey, is this something that's like, are people actually trans, or is this like some sort of like social contagion that they're just thinking that they're
Nature
trans when they're
versus
not?
nurture.
Yeah.
Right. I felt like he was talking about the trans trending topic.
So
Was that what you were going for?
well, no, if you want to know, is it nature versus nurture? Are we going to look at this argument? And the good example is that we are fairly confident that it's biologically based, but it's not solely biologically based. Neither is any behavior. There is no behavior that is 100% biologically based. Like there are very few behaviors, if any. Like you need, even for things like laughter to take effect, you need a environmental aspect, right? But laughter and smile and things like that are things that you need biological aspects for. And this just tells me that you don't know anything about behavior, because the nature versus nurture argument has never ever been about which one is it. It's how much of each are there. It is never ever, like in the history of this argument, been, even in Freud, even in Darwin, been about, is it one or the other? This is just a complete misunderstanding of people understanding genes and behavior.
Right. I can grant you the aspect, like within 2020, there were more people that came out as LGBTQ because like that's when people decided to discover themselves, because we're all locked up in one area for a certain amount of time. We can't do anything, so we get to know ourselves more intimately and so on and so forth. And so a lot of people have come out being either trans, gay, lesbian, so on and so forth, which they were always that thing, but they discovered that because they finally had time to truly understand who they were as a person, which is what the Q in LGBTQ stands for, which is questioning or queer, which is valid. Right. So my questioning here is, do you believe that being trans is a choice here, Jared?
No, I don't. I don't think it's a choice. I think everyone questions themselves. I think everyone goes through that stage in life, and I certainly went through it. I think everyone questions their sexuality, and I think that's even Freudian.
Do you think being trans is a sexuality?
I don't think it's a sexuality, no.
Jared, are you fearful of what how do I say this? Are you fearful because you understand that trans individuals are not treated the same way as cis individuals? And do you think that shapes your behavior regarding your child, because sometimes maybe you see better outcomes for a cis individual?
No, I mean, no and yes. I mean, like I said, I talked for a long time with my child, and I support my child in every way that I can. And I have, I have told him my fears. Is, I support you. I just fear how society will accept you. But Dad's here. It doesn't matter. Dad will defend you. It doesn't matter. But yes, society is very cruel. It is so cruel to people, and I don't agree with that. I don't think society should be so cruel to people that are gay, or transgender, or bisexual, or any of those things. If you know what you want, and you're not harming anyone, then what more could we want out of a society than
Do you understand it's not a want, though?
It's not.
I know it's not a want. I know it's
Okay,
not a
so
want.
then
I
can
know
we
that.
choose the words properly here? Because want is a very harsh word to use for individuals within this community, only for the aspect that there's no transgender person that is willing to join this community, that wants to be so widely discriminated against, so widely disliked, so widely attacked, and to the point where they're being unalived on a daily to every other day basis. I understand what you're saying, but please choose your words carefully, because using want is making it sound like transgender people are signing up for being unalived. They're not.
Well, I know that personally. I know that 1000% personally. You do not choose your lifestyle. You do not choose how you love. I know that.
Jared, I'm honestly, it sounds like you are a good person. It sounds like you're honestly trying. It's a little confusing though that you have this son who is assigned female at birth, and in this conversation you're not getting kind of language right of someone who, I don't have a trans child, or a child who is trans, excuse me, and I can get language right, so it's a little disconcerting. It doesn't, I'm not saying you don't care, but it sounds like maybe you didn't, maybe you sought help from the wrong places, because it sounds like you actually care as a father, but you've also presented some weird arguments and oppositions, and I'm entirely confused by this conversation, Jared.
Well, I mean, you're a psychologist,
I'm
right?
not a psychologist, no. I have an undergraduate degree. A psychologist is someone in certain master's degree or PhD level fields. I studied it for 5 years. I'm very familiar with a lot of the research. I know how to research. But psychologist is a very specific title. It's not like a history major. It's not like other fields. You have to have severely advanced degrees in psychology to be called a psychologist.
Well, I mean, I have my first cousin. She has a PhD in psychology, and she was one of the first ones that I reached out to.
What field of psychology?
I just want to ask a question real quick. Do you know what the gay trans panic defense is?
The what?
Oh,
The gay
took me a
trans
second to
panic
realize that
defense.
was.
Do you know what that is?
I didn't understand what you asked.
Do you know what the gay trans panic defense is?
No.
Yeah, so this makes it a little hard for me to have an understanding of your parenting here, but I'm going to go ahead and explain it to you without being disingenuous because the host has asked me to be kind. But I am going to go ahead and say you're a fence sitter at this point, and I'm not going to sugarcoat my feelings. But the gay trans panic defense is it's a statement that an individual says before the judge, or makes a claim before the judge, such as, "Oh, well, I thought they were going to make a move on me." It's no different than pleading insanity in a court, because what will end up happening is that judge will lessen the charges completely or drop the charges completely depending on the severity of the case. Meaning an individual can unalive a transgender person, unalive a gay individual, unalive a lesbian individual for just existing and then going before the judge and being like, oh, I thought they were making a move on me. This is legal in several fucking states. So it baffles me that you are claiming that you're this great of a parent and saying that you get all this respect from other people that are transgender, but you don't even understand one of the fucking main things that have been used against us since the it's about 1960 it's been used against us for, that has unalived us without having any justice whatsoever.
Well, I hate that. I really do. But that's not my fault.
It's your fault
And
for
I
not
did-
knowing. Yes, it is.
Jared.
No, it is not my fault.
It
because
is
I did
100%
not
your
support
fault
that,
for
and
not
I do
knowing.
not support that.
Jared, I am a cisgender woman, right? And I have a cisgender parent who is my male dad. Would it be his fault for not preparing me for the fact that the likelihood of someone assaulting me as a male? Jared, would it be his fault if he didn't teach me that men were the likelihood of harming me?
I understand your point.
Jared,
But
it's a yes or no question. Can you
yes,
answer?
I
Okay.
agree. Yes, I
So-
agree.
Okay, so I think Kiza brought up a really good point about you trying to understand your child and you not knowing
If understanding that my child might be assaulted was a fact, I already understand that. The fact that it's defensible in what he said, 2 states?
Multiple.
What?
Yeah, just because they're
I mean,
trans.
well, right. I do not agree with that. I do not agree with any. I don't think anyone should be harmed for any reason. I'm not defending any legislation. I'm not. I have never defended
So
any
here's
anti-trans legislation,
here's my
and I
point
will
as
not.
to why I have a dislike towards you and your parenting skills. But again, I have been told to be polite, so I'm going to try to be polite here. You have been stating
You
nothing
don't have
but.
to be polite. I mean,
Please
please
stop
be
interrupting
yourself,
me.
because I
I'm
would
still
not
spe-
ask
I'm still
anybody
speaking.
to be anything but
Hey,
themselves.
Hey, your sentence is touching my sentence. It's kind of gross, right? So here's the thing, right? I've only heard you say nothing but negative things in the experience of an individual being trans. That's all I've heard you say. Can you name one positive experience that you faced and watched from someone as transgender person? Because you've only named nothing but negative things, and I'm trying to have an understanding as to what
I thought we
positive
were
came out
supposed
of
to
it
use
for you.
anecdotes.
Okay,
I
so
tried to
there's someone
explain
asking
that
in
I
the
have
question section why I'm asking this question. The reasoning for this is because you've been stating nothing but negative reactions and things that have happened towards transgender people, when arguably the negative things that happen towards transgender people are very fucking small compared to the positive things that we get. And you haven't named a single positive thing. It's only been negative. And you also don't even remember, you don't even research into everything like you claim that you do. Because if you did your research, the gay trans panic defense is like one of the first fucking things that comes up from researching about trans people.
Ooh. Here, Jared. Stonewall. Trans woman was the number one reason that we have gay rights in this country today. I have noticed that trans individuals are much betterly apt to recognize a system of social injustices. I've noticed that trans individuals typically are more politically active. I've noticed that trans individuals at least the trans individuals that I know have a really good memory, especially for law. Those are some trans individuals that I know that are really positive. Can you name a couple of trans individuals that you know and really positive attributes about them, Jared?
Absolutely. I love my friend. Her name is Brenda, and constantly talk on Facebook. We've kept in constant contact, and like I said before, they went through with the upper as an adult. As a
Jared,
transgender. What?
you're just describing a trans individual. not telling us.
You asked me to explain a good encounter. Absolutely. They call
No,
me.
I didn't.
What?
We're not asking that, Jared. If
What?
if you were to unalive tomorrow, and I just described you as a person that I know, I hopefully wouldn't describe you as the facts about you and what you did. I would describe you as a loving person, and then I would name things that you were good at. Maybe you really liked sewing stuffed animals, and that you were really acute to detail. What you just did was just say that you had a friend, and I would personally never like to be described in this way that you just described. The
Well, I
positive.
guess I'll never describe you as a friend then. I mean, I
Hey,
don't know what else
for
to say.
example, you can be like, I saw a transgender person get their hair cut, and it was like the most exciting thing that I could ever see for them because they're super happy, right? Positive experiences, right? Like, for example, my first time ever doing my nails was the best fucking time for me ever. I actually cried because I was so proud of myself for getting my fucking nails done on my own.
So when a transgender person calls me on the phone and is excited because they found someone that they are falling in love with, I'm not supposed to describe that experience because they chose to call me and talk about that
No,
experience?
that would be
Like,
perfect. That would be perfect, Jared. That would have been fucking perfect.
well, that's where I'm going. Is like this individual calls me and like I found this person I love and we're in a relationship and great. I'm glad for you, Brenda. That's awesome. And you know,
Okay,
I grew up with this
why,
individual.
Jared, why was that special to you?
Because I want them to be happy, and they are happy, and they found happiness, and that is awesome. Great. And I have sat and talked to them for hours, and you know, as long as you're happy, and their family has completely disconnected from them.
No, Jared.
But I'm happy for them, and they have
Jared.
chosen me
Jared.
because we're friends.
No, it's not as long as you're happy, I'm happy. That recenters yourself, right? That's weird.
No,
No,
it's,
that is
I
really
want
weird
you
to say.
to be happy. How could you love
Jared.
anybody any more than to say I want you to be happy, no matter what that
Hey,
takes? Like it
Jared,
doesn't matter to me. What
So it's weird that you're saying as long as you're happy, I'm happy. What you should do, right? Instead of saying as long as you're happy, I'm happy, and then just describing that they're happy and just they're happy, you should maybe learn,
Well, I
right?
didn't tell them that. I mean, I'm just saying, as long as they are happy, like I love it. I love that they're happy in how they're living their life, and they moved out to get away from our little podunk town to live their life, and they found love, and I'm happy for them. And they message me, call me, and thank God because they have nobody else, and they choose to call me because we grew up together, and I love them. And I support them, and they know that.
Hey, Jared, real quick here. What do you think is
I
better?
know you don't like me, but go ahead.
I mean, I didn't say that, but yeah, I don't sugarcoat things. But here's the thing, right? My question here is, what do you think is better in this situation? Do you think struggling is better, or do you think being happier is better? This is
Why
a
would you
genuine
ever want
question.
Why would you ever want anybody to struggle?
Oh, I'll get to it here in a second, right? So which one?
Being happy.
Oh, happier is the better solution. I agree with you 100%, right? That's the one thing I'm probably going to agree with you here. So the reason why I bring this up is because do you think that transgender children who are undergoing the aspect of being transgender are struggling, or do you think that they are happy that they're transgender? Silence is loud right now.
No, that's a loaded question.
It's not loaded at all. It's actually very clear and simple to the point. You said it
it's a loaded
straightforward.
question.
Jared, you specifically said straightforward that being happier is the better solution than being able to
is.
struggle, right?
And-
Do
and
you
I think we
think,
have already
again, and I'm going to
established
ask you the question. Yeah, Jared, I'm going to ask you the question again. I understand that me asking you uncomfortable questions makes you uncomfortable, and I'm so happy that it does because it's proving my point. So anyways, the question that I'm going to ask again is, do you think that transgender children are happy that they're trans, or do you think that they are under struggles because they are trans? Which one?
I think that they are both struggling and happy, but in
Why?
my own
How?
instance,
Okay, hold up. So the house is both on fire and not on fire at the same time?
both. Yeah. Well, I mean,
The house can both be on fire and not on fire at the same time?
What teenager is not
I
struggling?
didn't talk
over
about
their sexuality?
teenagers. I never brought up teenagers once.
Jared, these studies are compared to their peers. So they look at data indicated by their peers who are cisgender, and then they compare that data to those who are not cisgender.
Right. So the answer is transgender children are struggling for being transgender. The reasoning why is because they don't understand who. Stop. Do not interrupt me. The reason why is because they don't understand who they are as an individual. They don't understand why. Usually, typically speaking, a transgender child will see themselves as quote unquote broken because there's no explanation as to why they feel the way that they do or see themselves the way that they do, because there's no explanation for it because it's not taught to them. They have to figure it out on their own. This is another reason why I'm for teaching the LGBTQ within schools, kindergarten and up. That's a whole different topic in itself, but this is the reason why, is because children need to have an understanding of who they are as an individual to better understand themselves so that they don't have to feel quote unquote broken, so that they don't have to view themselves as struggling. Because a lot of times what will happen is the parents will be like, oh, you're a cute boy, or oh my god, you look adorable, and the child will correct it, and then you will be punished or ridiculed for correcting said language and saying, no, I'm a girl, or no, I'm not cute, I'm this, that, and the other, right? It happens all the fucking time. But the child struggles because they don't understand why they're being ridiculed for such actions, because they think that they're doing something perfectly fine. The issue here at hand is, in order for a transgender child to not struggle as much, they have to undergo through psychiatric therapy and care through a medical practitioner and a medical professional to be able to assess what is going on with them. Not necessarily a diagnosis, because it is not a diagnosis. There is no diagnosis for being transgender. But what will happen is a parent will go into said psychiatrist or therapy session, talk with the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist can be like, hey, your child is showing clear signs that they may be this. You might want to look into it to see if this is what your child may be, and talk it over with your child, because it is driven by the child, it is talked through by the therapist, and it is understood by the parent. Meaning that all three of those things have to be processed in order for the child to even have access to the care. Most gender-affirming care in general, such as puberty blockers and HRT, is not even really given to children at all, because many of them don't have to undergo through it unless they have an extensive, extreme distress that is caused by them being transgender, which is valid, and they will get the care. But again, that is between the doctor, the parents, and the child. That is not between me. That is not between you. That is not between Ashlyn. That is not between Redhead. It's not between the host. It's between the parent, the child, and the doctor. So the reason why I asked you that question in itself, and why it proved my point, because if you truly believe that happier is better, then you should be for the process of children getting access to that care, because it is medically necessary for them to be happier. Thank you. I yield my time. I'm going to mute.
Kiza.
All right. Thank you, Kiza.
Hold on, Jared.
Go ahead, Ashlyn, and then I'm going to go ahead and break him apart. But go ahead.
Kiza talked about a very expensive form of therapy, by the way.
Yeah, well, go
I'm
ahead.
I'm going to explain how this is an expensive form of therapy that most children actually don't generally have access to. So when we look at multi-family or family therapy, it takes time to you basically have to give parent therapy to the adult. You have to give therapy to the child, and then you have to look at giving therapy to assess not just their emotional needs, but you have to give emotional needs to the outside. It's actually the most recommended form of therapy, especially for things like ODD and OD. These are specific things that develop into adulthood.
that turn into ASPD or certain like narcissistic personality disorder. These are like really, really expensive forms of therapy. They're not generally given, by the way. Just FYI. So what you're about to see are kind of a disconnect between what actually kind of happens sometimes in practice, where child therapy is given and family therapy is given, but family therapy kind of lacks, like the parent therapy aspect can lack. But yeah, when we look at this aspect, what we holistically would like to do is see the child, see the parent, and then see the child and parent in a natural environment, which cannot generally occur. What is generally given is to the parent, Jared, is exactly what Kiza was talking about. You need to listen to that therapist, perform general guidance, and then go do homework. And I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't sound like you've done that, but go ahead.
Well, again, my apologies to Kiza for misgendering or saying the wrong pronouns. Sorry for that. It absolutely no intent on my part. Absolutely apologies on my part. I know Kiza doesn't like me. That's fine, because that's okay. I love you anyway. But as far as therapy and seeing a psychologist, I have absolutely supported that. My child goes to therapy twice a week. My child sees a psychologist. I 100% support that.
Jared.
And I want my child to see through with that, so that
Jared.
my child can make a correct decision. That's all I want.
What is a wrong decision?
There isn't a wrong decision. It's just I don't want them to make a mistake. I want them to speak to a professional, a therapist, a psychologist, and I want them to find themselves. I don't want them to make that decision on their own without professional therapy and help. And I will support whatever they find on. I don't want to influence it. I don't. I want a
What's
professional.
funny, Jared, is that you came up against gender affirming.
Oh my God. He just went on a 10-hour rant about how they need therapy and all of this, and then I'm like, well, I support that, and I
Jared,
pay for my
no.
child.
So
And
you
then
apologize
now
for
that's wrong.
misgendering me and then misgendered me yet again.
It's been
Yes.
at least 3 times.
Like
And now you're laughing about it. I don't think that you actually
I didn't
care.
laugh. I did
That
not
was me
laugh.
laughing. That was me
somebody
laughing.
else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. I will interrupt
My
on
apologies.
that. No, it's all good.
Again, apologies, Kiza. I'm sorry.
You know,
I'm
your
sorry.
apologies don't mean anything to me. Again, like I said before,
I'm sure they
words don't mean anything. Actions do. You continuously doing it isn't going to prove to me that you're actually sorry, because an apology means you're not going to do it again. Yet you did it 3 individual times after being called about it 3 individual
I
times,
am
and now I'm the
sorry.
one that's calling you out about it. I generally
I'm
don't
sorry.
care. I generally don't care when people misgender me, because I don't have to prove my validity to anyone, because I know who I am as an individual. Just like I don't need to prove my validity to you, but I can tell you that you are actually being extremely hypocritical, because I don't think you're fucking sorry in the slightest, because you're going to do it again. I promise you're going to do it again in the next 5 to 10 minutes, 100%.
I also take this just to be a contradiction at this point, where you said that I would listen to what they said, like therapists would say, but what happens when the therapists say, hey, maybe if, like, especially if they're diagnosed with gender dysphoria, if somebody's diagnosed with gender dysphoria, generally there might be a recommendation to go on puberty blockers and then gender affirming hormones. In rare cases, they recommend top surgery. What would you say then? When these are these are medical recommendations being made.
Oh, I have no doubt that Jared would be against it, despite what Jared is going to say right now. And I'm not sorry, Jared. I'm trying to get you to listen and understand, because I had a father exactly like you, and I'm a cisgender individual who just had a mom that was abusive, and he was emotionally unsupportive. And he thought he was so emotionally supportive. And I know that's an anecdote, but I am trying to get you to sit here and like listen to individuals who are adult and trans, because I don't think you take it seriously. I honestly don't believe that you're here off of like some genuine nature to learn more. I think that you came up to have a conversation, but also to be a little rude, because it literally says join if you disagree, 18 opposition only. And I don't think you're an idiot in any regard. I think that you honestly slightly disagree. And I don't think you are actually trying to figure out what's best. I think that some of this is selfish intent.
Well, that's a mouthful.
I mean, it is, but I'm being honest with you. I think that you might be a little more selfish than you think you are.
Well,
Here, let me go ahead and ask you, what are you doing to help trans people not being unalived on a daily to every other day basis? What are you doing?
well, you tell me what you think. The average American.
It's
should
not
be
my
doing
job to
these
teach the
days.
oppressor on how to no longer oppress me.
Oh, and I'm an oppressor.
Yes,
Yes. to
How?
some extent.
in more ways than one. In more ways than one. You're a man, I'm a woman, you're oppressing me in that way. And also, you're cisgender and I'm transgender, you're oppressing me that way. So intersectionality exists. So again, as I stated before, it is not my job as the oppressed to teach the oppressor on how to no longer oppress me.
Jared, I am a cisgender person. I'm an oppressor. I'm a white individual. I'm an oppressor. It's my duty to deconstruct two very different things at all times. Like whether it's like systematic racism on Black individuals. I constantly, and I don't sit here and like cry myself to sleep because I'm racist. That is not the question at hand. It is talking about very deep ingrained questions on how we look at gender and like think about how we can deconstruct what that means. And the same goes for men who are cisgender men, and deconstructing misogyny, like not using the B word or the C word to talk every day. Like those little things, very easy to do. And in fact, I don't get them right all the time. I still sometimes accidentally use microaggressions towards Black individuals, but I constantly every day think about how we don't do those things. And it's actually not that fucking hard. It's pretty easy. It's just listening to the people around us to say, hey, think about this concept and look at it in a different light, and talk to the people around us. That's all. Not a very abstract concept.
It's not a very abstract concept, but it's not an abstract concept for LGBTQ either. As a cisgender individual, I'm sorry if I get it wrong sometimes. It's not out of disrespect. It's not.
Okay, but it's not answering
if
what
you-
you would do as an individual to stop the harm that we face.
The same thing that I do every single day of my life.
Which is what?
Is show absolute respect to everyone that I encounter.
Yeah, your respect
And I
isn't
travel-
stopping my siblings from being unalived. Your respect isn't stopping
No,
my
it
siblings.
absolutely is.
No, it's not.
one step.
No, it's not.
One step at a time.
No, it's not.
As a cisgender, 43-year-old construction worker,
It is a non.
if I respect an individual at a fast food restaurant,
When a
in front of
transgender
everyone
person,
around them,
when a transgender person is telling
that
you what you're doing
respect
isn't
is
stopping
shown.
the harm, you need to start to fucking listen. Because I am trans and I'm telling you, your respect, your word of saying I respect isn't doing shit, is doing zero. You want to know why I know this? Because there's still
So you don't
transgender
want
people being
respect?
unalived on a daily to every other day basis. I could
So
care
you
two
don't want
shit.
respect or support?
Listen, Jared, I could care less about your respect, and I would care more about you actually having actions that resolve to keeping us from harm.
What does that look like? I
What
don't know. Maybe
actions?
hosting lives that, like, maybe, you know, fight disinformation and say, hey, this is wrong. Maybe an
Yeah.
idea.
You
Maybe
think
doing research, having 70 pages of notes to, like, actually just support your friends. Like, this isn't something that I do just because, oh, I want to be, you know, this makes me look good. No, it's because I have friends who are trans, and I've seen how it's affected them. I see what our society does, and it's fucking horrible. And this is something that absolutely needs to change. People are living horrid lives because of just society not understanding, like, basic things.
I
The
agree.
amount of medical
Well,
misinformation
no,
out
you
there right now
don't.
is
Jay,
What do you mean I
astronomical.
don't?
No, you don't, because I at the same time could say that I respect you, Jared, but you consistently say that I don't like it when you do X, Y, and Z, but I continuously do X, Y, and Z, but I verbally affirm that I respect you. That is what you were doing. You did none of the work. You absolutely no. But I said I watched you make a pizza once. Like that is kind of the behavior that you're doing. You're like, well, I put in the time. I watched you make a pizza once. Therefore, I know about you. And that's kind of the behavior that you're displaying. Is I watched you do something, but I didn't actually put in the time to get to know you. I didn't ask what toppings you like. I didn't ask what type of crust you liked. I just looked at it and I said, I know you like pizza. It's the end of the conversation.
Well, the only
Yeah,
thing
like, do you go to
that I can
protests?
tell you that the
Do you go
average
to protests?
American can
Jared,
do, and what every
Jared,
single average
Jared,
American should
Jared,
do
Jared,
and can do.
Jared, do you go to protests? Have you ever gone to a protest in support for trans people? Ever, once?
Why would I go to a protest?
Yeah, see, that's the point, right? You as a cisgender person, it is
Why would I go to
your
a
job.
protest?
Stop interrupting me. It is your job as a cisgender person to act as a shield for transgender people to speak up for us when we can't speak for our own in front of people that want to harm us. That is your job. That's why you go to a protest.
That's
to
my
protect
job?
us. Yes.
No, that ain't my damn job.
Yes, it is, Jared.
No, it's not.
Like,
Ain't my job. It's
okay.
not my job to defend black people. It's not my job to defend transgender people. Ain't my job to defend nobody. It's my job as I walk through my life.
So host, I still
As I
stand
walk
10
through
toes
my
down
life.
on the fact that Jared
Can
is
I
a piece
talk
of
now
shit.
without
Can I
being
say that?
interrupted?
Yeah,
Am I allowed to say that?
Can I talk without being interrupted?
Cool, awesome. So I stand 10 toes down with Jared being an absolute piece of shit, transphobic, homophobic piece of shit as well. Thank you. I concede.
And on the bombshell.
Can I talk without being
Nope.
No, yeah, you're good.
Holy shit. You good? You good, Kaiser?
I was
Or
trying
Kisa?
to.
No, I'm good. The fact that he
Okay.
wanted to say that it is not his job as a YT person to protect black people, it's not his job as a man to protect women, not his job as a cisgender person to protect trans people, it is fucking baffling to me. Fucking baffling.
It's not like we're trying to blame you for like the wrongs that other cis people have done. This is just saying, hey, you need to be with society and help correct this shit. This is like what part of being a good person is about. Like, and this is like scraping the bottom of bare minimum, in my opinion. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's that behavior as to why racism, transphobia, and homophobia still exists. Is because you view it as not your problem to fix, but someone else's problem. That's called the bystander effect, where you're waiting for someone else to fix the problem. But the problem is, the way the bystander effect works, the only way someone fixes the problem if it benefits themselves. So if YT people benefit from the oppression of women, black people, then why would they fix the problem? If men benefit from the oppression of women, why would they fix the problem? If cisgender people benefit from the system of oppressing trans people, why would they fix the problem, right?
Not technically what the bystander effect is, but I do 100% agree on the notion. It would more be like an effect of, like, I think laziness, or so bystander specifically is that they think a bystander will do the work for them. And and it actually has a lot of studies that disagree with its effect. It's actually not a very clear notion in psychology, just FYI. It's not well regarded. It's not like a theory, nothing like that. But I would say that an individual like that, who does not want to stick up for an individual, is just morally wrong. And I think we could make a good judgment and a good cause for that individual being morally obsolete.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Everybody's saying that that individual was a good person. No, I refuse.
I
No,
agree
I,
with you.
no, no.
I refuse. I fucking refuse.
I was trying to play kind of an advocate in this.
I get it. Sometimes you
Yes.
have to do that. Sometimes you do. It's just
Stotsky knows me. Normally, I'm the person on the other end calling them a POS.
I'm glad that you kind of just sat down and said, "Go have fun."
yeah.
I thought they were more reasonable than my family.
Oof,
Well, so
is that saying much though?
Stotsky knows me.
yeah, but it's
Stotsky
still
knows me. I'm
complicit, which is a problem.
no. So Stotsky knows me. I am normally on your. I'm worse than you, Kiza. Like 10 times worse than you.
Okay, no. So Stotsky told me to behave, and
Oh no,
so
I said
that's
don't
why I was
interrupt.
very minor.
I'm gonna interrupt
Oh,
you there.
okay.
I said you not to interrupt. I never said be respectful. Just don't get me banned from.
I can
just follow TikTok terms serves. Otherwise, fucking
No,
have
that's
fun.
fine. I can go further than what I did. I just chose to be, demure as possible.
Very
The
demure.
biggest issue that I had is that they said they had a trans child. So I actually was trying to hold back because I don't trust the mentality of that individual not to take out what we do to them on that trans child. So I was actually trying to hold back. And I did want to be a little more reasonable because the unfortunate is that I do realize that like how we talk and interact with people affects how like this topic, it transfers onto how they behave to other people. But I did really appreciate how like you were asking hard questions and doing that sort of conversation.
Yeah.
So
No, you're fine. I don't disagree with you. Like I agree on the fact that sometimes you have to hold back a little bit in case the aspect of like putting another person in harm's way. My only thing is in my understanding, my personal opinion based off of like how I used to run lives and how I've gone into lives in general. Generally people who make the claim that they know someone that's trans or has a child that's trans, they don't fucking exist. They're just using it as a talking point to get a gotcha moment, which he couldn't fucking do because he couldn't even tell me the research that he's done. But even on top of that, on the understanding that this child does exist, right? I really, and Jared, I hope you're fucking listening right now. I hope your child cuts you off. I really do. I hope they cut off all communication with you and you find out the hard way as to why they don't want you in their fucking life.
I think it's important to say that we're not saying that you're gonna always be a bad person either. It's just that you can have bad ideas in the moment or be for a long time. Like I do truly hope that you like come around to like better ideas and like get an understanding of the history and the problems that trans people really genuinely fix or have or face. That's the word. That's the word that was.
not only that, like misgendering their own child in the live was a huge red flag.
And not correcting it until it was brought up after that point.
Yeah.
Then being like, oh, well, I'm not used to it. You've known your child was trans for how long? And you're not used to it? Excuse me? What the fuck? That's a you problem, not a me problem. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, there comes a point in time where I just don't excuse that behavior anymore. And it's that point where I don't excuse the behavior. Also, for him to, like, be completely silent when I asked him about what's better, suffering or being happier, and him saying that the question itself was loaded when it wasn't, just speaks volumes on his character alone, that he doesn't actually care about his hypothetical fucking trans child. I'm sorry, but no.
He's only looking up ways to convince the child not to be trans.
That.
And that was what I was trying to get to, is that I was trying to make them feel better about it so that they would have that conversation. But it wasn't about that, because the entire conversation revolved around this parent's emotion, and you could hear it in the way that they talked about it. And when you hear any parent that talks about a child involving their own emotions, I'm happy if you're happy is a dead fucking red flag.
I never saw that as a red flag, but yeah, that's a red flag now.
One of the biggest, yeah, it is. It's one of the biggest like developmental red flags. And it's like one of the biggest pictures you'll see in like stop crying. It's not doing anything for you. It's like a form of parent practicality or utility ethics. It's you're not doing anything for me, or you're not doing anything for society. And if you're not fixating on one of those things, that child's emotions are no good, and therefore they tend to squash that child's emotions, and it's harmful. Because emotions need to be practical, right? No, that's dumb. That's not how good development of emotions work. Well, at least in the sense of practical to society. They need to be practical to you, but that's not what's being taught in this Jared parental style. This Jared parental style revolves around Jared's emotions, which is really common in like boomer fixation. And it's because Jared had a way in which that child was going to operate within society, and how that would be. And they claim that it doesn't matter how that child behaves, but realistically there was a sense of failure that would have always operated in that child. There was a sense of belonging that would have operated in that child, in which Jared would see fulfilled or not fulfilled. I have no doubt that that's how Jared saw the relationship between their child and society. No doubt. And that's really, really problematic and really harsh and really, really common within.
Oh god, sorry.
Yeah, if you're gonna say narcissistic.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was gonna say. My mom has like.
Did anyone catch on to him saying that child instead of his child or my child? There was one time where he said that child, and it came off like,
I didn't pick up on that, but
some like possessive language or misgendering, I think is like okay, but when you start to see the anecdote paired along with misgendering, paired along with centering of one's needs, that's where I really draw a red flag. Yeah. So instead of my child's happy and that's all that matters, like I said, my child's happy and I'm happy because of that was like the absolute biggest red flag to me. Because who asked you about your emotions?
Can we talk about how upset he kept getting over me telling him that I didn't like him, that he had to bring it up constantly after every single time I talked? Can we just talk about that for a second? He was so upset by me saying I don't like you that he had to bring it up every second he got a chance to. Like, stay mad, I guess. I don't know.
I liked how you said, I don't like you openly, but I'm gonna be respectful. Like, it's like clearly that like there's just like two different. Like,
listen, the but negates the statement I don't like you. Remember that, okay? But no, I was trying to be respectful.
Sorta?
It's just really hard. It was really hard too. Because at the same time, I'm trans and I had a parent that was like him. that
Yeah.
was like saying, "Oh, I support you, I respect you, this, that, and the other," and they would do everything outside of the opposite of that.
I just mostly
And
don't
like,
want people to be driven by their emotions purely, because like that's when crash outs happen, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't get anywhere. It like I don't think crash outs even feel good in the moment. Like
no, they don't. Arguably, I think that's what a lot of opposition is pushing for is a crash
yeah.
out.
Yeah, that's the
I
reason
wanna
why I
be
prevent, like,
completely-
I'll draw people back from doing that, though. Like, that's my main reason.
I want to be completely honest on how I felt about Jared. Jared didn't understand himself, nevertheless anyone around him. I don't think Jared could actually tell you how he felt about like sugar water. I don't think he was ever taught that, and how his emotional states were. So I don't think him being able to tell anyone else. I think he honestly, genuinely thought the things that he thought, and I think he thought they were helpful. But like some of the hardest thing with like boomer therapy is like just teaching boomers about their own fucking emotions. Like if I'm being
Honestly.
I don't think he truly has anyone in his life that disagrees with him on anything or says anything negative about him. They all just keep it to themselves because he's that unbearable that they have to play friendly with him. So much
I
so
don't
that
know
he
if
had to be caught off
Genuinely.
guard that I told him I didn't like him. So that butt hurt him for the remainder of the fucking stream.
That is literally why. Sorry, not me losing my train of thought again. But anyways, him being a crybaby just says a lot about him. It was pretty funny. He couldn't even stop making it about him when it came to that. So, 1 second.
I am also gonna end life soon.
like that was the problem that I had with him so much. It's that literally every time we would have this conversation, Jared would bring the conversation somehow back to himself and revolve the emotions around himself instead of like indicating behaviors and why he thought things about other people and how they experience things rather than what they told him about their emotions. It would be about how Jared felt about the situation. And like that's concerning. I would be like, well, I felt like say I'm in a conversation with either one of you, I would say, well, I can't mind read, but the individual said X, Y, and Z. They spoke in this tone. They had this type of like dialogue with me, and it was after what I would like. That was the problem about this individual that I found the most concerning is that no indication of being able to differentiate between tone, dialogue, anything besides
Yeah.
how Jared felt about that conversation. But besides,
I
what he
remember what I
felt-
was gonna say when you're done. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it really is okay. I forget things so easily, and
Say it.
sometimes I don't have
Say it.
the ability to like write it down or anything. I don't know if it's Kiza or Kiza, but
Whichever one's fine.
okay. I think I've said Kiza before, so that's just like it's registering easier to me. But anyways, so you were mentioning how something about how he was like talking about and treating his kid. Oh yeah, it was you were talking about how the people in his life probably just don't tell him things because he's so unbearable, right? That's why it made me so mad when he was tokenizing people. That's why I cut in. And also being a trans person myself, we have this righteous rage sometimes, honestly, at people saying that they're one thing and then acting like the opposite, and trying to just like be a person who is honest with them, and then they're just so taken aback like they can only talk about how they feel about you being honest, and then it's like, don't tokenize because those people probably feel differently than they're actually telling you, you know? So yeah, I agree on that front. Thanks for letting me say that before I forgot.
No, I agree with that 100%.
I'm sorry if I ever talk. I- and I don't think I was angry enough.
Valid.
Yeah. Like I was trying to see if I could have a conversation with that individual.
Mission Impossible.
Right.
And yeah, that's a good angle to come at it from initially. It's when you start to see their actions not aligning with who they say they are. That's when I start to get mad, honestly, at least personally, and not always. Like sometimes I do have the patience to like walk somebody through something as only if they're trying to learn, because if they're not even open to learning, like I can't teach you shit, you know? But sometimes it takes a while even for the people that are trying to learn. So like I have the patience with some people sometimes, but other times it's just like you're disrespecting us so blatantly while saying you're supportive of us. So fuck you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let a little bit of this rage out.
Really, I like sit there and I struggle half the time on remembering pronouns, not to do gender specific terms. Like I struggle with that. But like what pisses me off is someone that says they care and then like ignores all of that. And then I have to sit there and pretend like they don't to have a conversation outside of that, cuz otherwise our conversation is focused on that stupid point. And then it feels like it goes nowhere. And then I'm like, the fuck
It
does
genuinely does go nowhere. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, and then I'm like trying to talk about these other points, and I'm like, I can't even get to like the interesting part of this on like the actual data science, because the actual data is one of the most interesting things on like how we should proceed forward in gender affirming care, when we should do it, how we like all of that. I think is the like, it's not that should it happen, it's when it should happen. I think is a really good and interesting question. I hope that that's agreed upon. It's not that should it happen, it's like when and how, to have like the maximal effect, meaning like least amount of harm. I think that's a good question. Is that agreed upon?
Yeah,
Yeah, like
at least by me.
Kiza, is that agreed upon by you? And if not, I would love to hear.
I'm so sorry. Can you please repeat yourself?
Yeah, no, you're good.
I was definitely
I
not
think-
paying attention to chat either.
I think
Oh,
the
fucking
best
hell, that's an
question
alarm.
for underage individuals is not that gender affirming care should happen. It's like when and how it should happen.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah.
I just have to say, I think your name is Liz. If there's a fire, please like be safe and get out of the building.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that at all. That's why I always say that like
No,
it's
I'm
not up to
good.
me.
Everything's fine.
Okay,
Like,
sorry. I was really concerned for a second. I'm sorry.
No,
I
yeah,
cut you off
no,
again,
it's fine.
but go ahead.
no, you're fine. It's why I say it's like it's not up to me. It's only between the practitioner, the parent, and the child, and it's no one else's business but those three individuals.
Yeah, I think we all can agree that maybe sometimes it's not the best medicine. It's like not practical. And
Yeah.
then sometimes it's like really practical and it is the best thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. I could say there are individuals that have just heard the child say, "Oh, well, I like wearing these clothes," and then immediately go, "Okay, well, you're trans. Here you go. You take this," and then they regret it afterwards, right? It's a small percentage that happens at, but it has happened, and I'm not going to claim it hasn't. But for those individuals that it has happened to, they're extremely valid. They were never trans to begin with, and have every right to sue the ever living fuck out of that doctor for sure. But like, it happens at a smaller percentage of transgender children being trans. Like I used to be a detransitioner, and technically speaking, people who detransition later on continue their journey later on in life when it's medically necessary for them to do so or safer for them to do so. So, like, for people to make a statement of, oh, well, your child's going to regret it, they have a low regret rate because not many children that are trans undergo having this type of gender affirming care in the first place.
Less than 1,000? Yeah. Less than 1,000 for like a 10-year basis, I think it is. It's very, very small. And even and the reason why I don't like typically use that argumentation is because it wouldn't matter if it was 10 times that. Though that is like a practical argument, is that I'd rather talk about harm and what harm looks like, because I think that that's the more important question, is that, well, do you trust any other physician, and why do you stop your trust here, and how does that trust look like? It's more important to me.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I asked him, I don't know if it was him or someone else earlier, but I asked someone what the symmetry breaker was between a kid consenting to like surgery for cancer with their parents and their doctor versus gender affirming care. Because there is no symmetry breaker that I know of.
Yeah, and I even brought up to him later on, like after you dropped, I think, I brought up to the fact that like gender affirming care, the one that like the bills that are being put in place to remove gender affirming care from youth are talking on surgeries alone. That's what their talking point is all the time. And I always bring up, okay, well, since you're cool with that bill being passed because it goes against youth having access to gender affirming care, you are also against cancer care for youth as well, because that's what typically the surgeries are for.
95, I think it is, percent and above, I think it's like actually closer to 98% of breast tissue removal are on cisgender youth. So we wind up having surgeries that would be gender affirming, meaning, I think it was a Harvard study, where we remove breast tissue from cisgender males. Past that, so like this is not uncommon to measure a risk, right? Which would be removing breast tissue. It's a risky surgery because anytime you put anyone under anesthesia and then have to remove tissue, you risk infection, you risk cardiac issues, and you see this issue, but it's only a problem if someone is transgender. Then they rule that it has this added effect, which it technically does, right? But those outcomes are like, wait, not by a whim, like the anecdotes, like they're like, oh, I knew someone that regretted it. It's based on similar outcomes from similar patients. Like they don't just like sit there and think that all children are exactly the same. We look at highly specified data and say, hey, I think you're a good candidate. If you're under the age of 18, even the fact that you can pay for this, you have to be specified under mental health criteria of gender dysphoria. You have to have distress. You have to have prolonged distress to get these surgeries, to have them under the ICD or ICD-11. Like, this isn't something that like people, like the insurance is going to pay for, which is fucking wild, right? That these people think that like, oh my god, my insurance is going to pay for this. No. Insurance has to have like highly specialized criteria for this shit.
It's like not even feasible compared to like the amount of shit. Like hormones don't even cost that much money, from my understanding, in terms of like compared to other things. Like Come on now.
But they don't want to pay for it.
Yeah.
They do want to pay for it otherwise. It's very difficult to get anything to be fucking paid for. You think they're paying for it for fun?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
clearly
no,
they're just doing it
you-
for funsies.
Yeah, because like the WPATH even calls for like needing a signed, you need I think at least 2 signed practitioner notes claiming that you're of sound mind and body to get said surgeries. And there's a lot more to it. It also states that you have to be able to prove that you can pay an out of pocket price in the case that insurance doesn't cover it. And sometimes what happens is insurance will cover it, but they cover it at a later date, so you still have to pay out of pocket and they pay you back. But it's a later date that they do that with. So you have to provide proof that you can pay for it out of pocket. Otherwise, you cannot get said surgery. It's like one of the first or second criteria that's
I
in the
honestly,
WPATH.
I think insurance is honestly one of the best arguments for transgender care that exist, because they do not. It is silly. I do agree with you, but I think it is one of the best. If anyone understands insurance to the fucking slightest, I think insurance and how dumb that it operates is one of the best arguments to show that transgender care is medically based. And that's just me speaking like wholeheartedly, because they do not want to pay for the basics of care, but yet they do pay because we understand. Yeah, like when you actually look at risk versus benefit analysis, it is very clear what happens.
No way. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
saying that
no
the
way.
brain dead fucking insurance companies understand this?
Yeah,
Oh no.
like
Oh no.
legitimately.
Oh no, man.
Like legitimately so. They know the outcomes of not providing this care is going to cost them more fucking money in the outcome. Like they understand that.
Yeah. I am going to end stream here though, because it's been going on for like 5 hours, so. But it was a good stream. Thanks everyone. Cole, you're gonna say bye?
Sounds good.
Bye, have a
or
good
you're gonna
one.
teacup?
Cole
Okay.
says no. She's
Okay.
like, no.
They.
No, Cole, it's she.
Cole's they them.
Let's say them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Oh,
on the
she, her.
oh, and she just.
Well, I'm done.
I just said she. No. Cancelled.
I'm canceled. I'm so sorry.
I just literally called them a she, like as you said that, like right after. I don't know if you noticed that. On that bombshell, I think it's time to end. Have a good night.
Awesome. Have a good one, guys.
Bye.